Paano naman siya? SLM, last training package. Papa ko muna naman, ma-simplify na naman sila. Ini kay SSM, pinaka-simplified sila. Nasa middle sa learner's content.
So, or have we capacitated the people who will do it? Have we capacitated the people who will do it? Ako ba yung may microphone mo?
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. I have a few housekeeping notes to make before we begin today's event. First, I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this MANCOM. Kindly take notes, important information, and updates. According to the 14th Dalai Lama, there are only 2 days in the year that nothing can be done. One is called yesterday, and the other is called tomorrow. Today is the right day to love, believe, do, and mostly live. My fellow educational leaders, as the school year 2020 to 2021 ends, the courage, determination, and resiliency in which we surpass all the challenges brought about this COVID-19 pandemic, it is but a need to acknowledge every effort and congratulate one another. With this, kindly tell your seatmates, you are a great leader. You did it! Congratulations. And let's congratulate ourselves by having a self-congratulatory clap like this. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. I got your attention. My respect to our beloved Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida Enidea, to the equally beautiful Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magnolia F. Brioso, and Dr. Lindsay Padillo, to the handsome ASDS of Secondary, Dr. Sueño Losada Jr., the CID Chief, Dr. Mariben Berha, the SGOD Chief, Dr. Pedro Pelonio, Education Program Supervisors, Public Schools District Supervisors, section heads, fellow school heads, friends, and to all others who are here watching live. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning! In behalf of the 5th Congressional District PSDSS and school heads, I am Venus T. Balmedina, the Principal 2 of Baao West Central School, Baao District, the Lady of Ceremony for today's event. And we welcome you all to this 5th Division Joint Management Committee meeting for elementary and secondary school heads. To start with, I invite everyone to please rise. We will begin this by a national anthem and followed by a prayer. Dr. Julia O. Hornales, the PSDS of Bato North, Bato District, conducting. Dr. Cynthia Infante, the Principal of Buhi School, the prayer leader.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, pwes na silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May nilagang tula, tawid sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hiligaya na pag may mga apit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let us all bow our head and feel the presence of our Lord as we all say, in the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved. As we gathered here today for our 5th Division Management Committee meeting for elementary and secondary school heads, enlighten our minds and send us your Holy Spirit to be our guide and give us the wisdom to understand every topic agenda that our DepEd CamSur leaders will discuss. We humbly come to you not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. Bless our DepEd authorities, PSDSs, school heads, and teachers, that they are well and good, so that they continue to radiate the goodness of the department. Lord, we ask for your divine protection, that COVID-19 vaccine be available to all DepEd employees, and that all activities be back to normal. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Now, kindly please settle down. At this juncture, let us give way to Dr. Lilia Sidenio, the Principal 2 of Santo Domingo Elementary School, Nabua West District, for the thought for the day. A round of applause.
Madam Venus Balmedina, the Lady of Master Ceremony, my greetings to the school's Division Superintendent of Camarines Sur, Loida Enetea, Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Lindsay Padillo, Maria Magnolia F. Brioso, Sueño S. Lusada, CID Chief Mariben D. Berha, SGOD Chief Pedro J. Pilonio, other DepEd officials, good morning. May I share with you the thought for the day. The secret to success is good leadership. And good leadership is all about making the lives of your team members or workers better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mom Lil, for that wonderful thoughts of wonder. Yes, it is true that leaders instill in their people a hope for success and a belief in themselves. Positive leaders empower people to accomplish their goals. To give credits for those who made it today's event, I would like to invite Mr. Ramir Valenciano, the Principal 1 of Santa Justina East Elementary School, Buhi South District, for the checking of attendance.
Thank you, Ma'am Venus. Hello! Si mga taga 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District, maray na aga po sa Indogabos. 5th Congressional District, mga taga Rinconada, maray naramrag kaninyo po ngamin. Kami po, mga taga Buhi, maray napita sa inyo ngamin. Dahil na po, Sir, maghapon. My respect to our approaching and competent Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Loida Enidea, to our equally gorgeous and good-looking ESDSS, Ma'am Lynn Padillo, Ma'am Maggie Brioso, Sir Soen Lozada, to our SDOD Chief, Sir Peter Pilonio, our CID Chief, Ma'am Mariben Berha, to our Education Program Supervisors, lovely and smart PSDSS and school heads of elementary and secondary, to our SDO unit heads, a pleasant morning to everyone. Presenting to you the number of attendees present in this hall and the number of PSDSS and school heads who are virtually attending in this MANCOM. Starting with the 1st Congressional District, 6 PSDSS and 135 school heads. 2nd Congressional District, 8 PSDSS and 158 school heads. 3rd Congressional District with 9 PSDSS and 130 school heads. The 4th Congressional District, 13 PSDSS and 280 school heads. And the host 5th Congressional District, the Rinconada area, we have 9 PSDSS and 172 school heads. To start with, Bula North District, we have 17 school heads. The PSDS is Sir Dr. Sergio Vicente Vilanzuela. Bao District with 25 school heads, and the PSDS is Dr. Luel I. Vicinio. And the Balatan District, we have 17 school heads. Under the OIC PSDS, Dr. Roberto B. Briones. And Nabua West District, we have 17 school heads under the leadership of Dr. Felix R. Saison. And the Bula South District, 17 school heads, and Dr. Menbelos Binierba, the PSDS. And Nabua East District, we have 17 school heads, and Dr. Maria Elena A.R. Garin, the PSDS. And Batu District, we have 75 school heads under Dr. Julia O. Hernales, the PSDS. And the Buhi North District, we have 19 school heads under Dr. Jenalus Zayal Pilor, the PSDS. And of course, our district, Buhi South District, under our lovely and young-looking Dr. Annabel I. Mota, we have 18 school heads. And to present to you the secondary school heads and PSDSS. The 5th Congressional District, the 1st Congressional District, we have 30 school heads with our PSDSS. And also the Secondary Congressional District, 54 school heads with their PSDSS. And the 3rd Congressional District, we have 25 school heads with their PSDSS. The 4th Congressional District, we have 70 school heads with their PSDSS. And the 5th Congressional District, we have 16 school heads with their PSDSS. Of course, in this hall we have, of course, our schools division superintendent, our 3 assistant schools division superintendent, our chiefs of SGOD and CID, our education program supervisors, and of course, as principals of the 5th Congressional District, and the OSDS unit section heads, the IT staff and NARS, with a total of 34, and that's all. Once again, good morning, everyone.
So thank you very much, Sir Yamir. A woman of virtue and simplicity, a devoted public servant, and emerged to be one of the most respected persons I've known so far. And a birthday celebrant last week. Belated happy birthday, Ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all lend our ears for her welcome and opening remarks. No other than our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Maria Magnolia F. Brioso.
Thank you. Thank you, Venus, and the rest of our hosts from the 5th Congressional District, led by PSDS Felix Saison with PSDS Julia Hornales and PSDS Mia Garin here on site. Good morning, everyone. Foremost to our SDS, Dr. Loida Nidea, ASDS Sueño Lozada, and ASDS Lynn Padillo. Good day also to our division chiefs, Chief Mariben Berja and Chief Pedro Pelonio, our education program supervisors, education specialists, our OSTS section and unit heads, our public schools district supervisors, and school heads from the 1st Congressional District down to the 5th Congressional District, elementary and secondary, and of course everyone in attendance today. Again, good morning. Welcome to our online 5th Division MANCOM for elementary and secondary. School year 2020 to 2021 has just ended. It is a school year that is riddled by first-time challenges because of COVID-19. But it is also a school year that is happily and proudly marked by novel achievements that we never imagined before we are capable of achieving, simply because we are under the baton of the leadership of our SDS, Dr. Loida Nedea. And I think for that, again, we deserve a round of applause. Our congratulations and appreciation, especially to our heroes in the field, our PSDSS, school heads, and please relay to our teachers and internal and external stakeholders. In between the challenges and achievements are very important lessons that I know we have learned and should drive us forward to a much better, much improved school year 2021 to 2022. And with that, in today's MANCOM, with the set agenda, we are meant to capture all of this. And so, my friends, stay actively tuned in to our 5th Division MANCOM. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good morning.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Maggie. So, yes, we have some surprise for you. May I request Ma'am Julia and Ma'am Argarine for our birthday surprise. Happy birthday. May I request everyone to sing happy birthday to Ma'am Maggie. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I hope you appreciate our simple surprise for you. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Okay, from the 5th Congressional District, this is how we greet you or express our love and sincere gratitude for being a good leader to our district. Thank you very much, ma'am, and happy birthday again. To give us a message, may I call on the woman of inspiration, an empowering leader whose magnificent performance radiates to everyone and goes beyond compare. And the newly elected Board of Directors of the Philippine Association of School Superintendent Incorporated. Congratulations, ma'am. No other than our very own Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida Nedea.
Thank you very much. Wait first. Thank you very much, Dr. Venus Marquidina, one of our CES eligible ka na ba? one of our CES eligible and awaiting for the result of the regional search conducted months ago. At the outset, I'd like to say thank you to the 5th Congressional District for hosting this Management Committee meeting. Thank you for your gift of presence today. And of course, our 3 Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, the unit heads, and everyone. Again, morning. Kanina, sabi ng thought for the day, if I have to summarize, it's about good leadership. And I like to connect that with my message today, which is, all good performance starts with clear goals. And having heard the opening remarks of ASDS Maggie, it tells us that the last school year really was very challenging, but we were all able to hurdle it because all of us understood the goals we owe to perform as leaders of SDO Camarines Sur. And so, my dear friends, I always like to encourage everyone that leadership of the school head counts a lot in making things happen in the school. And we all know that we can have many things we like in the school, but if the leader does not give the direction, it will not all be realized. And so with this MANCOM, I hope we all are ready to share what we have had, what we achieved as leaders in the school and in the SDO, and what we need to do and improve so that the next coming school year will be something that we will look forward to. And so, having declared the number of attendees by Sir Valenciano, I now call to order the 5th Management Committee meeting. May I start? The presentation in today's MANCOM meeting. By the way, I'd like to thank the 5th Congressional District for greeting our ASDS Maggie on her blank birthday. It is delayed, but sabi niyan, it's better late than never. Di ba, unit heads? Okay, so this is the 5th Management Committee meeting, and in so short a notice, we were able to set this up. Thank you, IT, and again to the 3 ASDSs for facilitating this with the unit heads. The agenda for today's meeting are the following. The items taken up in the Regional MANCOM meeting, which include a glimpse of school year 2020-2021, fund utilization and other activities conducted to include feeding and this summer remediation and the many other things we conducted, vaccination updates and plans. So I remember very well the prayer by Ma'am Infante, the preparation for school year 2021-2022, which would include the plans, activities, etc. The prime and QMS journey of SDO Camsur, the OSDS, CID, and SGOD updates, and other matters. Whatever it is that you like included, this will be tackled under other matters. May I now proceed with the first addendum, the glimpse of the school year 2020-2021. If we all remember, last March 16, the country was put to lockdown, and we all adjusted. We all came up with our basic education learning continuity plan. We tried to recalibrate our grading system, and our supervisors were very busy on this, with the support, of course, of the SGOD. They tried to give you technical assistance on how this can be done well. And of course, for the first time, we had a virtual year-end ceremonies. And for the second time, we did it last July 12 to 16. So for those who really follow the health protocols and other guidelines, as regards year-end ceremonies, congratulations. Some diplomas have been released, the others are still being signed. But I hope at the end of July and August, all the schools will be able to submit their diplomas. No more in September and October until December, not even the first quarter of next year. So what did we do? We also had remote enrollment scheme. So the schools had their drop boxes. The school heads came up with different strategies on how to enroll their children, even those who do not have the signals and other gadgets that will assist them to do enrollment online or virtually. Of course, this was in coordination with our local officials, especially in setting up the enrollment kiosks, etc. Then, originally the school year last year was set to be opened by June, but we had it sometime in October 5 already. That's days after the World Teachers' Day, which was also celebrated virtually. And so what did we do after the opening? There were preparation of SLMs, printing of modules by administration, dry run and try out of the different learning modalities, and there were distribution of modules. Again, this is a new thing that was tried, and we were saying we were never prepared, but again, with very good leadership of the school heads in the schools, we were able to do it. But what were the challenges? And again, my friends, I am sharing this based from the reports that reached the regional office shared with us during the regional MANCOM. First, difficulty in crafting the SLMs, copyright infringement, lack of references or reference materials. These were the problems of our supervisors and their select writers, especially those who prepare the SLMs. But again, I commend the CID for coming up with the self-learning modules, because some of you even were the writers at the regional level. And you made sure that, according to schedule, we are able to submit these modules for quality assurance at the regional office. Unreliability of internet signal, difficulty in the critiquing. So again, especially last year, we had several typhoons. So not only did we have weak signal, but also there were schools and offices that did not have a stable internet connectivity. So it was a challenge. Of course, there was delay in the quality assurance of SLMs. And this resulted, although thank God, wala sa Bicol nakuhang very serious concern on the materials printed in the SLMs. Walang nakuhang mga aswang. May mga na-misspell lang na pangalan or name or word, but not the wrong concept that must be taught to the children or the learners. And so what we did is we just have to correct and maybe issue a corrigendum as to how these materials must be written or utilized. So contextualized na sometimes at the level of schools, lalo na kung talagang iba ang dialect, like sa Rinconada, ibang ginagamit nila. So there were some contextualization already. And again, lack of funds for the printing of modules. This had been an issue last year because we saw teachers posting about their need for coupon bonds and printers, etc. But for the school heads who are very good at resourcing, this was resolved. But still, there were teachers who kept telling that there is a dearth of materials for the printing, and so they have opted to make some solicitations and partnership with their stakeholders. But we encourage the school heads to utilize fully their MOOE so that these lacking materials will be addressed in the school level. Of course, the SDO procured several materials, both printing and the modules itself, charged to the fund downloaded by DepEd Central Office through the regional office. So what were the solutions? We had involvement of barangay officials and volunteers in the distribution of SLMs and organized group chats. Also, through the SGOD, we also have conducted the mental health and psychosocial processes to our teachers and non-teaching personnel to include learners, especially for schools where suicide cases were noted. Of course, provision of health essentials, and I'm happy to see these health essentials being utilized in the schools whenever we visit the schools, like the alcohol dispenser, of course, the temperature checker, and the rest, the mats and the pads, floor pads that are placed with chemicals for disinfection, etc. And of course, the markers, very good na naka-display yan sa schools, and of course, in our offices. But please, I like the school heads to take note of these feedback and issues. Again, I copied this in toto from the presentation of the director, and I hope this will be, as mentioned kanina ni ASD's Maggie, these are our learning experiences and not to be taken against any teacher who is making any complaint, if that is the case. Number one, teachers personally shoulder the procurement of coupon bonds, ink, and printers. And that's really seen when we visit the schools. But again, later part of the year, na-augment na yan because nagamit na yung fund, na-procure na both ng SDO at ng school. But again, dahil sa walang standard number of modules, pages, ang iba talaga sobra ang page, kaya nagkulang ang allocation. So I think that was resolved again by the resourcing and the strategizing of the school heads, lalo sa secondary, that they reduced the size. But for the elementary, we must not reduce the sizes of the modules. Next, no school MOE or funds or no self-support. We can only count this very limited number na walang MOOE. But for those without MOE, we tried to procure it at the level of the SDO or assign finance officers who will do the procurement. I hope the finance officers were really given the authority by the school head to really do the procurement. At hindi na siya nakialam kasi nga hindi niya naayos ang fund utilization ng school because of, again, unliquidated cash advance or difficulty in opening bank accounts. Yung self-support, I think our very good PSDSS was able or were able to do some lobbying with our local chief executives as regards this. That's why I say I think they have been successful in getting the support of the local chief executives. Teachers traveled by foot to reach the house of the learners for the SLMs. No school support for transportation and communication. We commend teachers who really tried their best to reach the children, especially far-flung schools. If hindi nila magawa yan, they tried to group some parents and assign a lead parent who will help them in the distribution. Itong no support sa transpo and communication, na-resolve naman ito because there had been an issuance already of DepEd as regards provision of this. So I commend school heads really who tried their best to allocate funds for transpo and communication. But again, since it's a government fund ito, the teachers must understand na may transpo, kailangan ang supporting documents. Pag may communication expense, kailangan may resibo. Hindi po yan libre na dahil sabi ng DepEd may communication expense, ibibigay na lang. There has to be some supporting documents because these are being checked by the Commission on Audit. Teachers were not required to report to school daily, including those schools being used as quarantine and of isolation facility for COVID-19 suspects. Again, dahil nga ang schools noon ay ginamit as isolation facility. So what the teachers did was to work from home. I hope really that they were working from home and that at the end of the session, they were able to deliver the deliverables of their subject. So kung checking of forms, dapat na-check ang forms, checking of SLMs, etc. This must have been done. Teachers were asked to clean the campus and surroundings of the school. You know this was included by the director because this is one case specifically in Kamsur. There is this complaint na talagang nakapost sa Facebook na ang teacher ay na-hospital because allegedly he was asked to clean. Well, we all are responsible naman. And if we see that our school is not in order, we try to do the cleaning, really. Unfortunately, siguro hindi nalaman kung anong health condition ng teacher. So my dear school heads, will you please know the health condition of your teachers? And siguro they may be assisting only and supervising. Let them understand kung talagang ni-require nyong maglinis or ni-require mong mag-supervise lang. These are two different things. And so when they supervise, they may have some parents to help them. Not really, again, on voluntary basis. Hindi pwede na pag hindi nakatulong ang magulang, pagbabayarin ng 100. Kasi anya nagrabos, hindi ka nagrabos, magbayad ka. Hindi pwede, voluntary basis lang kasi nga wala nang pambayad. So later may sasabihin pa ako dyan sa mga binabayaran na iyan, especially clearances. So again, refrain from requiring the teachers to work under the heat of the sun, even parents and children, or any other volunteer for that matter. Make sure you are letting them do it on a safe place or early in the morning or late afternoon. And once maintained, friends, ang school ground nyo, hindi kayo kailangang magrabos na talagang everyone must be helping. Pag may mga naka-assign na area for each of the group, madali yan linisin. And again, I reiterate sa school heads, lalo sa mga nasa along the road, and even those who are not along the road, to maintain your school ground. Kasi not only it will be safe for you, but also it will speak about how good the school head is as far as physical facilities are concerned. Teachers were asked, to contribute for the evaluation of schools for SBM, WINS, DRR, Gulayan, and others. I am warning you, please, school heads, utilize your MOOE. Hindi pwede na pinagkukontribute nyo ang teachers just so maging maayos ang schools ninyo. Like SBM, ang kailangan nyo dyan, ink, papel, folders, paint, etc. Those are all allowable under the MOOE utilization. So with the WINS, Gulayan, and others, ang meals, pag nasa inyong work and financial plan, allowed din. Huwag nyo nang pahingian ang teacher. And another, recently about SBM validation. I hope the schools really are not preparing this at one time. Aram nyo, nagagahol kayo sa oras because you are not used to doing it from the very start. If by area, yung 4 na area na yon ay inassign nyo na, and from the start of the school year, this had been updated by the teachers, you don't need to let them report every day and still work on these files. But what is worse, my dear teachers and school heads, my complaint kay RD alleging that some school heads are letting the teachers, sorry for the word, fabricate the documents. Never do that, my dear friends. Kung hindi nyo nagawa, then let it be. Mabuti ng rating nyo 1 or 2. Pero totoo, kesa naman you fluently tell your friends sa FB, we got 3, 2.8. Pero hindi nyo naman talaga nagawang maayos at allegedly, again, sinasabing finabricate ang document. Will you not please let the teachers do that? Kasi it is reflective of our leadership. At hindi lang yan, nakakarating yan sa region. Ibinabato pa sa akin as private message or text. Another, ngayong summer, there are scheduled of SBM validation. Let this be the pronouncement already. We end it this July for those who have scheduled already. And we suspend it first this August, since it's summer. Now, for those who continuously report and teachers until July 31, we are giving them maximum of 10 days, kung talagang 10 days. Combination na yan ng reporting for winds, DRR, gulayan, etc. Remediation, feeding, etc. So mag-scheme ang school head na at least ang teacher, it does not follow na dahil 10-10 yung ibibigay nyo na hindi naman nag-report. Only for those who reported. So let us suspend first the SBM validation kasi yun sabi talaga ni RD, let the teachers rest also. But if they say, I am volunteering, okay, yun ang bibigyan nyo ng service credits. But do not require. Let them work from home, even the portfolios that they are supposed to finish. Records, etc. Wag nyo na please mapag-reportin. Lalo ang group na senior citizen, those with comorbidities, pregnant, etc. Ito, delayed payment of special hardship allowance, schools were delisted from the official list of qualified beneficiaries. Later, si Chief ng PSU, si Sir July, will have some announcement. But let it be understood, my dear friends, na ang bagong siya or special hardship allowance guidelines ay galing sa central office. That is why today, even last weekend, the PSDSS were instructed to submit a validated list. Kasama sa list na yan ang strong justification ng superintendent why the school must be included in the list. Again, revisit your EBEIS. Baka kasi sa data ninyo, ang distance is not really accurate. That's one consideration. Another, there are other parameters that have to be considered. And I think Chief July will discuss further about this. And totoo na delay talaga because this is a group validation of schools. Hindi pwede na outright pinanaginipan nyo kagabi na may siya na kayo, bukas meron ng siya. Hindi pwedeng ganon ang inyong connotation. Dapat marunong tayo maghintay. And will you please make the protocol na kung kayo nawala, pwede ba sa SDO nyo isend ang request, hindi kung kanino? Because it's the SDO that shall act on it, not anyone else. Delayed processing of retirement, terminal benefits, ERF, and reclass. Ito, hindi ako talaga magja-justify because this, I can see na talagang delayed. Now, let us just help each other. Paano maayos ang retirement benefits na madali? 3 months before mag-retire ang teacher, dapat naka-request na ng intent. Nagtatanong na dapat sa personnel, ano ba ang ibang documents supporting dito? Anong technical assistance ang pwede maibigay ng lahat ng unit head at ng lahat ng PSDS? Ang PSDS mismo meron ding data kung sino ba ang magli-leave na, magre-retire na, ano ang inyong plotting, isubmit na sa ASDS para ma-recommend na for approval. Hindi pa nababakante, may anticipation na kayo kung ano ang movement, sino. But you do not promise anything unless the plotting has been approved. What I'm saying is, you only are recommendatory in your proposal. ERF and reclass, may AO2 na tayo. And some have been given. And until now, I'm asking the HR to finalize the clustering so that this AO2 will help you out, my dear school heads, through the PSDS. Any requirement na kailangan sa kanilang processing ng ERF, reclass, etc., dapat yan dadaan sa AO2. Even ang reporting ng teachers para hindi masyado marami dito sa SDO, still dapat dumaan sa AO2 para mas madali ang transaction. Hindi yung isa-isa pupunta dito. Again, that is helping the teachers be safe against COVID-19 considering the Delta variant. Ito, yun sinabi ko na teachers were asked to fabricate documents for the evaluation. It's a no-no, my dear school heads. Will you please have that attitude of having authentic document? And again, sabi ko, kung nagpaplano kayo niyan early on, you don't need to hurry and prepare these documents kasi mag-evaluation na, pupunta na ang mga supervisor. Kung yan nakaset up na, naka-ready, June pa lang, August, September, then you don't need to rush. Teachers were asked to pass all the learners. Today is pandemic. What is important is, my guidelines baga ang DepEd on academic is, it's not synonymous to passing, but we have to be accountable on doing follow-up, assistance sa estudyante. And we are not asking perfect na dapat ganito na-achieve ito 100% ng bata. Remember, the DepEd issued minimum, essential learning competencies. So dapat yun lang ang ating makita na dapat nagagawa ng estudyante. And pag hindi na ibabalik ang modules, you should have some action. Hindi pwedeng, labot ko kay yan, kinuha niya, dahil niya binalik sa iyan, dahil. Or mag-anggot sa parents na, iyan ka ngayon sa magpapirma sa naku for peace form. Hindi ganyan ang mga linya, my dear teachers and school head. Facilitate things. Teachers not performing their tasks were given higher grades than those truly doing their jobs. Teachers gave negative feedback against the school head were given low grades than those who praised the school head. My goodness. Hindi ganito ang inyong yan. Ang school head must really, that's why yung authentic assessment baga, dapat kailangan niya na i-observe. There were some supervisors who scheduled parang assessment seminars on how to do it this pandemic. Let us make sure na we are objective in giving assessment and giving grades. And kung feeling nyo, hindi naman talaga magaling masyado ang bata, 100%, you have to doubt. And therefore, so do some validation to help the learners. Do not let it happen na wala kayong ginagawa as far as ratings are concerned. Teachers were asked to prepare a lot of reports for the evaluation, even if not done in the school, for compliance only. This is, I think, connected with the alleged fabrication. Kung hindi nyo ginawa sa school, so be it, 0 ang rating. Hindi naman talaga ginawa, pero pinagawa nyo. Let us, again, I am reiterating, authentic na documents for evaluation. Feedback and issues on parents and guardians. Teachers were not responding to text when asked about the lesson. Yan. Again, kung meron ng load allowance ang teacher, dapat talaga sasagot. Pero it does not mean na kahit wala pang load allowance, hindi sasagot. And again, let us be courteous in answering texts and PM, lalo ng parents. Hindi pwedeng hindi kayo sasagot. And some teachers were late in giving the modules. Teachers were not in the school during school distribution. Teachers were mad when asked about the modules, and teachers were asking for coupon bond every month. Again, these are all negative. Let us turn this to positive by making sure we do not do it. Again, hindi ito product of imagination. These are all complaints sent to the regional office. So my dear school heads, please be cautious of this. Lalo ang paghihingi ng coupon bond. Lalo ang pagpapapirma. Ito, merong isang sent paper sa akin. Draft 500 something. Ilan yun, Lynn? Ilan yun, Max? 510, 550, nakalagay modules. Sino nagtabigay sa inyo ng authority to collect for the modules? Kaya nga dinownload, kaya nga may fund. You do not let any parent pay for the modules, for the SLM, etc. Even for the last, huwag nyo please gagawin yan. Ang problema, ang papel may heading pa ng pangalan ng eskwelahan. Naka-itemize. I'm warning you please, pag yan na-capture, pag yan sinend as an official complaint, that is subject to administrative sanction, please. Kaya sinasabi ko sa inyo, will you please be careful? Hindi lang yan. Marami pa may mga nakita akong. Sandali hanapin ko ang PM sa akin. Para lang maniwala kayo because I do not fabricate info. Bata katay ko si sir. Secondary tabi ini. Pero day ko manipailing kay sir ta masupog. Sige, mag-snack mo na kamo habang inaanap ko sa kuyang PM. Day ko napatinako ko siguro sabi, day na nga ni imang pag-mention na ang school. Day man tabi, so items man lang. Yan, even class memorial, mga kung ano-ano. Talagang nakikiuyon ining cellphone ko dahil nagluluwas sa page. Pero kung ito saro, siguro maluwas. Pero may PTA kung ano-ano. And sa Office of the Principal pa pigbabayadan, one of her staff. Ay, sorry, I used the word her. So, warning tabi please. Huwag niyong gagawin yan. Voluntary baga, pandemic na nga ni. Yun ang sinasabi. Na nga ni ngaya kaming pagkakan, na kaming pambakal kibagas, pipiriton pa kami, and may clearance. No sa clearance. Sabi nga ni Kayan, i-transfer nyo na lang ang list nyo of enrollment sa next grade level. Do not require clearance. Pag na-open ko na sa nanganod, sabihin ko sa inyo, para yan, makakakan ka mo na dahil na impatso. Next, teachers don't check the output of the learners. Huwag namang ganyan. Let them check the, monitor nyo, school heads. Teachers were strict on the time of submission, no consideration. O kung late nga ni minsan magpa-tao kang modules, day naman hagado na, tinaw ko sa imo nga na Lunes, sa Biyernes, isubmit mo. Pag day mo sinubmit, drop ka. My goodness. Hindi ganon. Be considerate. Again, pandemic mo niyan. Teachers failed to enroll their children. Yan. Again, pag nagdyan ang parents sa Indo, nagkuha ang module, common sense, i-enroll nyo na iyan sa LIS. Bako na dahil day nagbalik, ma-allege ka mong, ay, labot ko kayan, day man nagbalik, day ko na yan i-enroll. Again, there are some reasons why parents cannot return and come back to enroll. Follow up. Saro iyan sa gigibuhon tabaga to provide access. Teachers, ayan, ask for contribution for the modules. Sabi ko, it's a no-no, ha? Teacher gave lower grades to learners from 90 plus to 75. Yan. Again, pag ang grade nindo because of the module output, araw kayo yan, nag-change pag second grading, nagbaba, din niya na-accomplish, something must be wrong. So do not just outright change the rating. Tingnan niyo kung anong mga rason, bakit ganun ang nagawa. Okay. So my dear friends, those are the feedback which, sabi ko nga I did not just imagine this. These were feedback given during last year's school year. Let us learn from this and let us not repeat all of this. So, we now have school year 2020, 21, 22. What are expected? As already announced, our opening will be in September 13, 2021. Hopefully, this is final. But there's no school calendar yet. So what are expected of us? So I'm happy that some DSS and EPS are here. We now make plans for enrollment and distance learning modalities. I told you last time, there are still modules here at the SDO. They are still stocked in the schools. You reserve because these are all to be used still for first and second quarter, considering that the face-to-face class is not yet approved. Conduct inventory of SLMs. For you to know kung tama o kulang pa, dapat meron kayong inventory. So with the inventory of learners' gadgets, ano bang meron? Kailangan ba talaga? Meron bang, may mga secondary schools na pinadalhan ng gadgets, right? Ano ba ang secondary schools na merong mga gadgets from central office? Meron ding mga project ang supervisor dito na ibang area hahanapan ng gadget, but not this time, not the learners but teachers. So, you have to make inventory. I was also told na may SIM na ibibigay sa teachers. So, please wait for the instruction when they can get it. Digitize the SLMs. Mas tipid ito mga kapatid sa papel, sa ink, etc. Kasi kung maka-afford ang estudyante nyo, meron silang merong gadget sa bahay, may laptop, may computers. What you only need to give them is maybe ask them to have USB, or kung ma-afford ng school, may MOOE, may additional download sa inyo, you can buy USB and give your teachers. And even learners, kung kayo pa ng fund. Additional printing of SLMs or procure tablets. Yan. So this can be done again subject to your plans in the SIP and availability of funds. So for the EPS who still have some fund, like sa CID, kung may allocation pa, you might start considering tablets and other materials that will help you digitize the materials. Even yung mga output ng supervisor sa kanilang trainings, digitize nyo na para mas madali. So what are the urgent concerns of the SDO and the schools? First, the vaccination plan for teachers and non-teaching personnel. If you notice, there are already some coordination with LGU, and the SGOD is trying to present the plan for the vaccination. So I still encourage everyone to get enlisted and avail of whatever is in the locality. Although ang DepEd nagsiset man ng isang vaccination team exclusive for DepEd personnel. But let us not be choosy. What is available, yun na ang magagamit natin. Yun na ang ano yan. Budget utilization and distribution for 2019. Ito ang madugong presentation sa region. Ang continuing yung 2019, nag-lapse na yan ng June 30. So kung mga nag-prepare pa kayo ng proposal, hindi nyo na-implement yung 2019, that's already lapsed. Budget utilization and disbursement for GAA 2020 and 2021, pwede pa yan until December 31. Pero not obligation, but payment and disbursement already. So, implication, hurry up, my dear school heads. Target na yung repair this third quarter. Huwag kayong mag-target ng repair fourth quarter. Habang summer, implement your projects. Status of cash advances, aging, and current. I hope the accountant, even if she's not around, will be able to really present some of this. And so, siguro ako gusto ko na kayo, first, second, third quarter, gamitin nyo na ang fund. Huwag na kayong mag-schedule ng fourth quarter. Para walang high cash advance at the last quarter at nagamit nyo na ang fund yung first, second, third. Si ASDSL, nahihirapan yan mag-defend sa Armea pag yan ang tinanong na ng mga taga-regional finance. So help us out, friends. Although I commend na talagang bumaba na ang aging cash advances ng SDO Council, but still, there are very old and aging cash advances. And they are even considering giving them administrative sanction. So, I'll give you until last third quarter. Gawa nyo na yan ng paraan. Kung magpa-salary deduction, so be it. Basta masettle nyo na yan. TIC on accrued leave or vacation leave. Ito, sa mga bagong ma-designate, during my time, I cannot answer anymore for those who have been designated before I came. Submit, if you have not submitted, your designation order, letter of manifestation or intention that you are opting to have leave credits and be on accrued leave, not on proportional vacation pay. Para ma-establish sa database ng HR. And I like the HR also to use the card, not the coupon bond, as leave card. Kaya mani card, bako coupon bond. Use leave cards. And update it. Hindi pwedeng ang 1988 election, 86, 90, etc. ina-update ngayong panahon. Ano yan? So kung kailan nyo ginawa ang activity that within that year, doon dapat mailagay sa leave card. Because we are on the process of digitization, hindi pwede na mga long time ago, ngayon pa lang ilalagay sa leave card. That should have been listed long time ago. accomplishment and DTR during summer and Christmas. Ito yung nag-opt ng accrued leave, ha? And not included in the PVP report. Again, starting yan October 4, 2019. I cannot approve requests which were done before. Okay. So those are some of the reminders for the current year. Very important yan, please. Now, the region has issued its project, although Chief Peter will discuss this, but this is just a rundown. The adoption of the Basic Educational Regional Research Agenda, or BERA. Maray sa nambako, BERHA. BERA. Pero, ano man, it sounds, sabi kaya jokingly, it sounds family. Oh. Ang title kang project is STARS. This is capturing all of those related to students, teachers, administrators, resources, stakeholders, and school personnel. So kung gusto nyong mag-research kayo, mabigyan kayo ng allocation, gumawa kayo ng project. Pero wag nyo namang ipagawa kung sinong unit head dito or chief dito sa SDO. Let this be your own output. Okay? And therefore, para iyan mabigyan ng funding, isusubmit at i-endorse natin sa region. Again, your subject may be any one of those in the STARS. Okay? So, kung estudyante, maybe the coping mechanisms of students in the new normal. Kung to teachers, so siya din, pwede din coping mechanism. Pati administrator. Kung sa resources, the impact on the utilization of these resources sa new normal learning ng mga bata. Mga ganyan. Or, the extent of stakeholders' participation in the delivery of learning modalities of, kung anong school. So, yan ang mga bagay na pwede niyong gawa ng research proposal. This is also aligned to the principles of excellence, integrity, and openness. Excellence because we cannot just say things without basis. And that is quality service. Pag wala masyadong problema, walang reklamo, that's quality service. Integrity because you did not copy any research. You were not accused of plagiarism. And it was your own work. Openness because we are open to implementing recommendations and suggestions on research conducted. Framework also is aligned to the mission vision of DepEd. And the DepEd legal order is DO 39 Series 2016 on the adoption of the Basic Education Research Agenda. So, tell your teachers to do this. And this is one CRA na kailangan lalo na natin i-achieve ngayon, lalo sa master teachers and even school heads, especially those who would want to have a very good rating sa SBM nyo. Okay. We go to the other concern, vaccination. We are expecting to realize herd immunity until next year. And Chief Peter presented to me micro-plan subject to some revision, subject to the inputs also of the rest of the PSDS and those in the Health and Nutrition Unit. Of course, it's a mandate and we even follow and we hear the President saying all must be vaccinated. So ano ba ang level of participation ng DepEd? We can be participants or we can be volunteers. And it's a decision, voluntary decision kung gusto mong maging vaccinator, mag-assist, kasi sabi ng provincial team, it needs 15 persons to do vaccination. Kasi 4 na stages ang gagawin para mangyari ang vaccination. Hindi yan na pag pumunta ka dyan, right away, i-inject ka. There are processes. And it takes 15. It takes 15 services of 15 persons. Kaya kung ang SDO gagawa niyan, and every team must have a medical doctor. Ilan ang doktor sa DepEd? Isa. So there can only be one. So So the best is we coordinate with the provincial and municipal LGUs. Because sabi ko nga niyan sa orientation last Friday, if DepEd says it takes a village to raise a child, it also takes a village to vaccinate people in DepEd. Because in the first place, we are not doctors. Well, kadakol kang doktor sa DepEd, amo. Doctor in philosophy and doctor of education. Pero bako doctor of medicine. Takon na mamalpractice kita kan pag ang superintendent kinibon nindong vaccinator. Not even the assistant superintendent. Unless, yun sabi ni Peter, trained. Okay? So, A1 frontline health workers, I hope all our medical group have already completed their vaccination. Complete na ba? Second dose? Okay. Senior citizen, priority po ngayon ang senior citizen, lalo kung nag-abot ang Johnson & Johnson. Pero kung hindi, still, sa PM ng provincial government, kailangan talaga priority ang senior. Aber, ang mga nanditong senior, taas ng kamay kung kayo'y na-vaccinate na. Wala pa? May isa si ma'am nag-erase. Dalawa na po ikaw? Isa pa lang. Okay. So for those, ang news is pwede even your relative na kasama sa bahay na senior citizen. Just fill up the forms properly. So adults with comorbidities, A3, A4, education frontliners, tayo yun, and A5, those who are indigent. So for those who really brave the challenge last time at nakadose 1 na, congratulations. Sino nakadose 1? Raise your hand. Sino ang naghihintay ng 1 shot? Hindi kayo ang priority unless you buy your own, ha? O basta sinasabi ko, let us not be choosy. Ako nga kami ang mga nainot sa Sinovac. Maray sa nag-chance last time, Astra. Grabe. So iba may Johnson & Johnson na. So again, that's although may plans talaga on info dissemination, etc. But you can see on the TV already how this is affecting our condition. Okay. Other urgent concerns, vaccination plan for teachers and non-teaching. I leave this to the SGOD. Budget utilization and distribution for 2019. I hope the budget officer will be able to present this. And I hope the region is wrong when they gave the info that indeed we still have unutilized of almost 200 million for the 2019 allocation for DepEd Kamsur. Sorry, nasaan ang aking slide? Okay. Nasa vaccination ako, yun na. So, database system, etc. We have to prepare, although may link nang binigay ang SDOD employees who registered for vaccination. Use of schools as vaccination center is still, we have to present a request and we have to submit that to the region. For personnel who will volunteer as members of vaccination team, we are encouraging, but still, may process yan because ito train. And again, I like to underscore the word volunteer. Kasi ayoko na pupunta kayo doon, hindi naman pala bukal sa loob, tapos doon magre-reklamo. Let us first resolve issues here. Okay, and there's enjoyment of qualified A1 to 4 to really avail of the vaccination. We need to do dissemination of info, conducting vaccination, scheduling of vaccination, and provision of logistic support. One of the things I gathered during some group chats, ang ibang munisipyo hindi talaga nag-submit because they said they are waiting na lang for the ones that will be given by the municipality, especially if the school is far-flung. Kasi sabi nga, ang pamasahe pa, medyo mahal. So, I hope that will be done and coordinated with the PSDS, with the NGU. So, we need to have self-reporting tracker and update data using templates. So, I give this to the SGOD so that the database as to the reports, pag naghingi ang central, madaling magawa. Microplans could be about info dissemination, online orientation, master listing, lobbying with the respective LGUs, meeting with DOH, virtual training, and meetings. Do not delay getting vaccinated. Don't wait until an outbreak occurs. We all know that per news, there is an outbreak already in NCR and even in Bicol for the Delta variant. So please let us not be complacent on this. Kahit tayo vaccinated na, we still have to be very careful. Okay? Ito, yung sinasabi ko na ginigisa kami sa MANCOM. Kamsur daw has 232 million, 43 million was obligated. And from the Google sheet, there's still, if you subtract the two, there's still more than 100 plus million unutilized. So I was trying to ask the accountant and the budget last time, ano nga ba itong hindi nagamit? Ito yung 2019. Ito yung 2019 allocation na naglapse na in June 30, 2021. Ito, just to inform everyone, sa end user, and these are the CID people and SGOD, in RA 9184, we are allowed to have 25% repeat order. Halimbawa, nag-procure ka mo ng worth 100,000. Ang inyong canvas or bid, whatever it is, ay nagkaroon ng 75,000. So may savings kang 25. So pwede mo yon i-repeat order. Bidding dapat. Bidding dapat ang ginawa. Hindi shopping. Or pwedeng negotiate, hindi pwedeng negotiated procurement. Okay? But still, iko-comply pa rin ang contract, back resolution, PR of end user, and other important documents. Ito, para ma-assist na magamit high utilization ng fund. Okay? So, ito sa mga bidded projects sa SDO, I'm now telling the CID, if they can do some repeat order para tumaas ang utilization. So, let it be. Okay. This is my very short presentation on the QMS journey of SDO Kamsur. Let this be the byword already of the people in the SDO. Hindi ito kasali ang school. But, kung may gustong school na mag-manifest, sige, isasabay namin. There was a memo issued on the establishment of quality management system in SDO Kamsur. Ano ba? Bakit kailangan ng QMS besides it being considered as a PBB indicator? We need to provide efficient, timely, and quality delivery of curriculum and instruction, support services and policies to all schools and learning centers. So, kailangan ng input ng CID. Support services dyan ng OSDS at saka SGOD. And the policies. Diyan ang pinaka-rationale. We have to imbibe the importance of QMS to ensure satisfaction of client team. And improving the accountability and competence of employees of the three functional divisions and the effectiveness of QMS. Hindi ba nag-move ang aking presentation? Nasa repeat order pa rin. Okay. So people to assist me, please. Hello. Meanwhile that my connection is being fixed, you may have first 5-minute break, but be back. Baka naka-on ang laptop, ang iba nasa SM or nasa Robinson. Masabi, because we need connection. Yan. Am I online? Okay na? So these are the teams that we have organized so far. For the top management, these are the terms already used. Top management, SDS and ASDSS. For the quality management representative, Mama Ben. Master Documented Info Control Officer or Master DICO, Josephine Dorein. Internal Quality Auditor, Irene Dayandante. And Functional Areas Heads are the OIC Chief and the unit heads. Any other unit head must have an identified documented info control officer, and they have submitted the names already, but I'm not presenting it anymore. And quality auditor for each of the unit. What are the tasks, or what is it that we need to know and prepare for the quality management audit? First, These are the topics that our consultant will help us out on. Strategies in establishing an ISO 9000 2015 edition, and of course the sustaining of the surveillance audit. It does not end there. Every year it has to be sustained through a surveillance audit. Processes on ISO 9000 2015 QMS requirements and documentation. Ito ang grabing madungong trabaho ng unit heads, kaya sila ay pinartner namin sa iba-ibang PSDSS na pinili nila na mag-assist. Strategies in process mapping and risk-based thinking, technical guidance on enhancement of operational controls and procedures, implementation of 5S or good housekeeping. I think with the new SDO, lesser effort na ang gagawin dito sa 5S. Pero kung kukonsider ang dating building, we still have to work on the 5S. Technical guidance on QMS implementation, auditing strategies in QMS, qualification of personnel conducting QMS audit, root cause analysis and corrective action formulation, technical guidance on management review, technical guidance on third-party audit preparation, and other significant topics deemed necessary in the establishment of QMS journey. By the way, this is a project which we wanted to partner with the Bicol Association of School Superintendents. So, we are making some arrangements because gusto namin isabay ito with the other 12 divisions that are not yet ISO certified. So these are the functional areas. Ang tawag dyan sa QMS is functional area. Because even without explaining, the area must be functioning. Okay? So CID, yan ang, ano yan? Functional areas head, siyempre ang chief, SGOD, ang OIC chief, ang technical advisors and technical assistants. Yun ang binigay namin pangalan dyan. For SGOD, si Sir Villare, for CID of course, Fs at PSDS, given yan because you have your own areas. Accounting, si G, ang functional area head, and to give technical assistance because I think she is good at bookkeeping, si Lalaine Fabricante. For BACSEC, si G. Agravante, and the technical advisor is Delphine Bondan. For budget, Elmer Tena, and I hope Sunny was advised by Sir Tena that he is the technical advisor. For cash, Pearl Obispo and Chris Casasola, ang technical assistant. For HR, Divina Caleja, and the technical advisor and assistant is Irene Malate. Again, ang gagawin nyo, i-revisit nyo ang process at i-document nyo yan. For IT, Philippine Brea and Julia Cornales ang mag-assist. Were you involved, Julia? O, hindi ka pa. Ayan, pasensya. Dapat sa unit head nagtaram na sa mga pigkuanindang ma-assist sa indan. For legal, Attorney Kate Flores, and to give the TA is Angeli Peñaflor. For records, Eufrosina Lagdaan, may ay pati ako, and Sarah Christine Godoy. For supply, Benjamin Layosa and Heraclio Barciliano. Any unit which I failed to mention, ikaw dyan sa admin, sino? Minute talagit. So I'll add it in a while. Alphabetical yan, so insert kita after accounting. So, we have two projects at the same time, the QMS and Prime. Why? Ang Prime is contributing much to the QMS as far as HR is concerned. Okay? Kaya duwag niyong i-isolate yan. For QMS, ang nandyan, ang term is top management, the SDS, ASDS. For Prime HRM, ang tawag is executive consultant. Of course, with the CSC field director. Quality management representative, kumbaga siya ang pinaka-focal person sa lahat on the QMS process. Ang oversight committee with the lead coach for each of the core system is, of course, or are the two chiefs and the ASDSS, kaya 4. Why am I placing number? Because these are the significant number who will be asked to join trainings in case kailangan. Master DCO, isa lang. Sa QMS, may tawag tayong chair and members. The chair, is, of course, is 1, and there are at least 3 members per core team or system. Internal quality auditor, isa. Then meron tayong secretariat 2 to 3 per core team. Functional areas head 10 or 11, depende. And other significant members. Focal persons and other significant personnel 10. So, it is not limited from the list. In case we see the need for some people, technical experts, we will include more. Itong Prime HRM, I let ASDS Maggie discuss later in her time kung ano yan, what has been done so far. But, just a bird's eye view, Prime means Program to institutionalize meritocracy and excellence in human resource management, or Prime HRM. The 4 core areas are recruitment, selection and placement and induction, learning and development, performance management, and rewards and recognition. Friends, may mga division and offices na prime na, pero nasa first 2 core systems lang. Tayo mag-aim, magdi-dream nga lang, pwede na kita mag-dream for the 4 core systems. Who are the chair for each of the core system? For recruitment, selection, and placement, the chair, of course, is the HRMO. The members are PSDSS, who will give technical assistance: Irene Malate, Julia Jornales, Eleanor Bellore, Avila Arnel Verona. These are the secretariat coming from the HR, and the lead coach is ASDS lead. So ang tawag ng tao na mag-oversee ng project is the lead coach. Okay? Learning and Development Chair is Irene Dayandante, considering that she is in charge of the L&D ng Surge. Members, Imelda Del Rosario, Lisa Frua, Judel Napiri, Franly Corporal, Maria Salve Gutierrez. Secretariat, 1 from the LRMDS, and the rest are from the CID office. The lead coach is Maribel Berha. Performance Management Chair Delphine Bondad, members Marilyn Gomez, Reynaldo Lopez, William Villarreal, Reynaldo Breguel, Annabel Mota. Secretariat from the SGOD, and the lead coach is ASDS Swen Losada. For rewards and recognition, the chair is Josephine Doroin. The members are Gina Valenciano, Cyrene Salazar, Lourdes Nopre, Edna Fernandez. Secretariat from the SGOD, and the one from, I think, ALS, lead coach is Peter Pilonio. Again, sabi ko, it's not automatic na final. In other words, it's not a cast in stone. There can be addendum if the committee feels the expertise of one is still needed. So, di mag-urag-urag pag da inahiling ang pangaran dyan. Iyo tabi? Timelines. We will have orientations, meeting, workshop ride shop documentation from August to December. This had been procured already, care of Giants and the other focal persons. So we just have, again, the schedule may be altered depending upon the availability or maybe another activity. So we give way for a higher level activity, yung lower level may be done, but still it has to be conducted. January 2022 is initial assessment or audit. February 2022 is revision and adjustment. March 2022 is accreditation and external audit. April 2022 onward, institutionalization and sustainability. Again, you might say this is too big a dream, but if we work together and we focus our efforts and attention, I think we can do this. So we have identified the names. Please, i-ano nindo please na this is part of our work. You have to find time for your monitoring and supervision, for your own CRA, but find time for your QMS and HRM assignment. Okay? So my question, are you ready to be part of the team, HRM, Prime HRM, and QMS team? I keep saying QMS because that's the process. At the end, pag na-perfect ang QMS, we will apply for ISO certification. That's the standard. Kaya kanina sa flag ceremony, righteousness, following standards, that's it. We have to prepare things, reports, documentation according to standards. And there are two words that you have to master: compliance and conformance. Comply, you comply with guidelines. You conform, we conform with standards. Okay? So compliance and conformance are two different words. Pero ang tao na nag-QMS journey must be able to use the byword already. So compliance with rules and regulation, conform with the standards. Okay. So yun pala ang na-save ni Ping, hindi na-save yung iba. Now, for the other activities, my dear friends, this summer, I give the ASDS in charge of CID to do some input, give some inputs later on the remediation strategies being done by the schools. And of course, the ASDSS, other ASDSS on their updates. But before those updates, we like to see, having given you the feedback already on what transpired last year, may we see some of the best practices of these schools so that more or less they will be inspired to do their best according to standards and guidelines, and so the other school heads may benchmark from the best practices of these schools, so that in September, when they start their classes, all shall have been set already. I always believed that these things were accomplished by the schools because of the participation of the stakeholders in the schools. So we have identified 5 participants and sharers, reporters this morning. 1, 2, 3, districts 1, 2, 3 for elementary, and districts 4 and 5 for the secondary. Again, we have put this together so that we will be able to maximize the time and the sharing of our unit heads, including my presentation, will just be done at once. Because as experienced, pag hinati natin ang session, we end up late. and we do not maximize the time. Okay? So may I end my presentation by saying, we are all part of this team, and the success of the team is dependent upon the individual input and participation and collaboration of each of the members. Thank you very much, and let us always be safe, everyone. Okay, to have some continuity, please, we will have first the presentation of the ASDS on Prime HRM para may continuity.
Good morning. May I introduce to you a project inspired by no less than our excellence-driven superintendent, Ma'am Lloyds. Giveaway po, Ma'am Lloyds, for this. May I mention, by way of transitioning from the overall presentation of our SDS about QMS, may I mention the project Bridging People and Services through Prime HRM. I know you can see on your screen the highlighted letters. Don't mind them. I don't want you to be so preoccupied with them. What is important is for you to remember the project's espousal of an essential program dubbed as Prime HRM, led by our, no less than our SDS. So in the next slide, you will see there a representation of a bridge. It's literally a bridge. But then, when we speak of Prime HRM, obviously, as spelled out by our superintendent, it is a program to institutionalize meritocracy and excellence in human resource management. Obviously, the focus is on human resource. Why focus on it? For two widely accepted or established tenets, which is one, the human resources are the most important asset of an organization. The success or failure of an organization is largely dependent on the caliber of the people working therein. Without positive and creative contributions from people, of course, we know organizations cannot progress and prosper. Second tenet, the human resource management is to coordinate people, both as an organizational assets or human capital and as internal stakeholders. within an organization to achieve the organizational goals within its overall strategic plan. And that is why the question is, why have an overall strategic plan? We are such a very big division. Look at the data. I hope on your screen you can see it. Look at the data from our planning office. Looking at those big figures, we have a total of 17,706 workforce, composed of elementary, junior high, senior high, SDO, teaching, as well as non-teaching personnel and officials. And just look at our enrollment, totaling to 491,391, almost 500,000, public and private. In DepEd schools alone, we have 456,842 enrollees for the second semester of 2020-2021. Pandemic and all, ganyan pa rin kadami, although bumaba. We have 1,096 elementary and secondary DepEd schools. So with that, KUs indeed, if we have no plan or program how to manage our manpower and the work processes and services that are necessary and mandatory. Our SDS was very detailed in giving us a feedback as well as a projection of what we had went through the past school year and the incoming school year. And so, friends, why is there a need? Or what is this overall strategic plan we're talking about? Our SDS already made or gave emphasis to this. The Blazing Giants commitment to no other than the quality management system. July 8 was such a significant day for all of us. It was symbolically displayed by our new edifice. It is a beautiful and, I would say, courageous, brave declaration to champion excellence. And with that, of course, we have to start setting out. That is actually a courageous step that invites the next. And so, with this slide, in the context of setting out on quality management system, that we set our hearts and mind to a program meant to ensure excellence that will be in partnership, in close coordination with the Civil Service Commission. So this program actually is that originated from the Civil Service Commission, in which all agencies are encouraged, enjoined to subject themselves in. So, Prime HRM, if we are going to take a look at it, is a mechanism. It is an accreditation type of program that aims to elevate public sector HRM to a level of excellence through the assessment, assistance, and awarding processes of HRM systems, practices, and competencies, using HRM maturity level indicators that are at par with global HRM standards. That is very clear in the CSC Prime HRM Guidebook, published way back in 2016. So specifically, the program aims to, one, inspire agencies like us to transform our HRM systems to support the agency mandate. Two, empower agencies in the performance of HRM functions. And three, promote and reward excellent HRM practices. And four, serve as a venue for the exchange and development of expertise in the field of HRM between and among government agencies. And fifth, this will also serve as a search mechanism for the best practices in HRM. So obviously po, Prime HRM, going into this, dipping our hearts and mind into it, would certainly give us benefits. Benefits that would facilitate our processes in the SDO as we manage our people, as we manage our services. And so Prime HRM obviously is to transform, basically to transform the quality of the Philippine bureaucracy, governance, and public service delivery. That is per CSC Memorandum Circular number 24, series of 2016. Ayan po, that is a picture of the CSC Memorandum Circular that is composed, if I remember right, around 86 pages, inclusive of the indicators we have to take a look into. Okay, so setting out on a journey. The journey began with the letter of our superintendent to Directors Lud, Director 2 of the CSC Field Office of Camarines Sur. Okay, so first appointment we had was on July 12. Okay, with me is our HR. And of course, our July 15 organizational meeting led by our superintendent. Okay, so we have to talk about it. And of course, we have to give our commitment if we really are ready for our prime HRM. And on the slide, you can see, a coordination meeting with Sir Peter when I was trying to find out per directive of our superintendent. And much to my joy is the fact that our division has started sometime already in its bid for excellence in services through Prime HRM, with, in fact, a budget already set for this program. Yan po. So, again, we were sent by the superintendent on a pre-orientation meetup with CSC Director Maria Dolores Salud and staff. Okay, so then we have here now, finally, we went to Director Salud because she was asking for the composition of the prime HRM committees in our division. So we have here the signed memorandum of our superintendent, unnumbered because perhaps after a week, after the orientation proper, we will be issuing the numbered division memorandum with the complete necessary details on our implementation of prime HRM committees. Okay, as already discussed by our superintendent, we have our oversight committee, okay, providing the general direction and monitoring of our activities for prime HRM. We have the chair, SDS Loida Nidea, the co-chair, yours truly. The members is SDS Lin and Sueño, with Chiefs Pedro and Maribel. For the secretariat, we will be needing one from its core committee. So we have core HR subsystem committees. These are the 4 mentioned by our SDS. These 4 are at the heart of any human resource management. So therefore, is prime HRM simply the concern of the HR? Does it mean that the accounting is not involved? Does it mean that the SGOD is not involved in the other offices and even the schools? Are you not involved in this? Of course not. You are definitely involved. We are all involved in this. Because in one way or another, when we speak of RSP, this concerns most, if not all of us. So we have the RSP subcommittee chaired by Maria Divina H. Calleja, where the members as already mentioned. Para ma'am, we have an additional member, Palmetto Valencia, the principal too of Goa Central School. Okay po, andun yun sa memo, approved by you po. Kasi nagkaroon ng revision. Okay, tama, Valencia. Okay, of course, the learning and development shown on the screen. Okay, and the performance and development chaired by Delphine A. Bondad. I'm sorry, there's an error. It's performance management and it's not development. Doon yung sa learning and development. So, correction please. That number 3 should be performance management, with Sir Swen as lead coach. And of course, we have rewards and recognition, chaired by our planning officer, now PSDS, Josephine C. Doroin, with the lead coach, Sir Pedro Pelonio. Okay, so ways to go. Friends, let's take note of this as from the instructions of the director of the CSC. There are 3 stages we have to go through as a preliminary. One, we have the virtual orientation. That will be followed immediately by online assessment to be participated in by all of the committee, chairs, members, and secretariat. And of course, we have the action planning for day 3, and probably we can be allowed to extend day 4. So, why is it that we have days 1, 2, 3, and 4? I was bargaining with the director if it's possible that we have the virtual orientation on day 1, and then the only assessment after 2 or 3 days, but she was very firm that it's all in the system. So once we start with the virtual orientation, we are already in the system, and it is captured already. It is mandatory that right after the virtual orientation, we go for online assessment. And according to her, since the virtual orientation may take only 2 hours or so, we can already take the opportunity to spend the half day of day 1 and start with online assessment, because this may extend as late as 8 or late in the night of day 2. It depends on how fast or how slow the committees will be doing the online assessment. Now, tentative dates that we have on screen, I have signified there, August 16, because those are the dates that our director from the CSC is available. So day 1 will be August 16, August 16 to 17, day 2 then action planning is August 18 to 19. Action planning will be led by the CSC director with all of us from the SDO present. She will be giving us the directions for this. But of course, these dates, Ma'am Lloyds, are subject to your approval, Ma'am Lloyds. Because I do not know also the calendar. If we have other activities as important as Prime HRM, we can go on an earlier date, Ma'am Lloyds, from August 9, 10, 11, and 12. But then, I guess that's too short a time for us to go for online assessment. Listening to the director, it's the online assessment that is quite tedious. It might be very tedious if we are not really prepared for this. And that is why I will be requesting, and also as already mandated by our superintendent, for me to handle the coordination of activities for the primates or N. If we can make a go of it on August 16. Okay, and of course, we have there on asterisk, benchmarking activities for the committees. And by the way, as emphasized by our superintendent, may I allow me, ma'am, to reiterate, additional committees or manpower may be solicited after the orientation. So moving forward, after we are done with the 3 stages, there will be the assist plan, and this is care of the CSC, as well as the evidence requirements, again, care of the CSC, led by Director Salud. Then after that, we shall have now this one, local implementation, that is on our end in the SDO. Plan implementation, care of committees, in close coordination, of course, with the CSC, that is all of this from August 20 onward. So it is my prayer that we will be on track with all of this, because the final assessment is tentatively set at the first quarter of 2020. I hope it will not be earlier than March, because with the plan implementation care of the core committees, of course there will be procurements that will have to be taken care of. Okay, so with that, friends, thank you so much. And that's for our Prime HRM. So there are 2 weeks to go. at the end of the bridge, either to go up or down. And of course, for the blazing giants of Kamsur, we cannot afford to go down when we're already in the midst of all of this. So up we go. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, ASDS Maggie. Now I'll be presenting some updates for CID that was shared during our regional MANCOM. So we'll be sharing to you some updates in the provision of learning resources. The first one, there are ongoing activities actually at the regional level, cascaded to the division level. We have the re-quality assurance and re-layout of the ADM SLMs for quarter 1 and quarter 2, the conversion of the regionally initiated SLM to learners packets, under the project SMILE, simplified modules intended for learning encounters. We are calling it now as learners packets. So I know there are a lot of writers again involved in the different learning area, but they will be provided with a service credit for those who will be working on the learners packets in the different learning area. The delivery of the Q3, quarter 3 and quarter 4 SLMs, these are actually CO procured with the regional office as drop-off point. They're also conducting inventory of reusable SLMs, and I think at the level of the schools, you also have to check of the available SLMs returned by the learners that can still be used in the opening of classes this coming September. Preparation of statement of expenditures of funds utilized for printing of SLMs, loss and procurement of OTGs and tablets, which I think has been shared already by our SDS a while ago. These are recommended LR utilization. The first one is, this is item 6.6 of Depot Order number 18, series of 2020. We have the recommendation on use of the SLMs or LRs. These are reusable, previously produced since quarter 1 and quarter 2 of school year 2020-2021. We would like to prioritize using the previously printed SLMs and either CO conformed or locally developed that are still in good condition so as to save on resources. We are conducting the quality assurance again of the locally developed SLMs in case that SDO decides to use the same. So some of the details will be discussed later by the presentation of our chief for CID, Ma'am Maben Berha, along the utilization of our available locally developed SLM, LAS, and learners packets. So actually, there would be a menu of materials to be available in the field, which the school may opt to choose what to use, what is best for their learners. Another recommendation is to use the CO-conformed SLMs, and new and previous SLMs were consumed, destroyed. However, printing must still be in accordance with the provided quarter 2 SLMs technical specs, and still the CO is still advising to maintain the 1:2 ratio. And if it's not possible, we have the 1:3 ratio. So one module to be used by 2 learners. So it's up for the schools to schedule how they're going to do it. I would like to the RO is still recommending to use textbooks for the learners. And I know you have distributed textbook last school year, right? So we'll be retrieving that, and we are still going to give that this coming school year so that the learners can use it together with other materials that we are going to provide them. The recommendation of RO is to hold webinar for teachers on MELC's map of available books. We would like also to recommend the use of learning activity sheets with textbooks for other subjects, particularly for EPP, TLE, and for senior high school. RO also sets strategy to utilize data from planning service, EBIS, and gadgets inventory in terms of procurement of tablets, and intensify stakeholder engagement. Actually, just an example, for Milaor District, to be one of the stakeholder gave tablets for the learners, which has been turned over already, to be piloted in the 4 schools in Milaor District. So schools may adopt strategies, practices based on LRs used by learners. So utilization of the learning management system or uploading of soft copies of SLM and other e-copies of LRs for learners with gadgets and or internet access or provision of set files and storage devices. So, na-mention na po ni SDS later for those schools na pwedeng mag-procure ng mga gadgets because we have already available e-copies of the SLMs, LAS, and yung ginagawa ngayon, yung learner's packet, which also be made available online. So SDOs are highly encouraged to adopt strategies to maximize the use of the different available online and offline learning platforms and take into account the availability of appropriate gadgets, devices, appliances of learners to minimize reliance on printed learning resources. So I think marami na tayong writers, di ba, Chief Maben, in all learning areas. And we had been producing materials already, both for SLM, LAS, at the same time, yung conversion ng learner's packet. So ang daming materials ngayon. So I hope yung mga sinasubmit ng schools na mga innovation nila has something to do of how they could improve more, especially in using the online platform. Kasi I noticed there is still submitting a lot of innovations na what seems already duplication of available materials. So I hope the PSDSS at the same time, the school heads, would also check on those curriculum materials being submitted for us for innovation na it's really an innovation at wala tayo ng duplication dun sa mga available na materials na binibigay na po galing sa CO, sa RO, at the same time sa SDO. And if we could level up that kind of innovation, kasi we prioritize now the use of online platform and using sa gadgets, so we would appreciate innovations along that line and not merely replication of what is already present in our uploaded in the LRM portal, in the LR portal. So I hope yung mga principals, school heads, and PSDS would also read the innovations before pino-forward dito sa amin, kung talagang innovations yun. Para hindi naman pinapabalik yung mga innovations. And also please provide technical assistance to the teachers and not simply signing those materials. Sa level nyo pa lang, you provide them already the technical assistance in developing the curriculum materials. Hindi yung iaasa na lang dito sa amin yung mga materials na yon. Thank you. Also, ensuring quality assurance of intended learning materials to be used is already done. So, some revisiting modalities, a window for adjustment. Let's go back to what we did for the last school year. So, during the remote enrollment, di ba nag-conduct tayo ng survey kung anong gusto ng mga magulang. Nag-survey tayo na i-contextualize, nag-survey tayo on the different modality to be adopted. There is a comparative data on LSF and actual enrollment by modality. So if we are going to look back, these are the result at the regional level ng mga availability of gadgets at home. So talagang kulang naman. Learners with internet connection, napaka-limited talaga ng internet connection. So we are looking for other possibility. The enrollment preference before the actual, they preferred also blended, etc. But the actual is you're only able to conduct the printed or modular learning delivery or modality. So majority naman for Region 5, it's printed modular. Online distance kakaunti kasi nga with the internet connection. The use of educational TV, still very limited. For radio-based instruction, marami na tayong available na lesson. I think almost all learning areas, meron na tayong na-produce na RBI lessons. And we are trying to develop more video lessons in all learning areas. So blended combination, home-based, these are some of the survey. So what are the suggested next steps for us here at SDO? Identification of TV episodes that can be broadcasted synchronously on a nationwide scale. So I think we have to look, I hope Mama Ben, we could really identify those episodes produced by the CO, and we just provide a copy to the field kung ano mga competences na available yon. Keep LIS open to allow schools adjust actual modalities per learner, revisit financial support to the field, issuance of necessary policy instruction. We would like also to revisit the division implementation of the different modality, analyze the current implementation, and of course, we would like to maximize the use of educational TV and RBI lessons that are both national and locally produced. Employ blended combination if single modality is not feasible. So I hope magkakaroon tayo ng, kasi pwede naman gamitin yung mga gadget for those areas without internet. We just have to save the different video lessons and RBI lessons. So I think mas kailangan ngayon dun sa mga areas na hindi natin naaabot at mas mahirap yung pag-produce mahirap yung pag-deliver ng mga printing materials doon. Sana ma-provide natin yung mga learners natin ng gadgets. Na-mention ni Ma'am kanina that I'll be sharing with you some guidelines on the conduct of remedial and advancement classes this summer 2021. So I hope nabasa nyo na yung issuance ng DepEd Memo number 36, series of 2021. Although the other details should be provided by Ma'am Mabel, just an overview of this memorandum. It's about the guidelines on the conduct of remedial and advancement classes in different schools in determining the learning modality for remediation, but of course, observing the health protocols. So, this summer class 2021 shall be conducted from July 19, supposedly, to August 2021. However, this stipulates as well that remedial and advanced classes must be completed within a 6-week period that may include Saturdays. Nevertheless, schools may opt to shorten the conduct of remedial and advancement classes when the essential learning competencies have already been attained. So kasi depende naman kung anong competencies, kailangan ma-define yung mga competencies na kailangan i-undergo ng remediation dun sa mga estudyante. So the guidelines on the computation of the final grades, including the utilization, would still follow the DO 31-2020. DO 13 further stipulates that remedial lessons can be made in the form of tutorial, mentoring, coaching, or other ways of delivering the organized learning experiences, whichever is applicable in the context of the learners. However, to ensure the protection of the health and safety of learners, teachers, and personnel, still, distance learning modality will be used. And any face-to-face activities are not allowed. So, malinaw yun. So, for grades 1 to senior high school, highlight ko lang, a learner who receives a grade lower than 75 in any subject must be given intervention through remediation and must pass the said remedial classes to be promoted to the next grade level. Other remedial classes are stipulated in DO 13 Series 2018. So, alternatively, learners with failing marks in any learning area may instead be required to attend make-up classes within the school year of 2021-2022. So, hindi lahat dun sa summer class. At least, sinabi naman po dito sa memorandum. Further details kay Ma'am Mabel mamaya. So for senior high school advancement classes, Schools may also offer advancement classes to senior high school learners who opt to pursue their work immersion prior to the start of the school year, following the options stipulated in DO 30 Series 2017. Take advanced subjects prior to school year 2021-2022 to give more attention or focus to their work immersion. So the learners may take advancement classes for 2 to 3 subjects within the 6-week period, pero it's still on a voluntary basis. The teachers who would be volunteering their service to facilitate summer or remedial advancements classes shall be given priority. At the same time, it would be subject to the grant of service credits. So yun naman ang malinaw doon. Okay? So that's all some updates from the regional MANCOM that we attended, and the rest of the updates, details of updates for CID will be presented by Chief Mabenbera. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, ASDS Lindsay Padillo and Ma'am Maggie Brioso, for the updates and information in the elementary. So we will proceed to the secondary level. So may I call on the ASDS for secondary, no other than Dr. Sueño Losada Jr. Round of applause.
Hello, good morning. Hello, secondary group, how are you? Hello. We are hoping that all of you are still online, and we are very still relevant and alive in kicking. Okay, so thank you so much, Madam MC. At this point, I'd like to appreciate our schools division superintendent and the rest of the head of units of our division for all the support to our secondary schools, particularly our secondary school heads, for the assistance, technical, moral support, and everything. So we acknowledge and we recognize that. Of course, with my companion here, fellow Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, in one way or another, you help us in bringing the vision and the objectives of our division in the secondary. See? My presentation. Okay, so I know our superintendent had already spoken for all the issues and concerns of our division, particularly as regards teachers, parents, and learners. And we are hoping that all of you have taken notes of it, because we want to improve. We do not want that to happen again. So sabi ni Santayana, he who forgets the past are condemned or is condemned to repeat it. Ayan. Kaya sana walang repeat order as regards negative issues, particularly our bad practices in our schools. And also, our superintendent had also presented to us the preparation for next school year, 2021-2022. And that will be our framework, our guide, and our actions, and the detail of it will be provided by us, considering that we have different contexts in our respective schools. So we are hoping that all of you will make a wise decision for our schools that happen. Kaya nga, you are empowered. So we solve our own problems by collaborating with our people, with our teachers, and including non-teaching in our schools, and with our stakeholders. So at this point, I'd like to appreciate the efforts of our CID group, headed by Ma'am Maribel Berha, for all the support, particularly in laying down all curriculum concerns which our teachers badly needed. Kaya palakpakan po natin ang ating chief and the rest of education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors. I will also especially mention the public schools district supervisors, who is your partner, particularly in monitoring and providing you technical assistance in running the school, governing the schools, and all other concerns as regards curriculum. So thank you so much, public schools district supervisors, for all your efforts. I'd like to appreciate also the efforts of the SGOD under the leadership of Chief Pedro J. Pilonio. Palakpakan po natin. And the rest of head of units, the 6 units of SGOD. Ano yon? Physical facilities, health and nutrition, SMNE, HRD, planning and research, ano pa? And all the rest of the SGOD. So thank you so much for all that. I'd like to underscore also some other aspects as regards moving up on graduation. So I heard some feedbacks about it, and some of you are saying others are conducting face-to-face. But basing from my investigation, ini-investigate ko talaga ang mga school head, nag-iiyak-iyak pa, and they defend themselves. Sabi nila, hindi naman face-to-face. Sabi nila, it seems like face-to-face, but it's not. So, I am really trusting all of you that we will always be guided with order and memorandum. We will always follow the instruction of our schools division superintendent as regards good practices and what is best for our school, particularly as regards other concerns, particular deputy order and memorandum. So thank you so much for all those for having the moving up and graduation excellently done. And we have seen all your videos. Magaganda naman, talagang okay. And then at this point, our teachers are already on vacation. We are hoping you will not control them anymore, except kung may mga unfinished business pa sila, checking of forms and the rest, pero mabilisan. Hindi na yung parang pag-aari na ninyo yung mga teachers. Okay. I'd like also to mention the election of AXA officers, with the president, the outgoing president, Sir Reynaldo Lopez, is here. It will be done tomorrow and up to Friday. So sana matapos po yan. And I have seen all your campaign strategies. And ang masasabi ko, you are following the right politics. Walang siraan, magaganda ang pungkoy. Kaya kami po sa division, wala naman kami pinapanigan. Whoever wins shall be lucky. Yung hindi, better luck next time. So sana friends lang kayo ulit. Ano? Then I'd like to appreciate the implementation of SBM, except for some negative Juan, but we are happy that all of you are cooperating with SBN and the WINS. Particularly, lalong gumaganda ang mga school natin because of the WINS implementation. So thank you to the medical health and nutrition headed by Dr. Hira, our medical officer. And I'd like to mention also the liquidation and utilization as already emphasized. So kailangan mabilis na tayo dito sa utilization of resources. Kaya hindi pa dumarating ang pera, dapat may plano na tayo. And also, be always aware of immediate liquidation. And may inform you also that we have 43 senior high school had already lapsed. More than 5 years na kasi sila. 43 of them. And we are now finalizing reviewing their status. Kung mag-comply nila, nakapasa sila, kasi ang condition doon is dapat nag-exam sila. Dapat may evidence result of na nag-exam sila. Kung nag-exam naman sila, titingnan natin sa RQA kung wala siyang kaparehas na major or expertise doon sa RQA. Dahil kung may kaparehas, passer siya, mas bibigyan ng priority po yung nasa RQA na passer with the same major. Kaya we will be sorry kung siya po ay hindi na makukuha. So yan po, as of now, we are now finalizing it. Kaya we are hoping that by next week, baka finalize na and you will be able to know it. As regards yung mga nabigyan na ng RECOM, pero sabi nila, bakit hanggang ngayon hindi pa sila nabibigyan ng appointment? Kasi ang sabi, as per verification from the HR, dapat not later than August ang pagkuha ng appointment. So yan siguro ang kuha doon. Kaya be sure you ask the HR about it kasi parang wala pang NOSCA. Ang NOSCA kasi parang later pa. Although, meron na tayong mga RECOM, may nakahanda na, pero awaiting for the release of the NOSCA. Yan ang konsyan. So, that's all and all other concerns for secondary. So, if you have any questions, some more clarification, please ask it in the chat box. So we'll later answer it. So sa chat box. Okay, so that's all, ma'am. Thank you so much. And please continue listening, our dear secondary school heads. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Swen. Actually, we are all updated. So that is actually the advantage of having the secondary and elementary because we're also updated about the secondary's updates and informations. So with this, at this juncture, we will proceed to the presentation of accomplishments. Okay, so we will first have the first congressional districts to be followed by the second districts and the third congressional districts. So for the first congressional districts, we have Ma'am Saibel S. Esclanda, the principal one of Cabusao Central School, Cabusao District. to be followed by the 2nd Congressional District, Jane G. Harris, the teacher in charge of Maykatmon Elementary School, Milaor District. And for the 3rd Congressional District, Dr. Marilyn C. Brasil, Head Teacher 3, AT Manaog Elementary School, Pili West District. For the 5th Congressional District, Mary Ann Villoso from Batu District.
Our schools.
Hello. Okay, while we have the presentations, we will have this a working break. I'd like you to take a look at the presentations and give feedback later on, especially the unit heads or ASDSS who have concerns. So we will be able to maximize the time. So we are having a lunch break, but please take a look at your laptops, cell phones, so you will be able to appreciate the presentations of each of the districts from the 1st to 5th district. Thank you very much.
Our schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Loida Enidea, the ESDSS of Camarines Sur, Ma'am Lynn, Ma'am Maggie, Sir. Our schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Loida Enidea, the ESDSS of Camarines Sur, Ma'am Lynn, Ma'am Maggie, Sir Swen, the SGOD Chief, Sir Peter, EPSS of Camarines Sur, to the PSDSS of 1st to 5th Congressional District, especially to our PSDS, Ma'am Agnes M. Cordial. Fellow school heads, good morning. My task is to give report of the fund utilization of Cabusao Central School as of June 30, 2021. Our first fund utilized is the school-based feeding program for 2021. We have fund downloaded as of February 24, 2021, amounting to 230,400. The fund utilized as of June 2021 with an amount of 216,176. Our beneficiaries is 192 pupils. Second is the additional MOE for 2019. The fund downloaded last April 23, 2021, amounting to 73,272.55 centavos. The fund utilized and liquidated last May 14, 2021, amounting to 73,082 pesos and 69 centavos. Now, the beneficiaries are 20 teachers, 1 non-teaching, 1 school head, and 55 pupils. So we have our project is the water dispenser and 2 filing cabinet and steel casement window of 2 classroom. The third is the continuing balance of 2020. The fund downloaded last May 14, 2021, amounting to 233,618 and 62 centavos. The fund utilized and liquidated last June 2, 2021, amounting to 233,142 pesos. Now, the beneficiaries are 20 teachers, 1 school head, 555 pupils. So, the funds were used to buy 1 laptop, 20 printers, 4 teachers, that is 1:1 printer per teacher. And the remaining amount were both bond papers, ball pens, and ink. We have the 2021 school MOE allocation. We have 592,000 funds for MOE, but we have only 4 downloads as of the moment. Now, for number 1, for January, we have the funds downloaded last March 25, 2021, amounting to 26,700. And the funds were liquidated last April 6, 2021, amounting to 26,668 pesos and 38 centavos. The funds were used for school maintenance and operating expenses. The beneficiaries were 20 teachers, 1 non-teaching, and 1 school head. Download for the 2021 school MOE is for February 2021. Downloaded last March 25, 2021, amounting to 135,850 pesos. Then the funds liquidated last April 21, 2021, amounting to 135,777 pesos and 74 centavos. Now, the beneficiaries were 20 teachers, 1 non-teaching, 1 school head, and for 555 pupils. We bought bond papers, school supplies, and medical supplies. Then the third download is for March, downloaded last April 23, 2021, amounting to 30,780. Liquidated last May 30, 2021. Amount of liquidation is 30,421. That is used for school maintenance and operating expenses, and we bought brush cutter for the school. Now, the beneficiaries are for the 20 teachers, 1 non-teaching, and 1 school head. This is the last download. We have April 2021. That is downloaded May 21, 2021, amounting to 145,825. The funds were utilized or liquidated last July 12, 2021, with 145,763 pesos and 14 centavos utilized fund. Now, we use that for repair and maintenance of school building and structures. Now, the beneficiaries were 20 teachers, 1 non-teaching, 1 school head. All liquidation reports were submitted on the reglementary period, except April, due to the following reasons. 1. Our laborer brother died, so his work were not finished on time. Number 2, though our checks and DBs are ready for payment, the supplier hardware were locked down, then the owner died because of COVID-19, and his cashier and caretaker has been quarantined for 14 days. The success of having 90% liquidation report submitted on the reglementary period is the cooperation, dedication, sacrifices, selflessness, and willingness of all. To my dear teachers, especially my disbursing officer, Shi De Mesa, and to our bookkeeper, Mr. Erwin Abasola, thank you very much for the 100% support. And to everyone, thank you for bearing with us. Good day, everyone. Okay. All liquidation reports were submitted on the reglementary period, except April, due to the following reasons. 1. Our laborer brother died, so his work were not finished on time. Number 2, though our checks and DBs are ready for payment, the supplier hardware were locked down, then the owner died because of COVID-19, and his cashier and caretaker has been quarantined for 14 days. The success of having 90% liquidation report submitted on the
to our kind-hearted and gorgeous Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida Enidea, CESO 5, beautiful and energetic ASDS, Dr. Lynn Z. Padillo, ASDS in charge for 1st to 3rd Congressional District, charming ASDS, Dr. Maria Magnolia F. Brioso, CESO 6, ASDS in charge for the 4th and 5th Congressional District, lovely CID Chief, Dr. Mariben D. Berha, good-looking SDOD Chief, Dr. Pedro J. Pelonio, Public Schools District Supervisors, Section Heads, Head of Schools, a blessed morning to all of you. Before I start with my presentation, let me first give you a short background of our humble school. Maykatmon ES belongs to the small school category with 7 teachers, which includes yours truly. It is one of the 11 schools in Milaor District, located at the back of the provincial capital, built in 1962 and with school ID number 112783. I was tasked to share with you the financial performance of our school for the 1st and 2nd quarter of fiscal year 2021. Presented in this slide the financial programs of our school for fiscal year 2021. Our total cash program was 270,000, less 5% tax remittance advice amounting to 13,500. So we have the program net of TRA, which is 256,500. This amount was prorated for our monthly disbursement program. For the 1st and 2nd quarter from January 2021 to June 2021 of our maintenance and other operating expenses, the total amount released to our school was 198,185 or 77% of the total net of TRA. For the other funds downloaded, we have 180,327. It covers the additional MOE amounting to 43,927, cleanup fund amounting to 20,000, and school-based feeding program fund of 116,400. The total remaining amount to be downloaded in our school for the 3rd and 4th quarter is 58,315 or 23% of the total net of TRA. We come now to our monthly disbursement program. For January 2021, the total downloaded fund was 109,714. And we utilized the same amount. That's why for January 2021, we have 100% fund utilization. For February and March 2021, the downloaded amount was 19,907, and we utilized the same amount. That's why for February and March 2021, we have 100% utilization. For April 2021, we have 35,002 pesos downloaded amount, and we utilized the same amount. So for April 2021, we have 100% utilization of funds. In this slide, we will see the downloaded MOE for May and June, amounting to 33,562. We utilized the same amount, so for May and June 2021, we have 100% utilization. For our school-based feeding program, we have a total downloaded amount of 116,400, and we utilized 110,945 pesos. We have refunded and paid due to BIR amounting to 5,455 pesos, with OR number 4127156 to 4127157, dated June 11, 2021. For the cleanup fund, we have 20,000 and we utilized 19,459. Then 541.35 was refunded with OR number 4127156, dated June 11, 2021. When it comes to additional MOE, which was intended for the printing of modules and DAS, we have 8,750 pesos, and we utilized the same amount, so we have 100% utilization. Let's come now to the summary of fund released to Maykatmon Elementary School. On February 2, 2021, we received the cash advance for January 2021 in the amount of 109,714. We utilized the same amount, and the liquidation report was transmitted. On February 19, 2021, we received and disbursed 19,907. The status of liquidation report was transmitted. On May 14, 2021, we received the April 2021 budget, which is 35,002 pesos, and same amount was disbursed. The status of liquidation report was transmitted. On June 10, 2021, May and June allocated funds was received amounting to 33,562 pesos. Same amount was utilized and the liquidation report is for book up. On January 19, 2021, we received the school-based feeding program fund amounting to 116,400. We utilized 110,944 pesos and 93 centavos. Liquidation report was transmitted according to our bookkeeper. On March 10, 2021, additional MOE was received amounting to 35,177 pesos. The amount utilization was 34,055 pesos and 45 centavos. Liquidation report was submitted. On May 20, 2021, we received the cleanup fund amounting to 20,000 pesos. We utilized 19,458 pesos and 63 centavos. Papers for liquidation was transmitted. On July 5, 2021, additional MOE was downloaded amounting to 8,750 pesos. We disbursed the same amount and the status of the liquidation report was for reprocess. We settled the excess funds and due to BIR at the cashier's office on June 11, 2021 with OR number 4127156 to 4127157. In this slide, we will see the status of current year cash advances and liquidation on MOE and other funds. For maintenance and other operating expenses, from January to June 2021, the total amount of cash advance granted to our school was 198,185 pesos. We liquidated the same amount. That's why we obtain a liquidation rate of 100%. When it comes to other MOE, we have received a total of 63,927 pesos, and we liquidated the same amount, so our liquidation rate is 100%. For the school-based feeding program, we received 116,400 pesos. Then the same amount were also submitted. That's why we come up in the 100% liquidation rate. I would like to take this opportunity to commend our senior bookkeeper, Ms. Dolores G. de la Cruz, for helping us keep our liquidation reports and disbursements in order. We have no issues, concerns, and recommendations when it comes to budget implementation. Glimpses of our implemented projects. Before I end my presentation, let me share with you this quotation from Jack Lu. The budget is not just a collection of numbers, but an expression of our values and aspirations. This is J.N.G. Heras, Teacher 3, Teacher in charge of Maykatmon Elementary School, saying thank you and good morning.
To our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida Enidea, our ASDSS, Madam Lynn Z. Padillo, and Madam Maria Magnolia F. Brioso, our CID Chief, Dr. Maribel D. Berha, our SGOD Chief, Dr. Pedro J. Pelonio, Education Program Supervisors, Public School District Supervisors, especially to our ever-supportive and lovely Dr. Irene Imalate of Pili West District. School heads coming from 1st to 5th Congressional District, OSDS, units and section heads, division IT staff, and nurses. To everyone, good morning. In conformity to the Division Memorandum Number 268, Series 2021, dated July 21, 2021, 5th Division Management Committee meeting for elementary school heads, as well as the Project SMILE by our Regional Director, R.D. Gilberti Sadsad, of which SMILE stands for S. Security and Safety, M. Modalities of learning, I. In-service training, L. Learning resources, and E. Engagements of stakeholders. Please allow me to give our updates from our school, Alejandro Timanaog Elementary School, Pili West District, regarding 1. Fund utilized as of June 30, 2021. 2. Report on vaccination. 3. End of school year 2020-2021. 4. Issues and concerns and interventions made for school year 2020-2021. And 5. Plans for school year 2021-2022. May we now humbly present to you the following updates, challenges, and future plans of ACMES. The status of each fund utilization as of June 30, 2021. 100% utilized, namely for the implemented school-based feeding program from March to May 2021. For the GPP, with our very generous donors, stakeholders, the Young Living Foundation with Phil Essence Incorporated, and the Greater Sonta Philippines. The third is the continuing balance was used in the purchase of school supplies and equipment. The 2021 budget allocation was disbursed for the different programs and projects based from the SIP, AIP, and WFP, inclusive of supplemental budget for emergency purposes. ATMES encountered the following issues and concerns. First, due to the pandemic, the school MOE downloading was delayed. And the second, shortage of school supplies and equipment, medical supplies and kit due to the law of supply and demand. Yet, such issues and concerns were properly handled and resolved. In response to DepEd's call for the full participation in its back-to-school program, 2 out of 8 regular permanent employees have already completed the 2 doses of vaccine against COVID-19. The remaining 6 teachers have registered for vaccination and awaiting for the next schedule. As of date, ATMES end of school year report shows the following results. For grades 1 to 5, these are the number of passers. Grade 1, 23, grade 2, 32, grade 3, 32, grade 4, 25, grade 5, 18. Therefore, ATMES has 100% promotion rate for grades 1 to 5. In addition, 20 learners from kindergarten are completers, while in grade 6, 22 learners are promoted to grade 7. Therefore, no learners will undergo remediation and with no reported NLPLS or no longer participating in learning sessions. Since the school has started the school-based feeding program as per schedule, by the School Division Office from March to May 2021 and met the 60 feeding days, ATMES has 0 number of learners for the double feeding. ATMES has encountered the following challenges with the following issues and concerns for the school year 2020-2021. Issues and concerns: 1. Distribution of nutritious food products without compromising the health of teachers and parents. Intervention: conducted parents' orientation by the school scheduled observing the IFTF health and safety protocols. Issues and concerns: insufficient printing materials and printer during opening of classes. Intervention made, campaign for stakeholders, donors, voluntary support and assistance. Shared personal bond papers, ink, and printers for the pre-production of modules and others. Maximize MOE disbursement for the immediate purchases for the needed materials and equipment for the module printing, reproduction, and others. Mandatory, emergency, and priority expenses for the intervention made. Issues and concerns: communication gap with the parents, limited communication gadgets of the parents, or some parents, their cell phone are not Android. Intervention made, teachers created group chat by grade level for posting of the needed announcement, information, reminders, messages to parents apart from the personal call, text as needed. We also have the coordinated with the Barangay Council for DepEd related assistance. Another issues and concerns, parents' difficulty in coping with the timetable for the distribution and collections, retrieval of modules, last, etc., due to the demand for the family livelihood time constraints and overlapping schedules for their children in both elementary and secondary schools. Intervention made, they are allowed to get modules during teachers on work on site. Pupils were given additional time, days, to finish their modules before getting the next set of modules. Another issues and concerns, hard to maintain cleanliness with vast school ground in GPP areas due to the perennial growing of unwanted tall grasses, with parents limited time for related voluntary labor assistance amid pandemic. Interventions we made, called PTA board meeting, conducted cleaning of parents by schedule, assigned parents group in GPP area. Malfunction school electrical connection during lockdown, that is issues and concerns. While we have the intervention, relocation, and provided electrical wirings. Issues and concerns, improvement or repair, improvement of hand-washing facilities, classroom ceiling, roofing, doors, and windows damaged by the recent series of typhoons, and washing facilities damaged by typhoons. Intervention, repaired of hand-washing, lavatory, and water connection. Issues and concerns, implementation, monitoring, sustainability of modular approach in learning and BELCP. Intervention made, teachers have prepared series of interventions relative to curriculum instruction. With the utmost teamwork, hand in hand with the dynamic guidance and supervision from the higher DepEd official, our PSDS, EPS, CID, SGOD chiefs, ASDS, SDS, RD, and Central Office and education stakeholders, such issues and concerns have been properly handled and resolved alongside with the implemented interventions. Looking forward for another fruitful school year, ATMES has fully dedicated its commitment to carry out the following plans for school year 2021-2022. Shown here, the graphs are fund required and strategies to perform on how to fully utilize such funds. First, KRA1, Instructional Leadership and Curriculum. We have there already mentioned the inset, Slack training seminars, webinar, and others trainings, SLMs, LAS, curriculum contextualization, and also the graduation ceremony. Funds required 15,100. Strategy, To fully utilize fund, we will have to approve the project proposals, have DepEd memorandum basis. Second one, school leadership management and operation. This is composed of SBM, ESIP, LIS, EBIIS, and etc. Required amount at least 15,000 pesos with the strategies, approved project proposals, and memorandum. The third CRA is learning environment. We should have the following programs and projects. Sample, GAD, DRRM, WINS, GPP, WATCH, school-based feeding program, CPC, repair of school gate, drainage canal, and etc. Amounting to 180,000 pesos. Strategies to fully utilize these funds. We should follow the work financial plan, AIP, SIP, project proposals, and also donations from our stakeholders. The fourth CRA is Human Resource Management and Development. Sample of this is LDM, the LAC, and others. Funds required, 20,000 pesos. Strategies utilized fund fully. We should have approved project proposal, SDO memorandum, school memorandum. Last but not the least, CRA 5, Parents Involvement and Community Partnership. We have example is the Brigada Eskwela Plus, and others. Funds required, 10,000 pesos. Strategies to be utilized is having invitation letters, proposal, programs. With all of these, please allow me to end my presentation by my favorite line from a good friend, Sir Roy Tivenet, that nobody exempt from the trials of life, but everyone can always find something positive in everything, even in the worst of times like this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. God bless everyone.
isa po pwedeng i-slide show. Ano ka slide show po na? Kahit paano kaya na?
Ayan lang. 15 minutes lang pa, ano lang kami.
Bigyan naman.
So, mga anong oras na yun?
Dapat taro po kaya. Bigyan pwede.
12:30 pa lang sa po.
Kaya lang. Note mo.
Stand by. Garuda na huwag ka ng daanan na. Hindi mga 12:45 lang. Ano nung oras? 12:36 plus 15 minutes. 30, 40. At 55. After 15 minutes. Hello? Hello? Sir P, ma-announce lang. Naka-on air ba? Hello? Hello? Good noon to everyone. Okay. Good noon to everyone. We will declare a 15-minute break. So we will resume after 15 minutes. So we will have a lunch break. Anyway, I know you have already your working lunch. So we will just enjoy at least 15 minutes. So after that, maybe before 1 hour, we will be settled down. So enjoy your 15 minutes break. Thank you.
Check. Hello, check. 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 Hello, check. Check.
basta 1,800 baga po ang kada sa per teacher. What 120? Ano to 31 na?
Hello, check. Check.
Check.
Mic check.
Saan talaga kayo target lang? So dito, seat light na.
Hello. Hello? Hello? Hello, mic test, sound check. Okay na?
Hello, good afternoon. We're done with our 15 minutes break, so we will proceed with the presentation of accomplishments. So for the 5th Congressional District, represented by Ma'am Mary Ann Villoso, the Principal 1 of San Vicente Elementary School, Batu District.
Good afternoon, everyone. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Loida N. Idea, to our assistant schools division superintendents, Dr. Lindsay Padillo, Dr. Maria Magnolia F. Brioso, Dr. Sueño S. Losada, CID Chief, Dr. Mariben D. Berha, SGOD Chief, Dr. Pedro J. Pelonio, to the different education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, section heads, elementary and secondary school heads attending via online, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I present to you the accomplishment report of San Vicente Elementary School, Batu District. This is Mary Ann T. Villoso, the school principal. For the funds utilization as of June 2021, first is the school-based feeding program. The amount downloaded, 200,400. Fund utilized, 190,060 pesos and 22 centavos, or 95% utilization. The date of release of fund was on February 29, 2021, and the liquidation report was submitted on May 20, 2021. The beneficiaries, 55 kinder learners and 112 grades 1 to 6 learners, a total of 167. For the 2019 additional MOE, the downloaded amount to the school is 51,365 pesos and 55 centavos, and we utilized 50,875 pesos and 79 centavos, or 99% utilization. Date of release of fund, May 14, 2021. LR submission was on June 16, 2021. For the 2020 MOE continuing balance, the amount downloaded, 83,688 pesos and 65 centavos. We utilized 83,247 pesos and 49 centavos, or 99% utilization. Date of release of fund was on May 14, 2021. LR was submitted on June 25, 2021. The school has an MOE allocation for fiscal year 2021 amounting to 415,000 pesos. For the first quarter, the school has a downloaded amount of 151,925 pesos and 90 centavos. We utilized almost 100% of it, 151,896.38 centavos. So, may I repeat? For the 2021 MOE allocation, we have 415,000 pesos. For the first quarter, the downloaded amount is 151,925 pesos and 90 centavos. Fund utilized 151,896 pesos and 38 centavos. Date of release of fund was on February 19, 2021. The liquidation report was submitted on April 28, 2021. For the second quarter, the downloaded amount is 121,381 pesos and 50 centavos. We utilized 121,363 pesos and 74 centavos, almost 100% utilization. Date of release of fund, June 25, 2021. The liquidation report will be submitted this week. For the cleanup and minor repair, the downloaded amount is 20,000 pesos. We utilized 18,030 pesos and 6 centavos or 90% utilization. The fund was released on February 3, 2021, and the liquidation report was submitted on March 8, 2021. The fund was downloaded in gross amount, so the BIR due was refunded. We also have temporary learning spaces, TLS. The downloaded amount is 85,300 pesos. We utilized 81,783 pesos and 73 centavos. The fund was released on February 3, 2021, and the liquidation report was submitted on May 7, 2021. The fund was downloaded in gross amount, so the BIR due was refunded. We also have additional fund for learning materials in the amount of 21,125 pesos. We utilized 20,986 pesos and 10 centavos or 99% utilization. The date of release of fund was on June 24, 2021, and the liquidation report will be submitted this week. For the other details, all liquidation reports received by the senior bookkeeper. The BIR taxes and excess funds were also refunded. For the issues and concerns, difficulty in the procurement process when PhilJeff's posting is needed. For number 2 report on vaccination. 0 or none of the teachers got vaccinated against COVID-19. Plans to realize successful vaccination plan. 1. Encourage all teachers to register and coordinate with their LGUs for them to be vaccinated. Request them to know their vaccination details for documentation and monitoring purposes of DepEd. And last, strictly follow the required health standards before, during, and after the immunization. For the end of the school year 2020-2021 report, the number of completers or graduates. For kinder, we have 55, grade 1, 34, grade 2, 62, grade 3, 45, grade 4, 57, grade 5, 64, grade 6, 47. And we have 1 learner for remediation. The issues and concerns for this report: the parents of the learner declined the remediation activity due to their upcoming transfer of residence. Another issues and concerns for school year 2020-2021 and interventions made. Issues and concerns: insufficient funds for the printing of self-learning modules or LAS. The interventions made: we tapped the barangay LGU and other schools stakeholders for support. difficulty in assessing learners' progress. The intervention made maintained constant communication with the parents or guardians through text messages or messenger. Another one, parents or guardians' ability to take the role of learning facilitators. The intervention made, the school provided open communication between the parents or guardians and teachers. Parents or guardians unable to sustain the routine in the distribution of self-learning modules or LAS. Intervention made, the school requested the assistance of the barangay LGU to deliver the self-learning modules or LAS. Self-learning modules or LAS not returned on a scheduled time of retrieval. Intervention made, the teachers gave ample time for the learners to accomplish the modules or LAS. Plans for 2020-2021. Under the KRA Instructional Leadership and Curriculum, funds required 10,000, strategies to utilize funds fully, conduct school-based insets, and LAC sessions on literacy, instruction, and other professional development of teachers. 5,000, encourage teachers to develop contextualized instructional materials or IMs. For the learning environment, 50,000, prepare project proposals for implementation of the school programs and projects based on the Enhanced School Improvement Plan, Annual Implementation Plan, and Work and Financial Plan. Example for this is a project for the WINS. That would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the reporters or presenters for the elementary. Okay. We've noted and appreciate your laudable accomplishments in your respective schools, and congratulations for that. A round of applause for them. Thank you. At this juncture, we will proceed to the updates for the SGOD. Let us welcome our very approachable and energetic SGOD chief, no other than Dr. Pedro Pelonio. Okay? Okay, we will just proceed for the accounting section. Okay, my dear friends.
Good morning, everyone. To
My
our
dear friends,
SDS, Ma'am Loida Enidea.
it's my pleasure
To
to introduce
ASDS,
to
Ma'am
you
Lynn,
our
and
accountant for the Schools Division Office of Camarines Sur, no other than Ma'am Girly Cañas.
good morning, everyone. To our SDS, Ma'am Loida Enidea. To ASDS, Ma'am Lynn, and Maggie. To the chiefs, Sir Peter and Ma'am Maben. To the PSDSS, good morning, everyone. To our SDS, Ma'am Loida Enidea. To ASDS, Ma'am Lynn, and ASDS Maggie. To the chiefs, Sir Peter and Ma'am Maben. To the PSDSS and school heads who are attending this MANCOM. Good morning to all of you. So, here's the update from the accounting section. First update is about the Division Memorandum Number 257 Series of 2021 dated July 15, 2021. So it's about the implementation of double feeding for nutrition food products for school year 2020 to 2021. So as per memorandum, the conduct of double feeding is allowed up to July 31, 2021 only. So extended siya but only until July 31 only po. Extended and double feeding po until July 31. So what will happen po for those who are unable to complete the 60 days feeding days? So they can resume feeding at the start of school year 2021 to 2022. However, since nag-stop po tayo ng feeding on July 31, 2021, liquidation reports for the feeding implemented as of July 31 should be submitted on or before August 31, 2021. So, kailangan po nating mag-submit ng partial liquidation for the funds that are already disbursed as of July 31 po. The next update is Division Memo Number 260 Series of 2021. So ito naman po yung downloaded funds for minimum health standards for COVID-19 mitigation and control. So what are the eligible expenses that can be charged to this fund? So the first is repair or improvement of hand washing facilities. So yan yung number one priority po that can be charged to this fund. Number two, supplies and materials, such as, so in-enumerate po dyan yung mga items, and limitations as to quantity. So yan po, paki-check na lang po sa Division Memo 260. So disposable face mask, 3 boxes per school personnel, face shields, 12 pieces per school personnel, trash bins for infectious materials, 1 per office, glass barriers for tables, foot bath, 1 per office, disinfectant, so as needed po, and the 70% alcohol to be used at the main entrance. IEC materials and signages po for COVID-19 response. Then, another semi-expendable items costing below 15,000 each. So, only for those schools po na hindi pa bumibili ng mga items from the school MOOE. So, this can be charged din po from the downloaded funds. Yung 1 unit sprayer, 1 piece disinfectant or fogging or sanitizing machine, thermal scanner with stand, automatic or touchless alcohol dispenser, and air purifier, 1 per office. Then also, individual health and safety kits for teaching and non-teaching personnel, which include, number 1, 1 bottle of 50 ml 70% alcohol, 1 bottle of 50 ml of 70% alcohol hand spray, 1 bottle of 100 ml hand sanitizer, 1 bottle of 200 to 250 ml antimicrobial liquid hand soap, 1 piece 60 grams antimicrobial soap, and 30 pieces vitamin C plus zinc. So, pwede po natin itong i-distribute sa ating mga teaching and non-teaching personnel. And then, my next slide is about the update on MOE utilization as of last week, July 24, 2021. So, for FY 2021, total allotment for elementary is 318.15 M, and utilized as of July 24 is 163.78 M or 51%. So, graphical presentation po of utilization. So you can see the utilized and unutilized portion and the breakdown of unutilized amount. So it is composed of yung per congressional district po that contributes to the unutilized amount. So, yung Congressional District 1, so 13% po yung share niya sa unutilized. District 2, 16%. District 3, 15%. District 4, 33%. And District 5, 24%. So, medyo malaki-laki pa po yung unutilized amount ng Districts 4 and 5. So, sana po kaya nating habulin yan on the 3rd and 4th quarters. These are the top 5 schools with highest utilization rate. So, top 1 is Linaga ES of Canacman with 95% utilization. Second one is Punta ES of Calabanga West with 94% utilization. The third one is Kamambugan ES of Libmana North, 93%. Next is Villa Florida ES from Ocampo, 92%. And top 5 is from Gubat CS from Lagunoy South District. So congratulations to these 5 schools who got the highest utilization rate as of July 24, 2021. This slide also shows the top 5 districts with highest utilization rate. So as of July 24, Milaor got the highest utilization of 70%, followed by Del Gallego District, 69% utilization. Congratulations. So the third one is Libmana North, of 67% utilization rate. Next is Tigaon, who got 65% utilization of school MOE. And top 5 is Canacman District with 64% utilization. So congratulations to these 5 districts with the highest utilization of their school MOE. As to schools without MOE downloads for FY 2021, so out of 865 schools, there are still 42 elementary schools without download, or a total of 5%. So from District 1, we have 6 schools still with no download for January to July 24. Second District, we have 3 schools. From the 3rd District, we have still 3 schools. From the 4th District, 21. So medyo malaki-laki pa po yung mga walang download sa 4th District. So habol-habol po tayo. District 5, we have 9 schools, a total of 42 schools. So eto po yung breakdown ng mga schools or yung list ng schools na walang download. So, in detail po, yung 42 schools na na-mention ko po sa previous slide. So, kindly take a picture na lang po or tingnan nyo na lang po kung nandyan yung mga schools ninyo. And Please coordinate with your bookkeepers kung ano pa po yung mga kailangan nating submit na requirements para po mag-go yung ating downloads. Program Funds Utilization Report as of July 24, 2021. So there are several funds that are downloaded to the schools. So first is the school-based feeding program for school year 2020 to 2021. So out of 148 million, we have utilized 147M or 99%. So halos almost 100% na po tayong utilization for feeding. Although meron na naman pong susunod na i-implement na feeding for 2021 to 2022 which will start on September of this year. So meron na namang bagong ida-download po after implementation of this feeding. May susunod na feeding na po ulit. And next one, the TLS. So out of 8.9 million, utilize na po natin yung 7.9 million or 89%. So sa clean up naman po, clean up and minor repair, out of 11 million allotted funds, already utilized is 10.18 M or 93%. For the learning material, so ito po yung downloaded din po sa schools to be utilized for EPP, TLE, and TVL for the third and fourth quarters. 41.4 million ang total allotted amount and utilized na po yung 39.52 million or 95%. So ito po yung pinakabago, yung downloaded funds for minimum health standards. So a total of 77.69 million po ang dinownload sa atin. So as of July 24, since kaka-receive lang po ng sub-araw this July, but we have already utilized 41% or 31.62 M. So yun, for the program funds. And here are the list naman po ng schools without TLS, download, although meron po silang allocation. So total of 10 schools. We have Balagon ES from Pasacao, San Antonio ES also from Pasacao. From Goa, yung Salog ES, Lagunoy North, Sipaco ES. From Sangay, Kilantao ES, Baao, Cristo Rey ES, and Tapol ES. Buhi, Ibayugan ES, Nabwa East, San Jose ES, and Nabwa West, San Jose Integrated School. So sila po yung may mga allocated amount for TLS but still hanggang ngayon ay wala pa pong download. So kindly submit your proposals and a program of works and yung iba pa pong requirements for the school to be downloaded with TLS. Ito naman po yung walang downloads sa clean up and minor repair. So meron pa pong 30 schools na wala pa pong download sa clean up. So yan, hindi ko na po isa-isahing babasahin. So kindly take a look na lang po sa list. And ito naman po yung list na wala pang mga school bank accounts. So meron pa din tayong 33 schools na hindi nakakapag-open ng bank accounts. So from District 1, we have 4 from Sipocot South, 3 from Pasacao, sa District 2. Sa District 3 naman po, 1 from Bumbon, and 2 from Calabanga. Sa 4th District, we have Garchitorena, 3 schools pa po ang walang bank account. Goa, 1 school. Parugkan, 1. Sangay, 3 schools. San Jose, 1. Siruma, 3 schools. Tinambak North, 5 schools pa po ang walang bank account. And then sa 5th District naman po, we have 1 from Balatan, 1 from Bato, 1 from Buhi, and 2 from Nabwa West. So kindly update po yung mga status ninyo and kung may mga needed pa pong requirements, pakiasikaso and coordinate closely with your respective bookkeepers. So, yun lang po ang updates from the accounting section. Thank you very much po and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Burley. So now we will proceed to the ICT updates or ICT sections. May I call on our IT expert, no other than Mr. Philip Librea.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Venus. Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Venus. Once again, wala. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Okay. Okay, once again, thank you very much to our MC, Ma'am Venus, and to the superintendency group. My salutation, and to all the PSDS who are here in the venue. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I just would like to give you some updates on ICT, and the following are the agenda for the updates. So ilan lamang po ito, kaunti lang po itong updates ko sa ICT. And of course, I would like to start with the distribution of the SIM card. Kahit wala pa yung presentation natin. But anyway, it will just be displayed. Vince? Sige. For the distribution of the SIM card, lahat po tayo, teaching and non-teaching, will be receiving the SIM card. And actually, this was already started last week. And yung mga pumupunta nga po dito, mga school ICT coordinators, sila po ay nakakuha na siguro. And I have seen some of the ICT coordinators, they are outside filling up the form. And this is actually a tandem effort of the ICT and the supply that will be distributing all the SIM cards. Okay, so this is based on the guidelines on the delivery and registration of the SIM cards and connectivity load. So ang una po nilang gagawin, next slide please, kailangan po makaregister tayo once you have gotten your SIM card. Ito po ang gagawin ninyo, you have to register that under this address, depedconnect.com.ph. Okay, so kaya po kailangan, bago natin ito magamit, and ito po ay wala itong tinatawag na load dun sa text and call. Meron lang po ito dun sa data. So data lamang po ang magagamit natin dito. Next slide. This, as I had said a while ago, this will be through to all the teaching and non-teaching personnel. Okay, it was started last July 23, 2021. And mayroon po tayong 1 month to register ang ating SIM card. So kaya po, after that, next succeeding month, hindi na po kayo maluludan yan. Because every month, this will be loaded by the central office. Okay, so it is important that you will be able to register that under the site that I have mentioned. And next, please. Okay, so the process for this distribution, starting off from the central office, going down to the ITO/supply officer, and this will be distributed to the school ICT and property custodian, and then will be distributed to all teaching and non-teaching personnel. Okay. So that is for the distribution of the SIM card. Next slide, please. Ito po yung form na ginagawa ng ating mga ICT coordinators. So bago nila makuha yung SIM card, they'll have to accomplish first this form, and then to be submitted to the office of the supply office. Next. So another one is I just would like to give you some update on the MMCS, or this is the Multimedia and Communication Services. But this is actually being managed by our group under the leadership of Ma'am Presi de la Vega. So nagkaroon na po tayo ng first issuance in the first quarter, at that will be followed by the succeeding quarter. And it will be in this MMCS, one of the features of this MMCS is issuing this publication called the Legacy. So kaya ito pong Legacy natin, this is being issued quarterly. So for every quarter, mayroon pong dalawang pinifeature dyan na office dito sa division office. And of course, ito pong pinifeature na dalawang office sa ating legacy. Ito po yung mga offices, sa division office where it featured the different deliveries of the offices. Okay, so ngayong quarter po na darating, hindi ko po alam kung anong magiging office ang i-feature dito. And then, this publication called Legacy is, of course, started this year, just this year. So hopefully this will be continued until the next year and the next coming years. Okay. Yes, by the way, medyo nahihirapan talaga ang grupo ng aming MMCS. So we are inviting everyone to submit if you have a brilliant idea on the different articles that you would like to feature, pwede rin naman po nating isubmit yan. Through the office of Ma'am Presi de la Vega na nandun po sa Library Hub. Okay? So next is updates on, next please, the 0365. So, previously, next slide. Previously, mayroon po tayong 0365 para lang sa mga personnel. But after that, mayroon na po tayo ngayong issuances of the 0365 to the learners. So ngayon naman po ang mga learners natin ang mayroong 0365 account. Ano po ang ginawa natin dito? Nagkaroon po tayo dito ng orientation to the different ICT coordinators for both elementary and secondary. Only that some are still asking kung ano yung mga kailangan nila para magkaroon ng account, yung mga learners. So sabi ko, they'll have to accomplish the template where we prescribe, of course, by the central office, and to submit to the link that we have actually given to them previous months ago. Okay, so yung pong issuances ng 0365 to learners, mayroon lang pong napakahalagang dalawang steps. The first step, ito po para magkaroon sila ng next slide. The first step is the school ICT coordinator will download and fill up the automation template. So yung pinakita natin kanina. And then, you'll have to download that under that link. And then, save that in your computer or in your laptop. And then, copy-paste the column A to G from your original account or spreadsheet. And then, enter the personal email or the mobile, if applicable. So ito yung first step. The second step, okay, ito naman po. Okay? School ICT, again, will upload a accomplished form, pag na-accomplish niyo yung form, and then that will be uploaded to the link, under that link that you are seeing. And then, use your DepEd email account. This is the most important here. You have to use the DepEd email account. Others are still using the Gmail, but we are discouraging especially teachers who are using the Gmail account. So kailangan po, kung wala tayong DepEd email, please try to request that in our office, ICT, and we will issue you your DepEd email account. Okay? So in charge of this, of course, is the school ICT. Ano ba ang kalagaan nito? Issuances of, or issuing of the 0365 to learners. Unang-una po, we'll be able to create a team. Kung tayo po ngayon, mga personnel, ay nagmi-meeting, nagbe-virtual conferences, using the Google team, ito naman po, sa level ng mga teachers or sa school, they will be able to create a team, and ang mangyayari po niyan, ang mga audience niya is yung kanyang mga estudyante. So, magiging maganda po ang gamit ng ating 0365 if it is already distributed to the learners. Okay? So, ang gagawin na lang ng ating mga teachers, kailangan po magkaroon sila ng strategy on how they are going to manage the utilization of this Microsoft team. Okay? So, next slide. Okay. Another one. Okay, so I'll give you now the next, sige, Vince. The next slide. This is now our new SDO contact number. So yung iba po nahirapan. Saan ko ba makukontak itong office nito? Saan ko ba makukontak ang kailangan kong tao na makausap sa division office? Now, this year, 2021, we have already activated the different telephone numbers in the SDO. Actually, mayroon po tayong memo nito, but I would like to give you now yung pasadahan natin kung ano ba yung mga kailangan natin gawin if we are going to contact the personnel in the SDO. So unang-una po, these are the easy numbers na pwede nating tawagan. If we want the assistance, kung sino ang gusto nating makausap sa division office, tatawag lamang po tayo sa PACD assistance or sa Public Assistance and Complaint Desk. Ano po ang number doon? So this is a landline. You can call at 884-0423. Mayroon din po yan na local 50. Kung dito lang sa division office, ang local niya is 50. Okay. And sa office naman ng SDS natin, this is another landline number, 8813657. So PSU, mga direct line po yan that you can easily access the office or the person that you would like to talk to if you want to use that landline numbers. So we also have the different local. By the way, these are the three offices in the SDO with the direct line as well. We have the CID 8840488, SDOD yan 8711553, and the COA 8813671. Okay, next. Ito pong next slide, ito na po yung mga local numbers. So if you dial in the PACD, sasabihin nyo lang po, kung halimbawa gusto nyo makausap ang IT officer, so sasabihin nyo lang, can you please connect me to the IT office? So i-dial ng PACD officer natin yung number na 101. That is our local number. So pag nag-dial na ng 101, ipo-forward na sa office ng IT ang call. Okay? So ganun po ang mangyayari. That will be true to all other offices that you would like to reach. Okay? So for the meantime, ito po yung magiging setup natin. Medyo it's a new to us na kailangan palang mag-dial muna ako sa PACD before I reach the person that I would like to talk to. So kailangan lang po natin mga local numbers. So pero ngayon, still ongoing po ang pagpa-improve natin ng communication lines dito sa division office. Actually, 6 years ago, when I interviewed during my application as IT officer, paano ko daw ba makukonek lahat ng mga school sa Camarines Sur with more than 1,000 elementary and secondary. Now ngayon, this is, I think, the realization of this. Kasi most of our schools are already connected to the internet. And using the internet, we can easily connect all the schools to the division office using the IP phones na tinatawag. So yung IPP-ABX natin na tinatawag. So kung connected po kayo sa school with your internet, ang kailangan lang po ninyong bilhin is yung IP phone. Okay? So, a little of configurations of that, and then pwede na ninyong ma-reach ang division office using the internet lines. Okay? Hindi na tayo mag-apply pa sa PLDT. Pero dito sa amin kasi, we really have to be connected to the PLDT kasi that is our main line, tinatawag natin na trunk line, para magka-usap-usap tayo. Okay? So, with the use, of course, of the IPP-ABX. Okay, so that is for the local numbers in the SDO. Next is others in our DCP updates. So yung laptop ng mga teachers, I have already mentioned this during our orientation several months back. Kaya lang, up to this time, medyo nahihirapan pa yatang maibigay yung mga libreng laptop ng teachers. But there is an assurance from the central office na darating pa din daw po yun, mga laptop natin. Only that, medyo nagkakaroon lang ng problema sa procurement, I guess. Pero ang nauna, yung mga SIM card nga natin, na this is, of course, matulungan yung mga bata, mga teachers natin na magkaroon ng data, okay, without using other source of ISP natin. Okay? So with that SIM card, magkakaroon na po tayo ng internet connectivity. Okay. So mayroon din po mga new deliveries sa school. Only that, hindi na po talaga yan dumadaan sa division office. Diretso na po kasi talaga yan sa school. So if that is the case, I would like to request everybody, especially those who are receiving these DCP packages, to please update us, update me, update the ICT division ICT officer for us to manage and to determine who are the schools in the SDO of Camarines Sur, whether you are in elementary or secondary, that are not yet receiving the DCP package. Okay? And of course, next, Vince. Next is, wala na ba? Okay. So I think mayroon po kasing orientation niya yon, yung para dun sa magsaserve sa election. Kaya lang I do not know if all the ICT coordinators were able to register and attend the orientation this afternoon. Kaya I just hope that some of our ICT coordinators were able to attend that orientation that I am talking about. So hopefully, yung mga ICT coordinators natin are still informed on this different announcement. Okay? Kaya lang ako kanina, hindi ko na po na-announce sa field kasi it's very tight yung natin, yung announcement from the region, hindi ko na kaagad na ilabas. So hopefully, mayroon pang next orientation on that regards. Okay? So thank you very much. Once again, magandang hapon.
Thank you very much, Sir Ping. How excited we are for the free SIM card with data only and hopefully for the laptops for teachers. So at this time, another updates for the OSDS. May I call on our gorgeous Division Cashier 3, no other than Miss Pearly Obispo.
Okay, good afternoon po. Vince. Okay, ito po yung mga binayaran namin through EMDS. Naandyan po kung kailan na-approve. Ibaba mo lang, Vince, konti-konti para at least nababasa nila sa labas. Okay. Ayan po yung mga nabayaran namin through EMDS. Pag sinabi po natin through EMDS, binayaran po namin dun sa account ng school. Pag through EMDS po, 24 hours, halimbawa na-approve na po namin, 24 hours bago po ma-credit sa account ninyo. Andyan po. Next, Vince. Next. Then for the secondary, ang nabayaran po namin, next, Vince. Ayan po. Then, meron pong, yan po yung mga binayaran ng mga secondary. Next. Then, yung pong pay through LDAP-ADA, ibig sabihin po makikredit din yan sa account ninyo, sa account ng school. 48 hours, hindi po kasama ang holiday and Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Ito na po yung PBB. Yung pong PBB, binayaran po namin, nakalagay po dyan, kung kailan namin na-receive, kailan namin nadala sa bangko, kailan na-validate ni bank. Kung makikita po ninyo, start from 584, 597, wala po kaming nakalagay kung kailan na-validate ni bangko kasi po dinala po namin yan last Friday. At pakiusap ko lang po, sana po yung mga teachers, paulit-ulit ko pong sinasabi na kung pwede mag-enroll po lahat ng teachers ng DepEd CAMSUR ng i-access. Bakit kailangan po ninyo mag-enroll? Kasi po, doon po ninyo machi-check kung yung PBB ninyo na-credit na. Para at least po, wala naman po magsasabing, ang tagal-tagal. No po? Sabi, kung na-check na po sana, wala na pong magre-reklamo. Na yun, na-credit na pala sa account ninyo. Kami po dito sa division ng DepEd CAMSUR, kung iisipin po, mabilis nga po tayo ngayon sa pagbabayad. Kasi ang ginagawa po namin, from July, bibigyan po kami ng advance copy, lalo na pag LDAP-ADA. So ginagawa na po namin yung part ng cashier, para at least po pag pumasok sa amin ang papel, paka-arrange po namin, dadalhin na po namin kaagad sa bangko. O, nung last nga po, sunod-sunod yung binayaran. Yung PBB, cash allowance, sumunod is salary. Di ba po? Then sumunod po nun, yun na po yung mga binayaran namin dito. Ayan po, nakaditalye po kung kailan namin nadala sa bangko. Ano po? Okay, next, Vince. Ayan po, yung pong mga PBB na pinag-deposit namin sa land bank. Ito po yung binabasa amin na tsenekehan. Nagkataon po na binigay sa akin ni July, kaya po pinapost ko sa mga GC. Pinapost ko po sa mga GC ng principal, PSDS, kaya yung pong iba nag-respond sa amin na meron silang account. So ano pong ginawa namin? Meron po kaming pina-fill upan, tapos pagdating po sa amin, ginawa po namin ng deposit slip. Bakit namin ginawa ng deposit slip? Para at least po wala na pong pupunta dito sa amin at sayang yung pamasahe. So, kung naka-enrolled ng i-access, pwede po ninyo siyang i-double check kung na-credit na sa mga account ninyo. Ano po? Ayan, puro po yan, PBB. Okay. Ito po yung mga unclaimed checks na nasa poder po namin. Sana po, principal, PSDS, di ba po pinapa-forward ko through kay Melrod, yung pong mga unclaimed checks. Sana naman po, pag nabasa po ninyo, pakitap naman po yung principal at pakisabi po na meron palang cheque si ganito. Para at least po, inform naman po sila. Ayan po yung mga unclaimed checks. Hindi ko po kasi alam kung may mga account po sila. Kaya ang gagawin po, kung ayaw po nilang pumunta dito sa amin, pwede naman pong i-contact through messenger si Melrod. Para yung pong fill upan, then ibabalik lang sa amin through messenger din, na andun na po yung account, then ipapadeposit po namin sa mga account ninyo. Okay. Nung nakaraan po, last week pala, nagbayad na po kami ng gratuity. Ang kasama ko po is July. Kaso po, meron pa pong mga natitira. Sana po maintindihan ninyo na nagbayad po kami ni July cash. Cash po naming ibinayad, hindi po cheque. Bakit hindi po cheque? Kasi po baka mamaya magka-problema ng spelling, tapos pupunta pa kayo sa bangko, ang haba ng pila ngayon sa bangko. Kaya po ang ginawa po namin ni July, through SDS, pinag-cash advance ko po. Pumunta po kami ni July. Punta kami ng Sipukot, Pili, saan pa yung July? San Fernando, Tinambak, Goa. Pero po, andito pa po, meron pa pong natitira sa akin na mga sobre. Ayaw ninyo ng 3,000 plus? Ayan po. Halimbawa po, ipapasuyo po ninyo kay principal. Pwede naman po. Pero may authorization po kayo kay principal na pinapakisuyo ninyo sa kanya na kunin yung pera. Pero po dapat meron pong valid IDs. Isi-Xerox po, then pipirmahan po yung sa Xerox na signature over printed name. Plus yung pong Xerox copy ng ID ni principal. Ito pong gratuity, mag-aantay po ako hanggang July 30, 2021. Kasi po kailangan ko na po yan i-liquidate. Kasi pag hindi ko pa po yan na i-liquidate, ang mangyayari po, baka ma-AOM po ako. Okay. Walang fifth. Ayos na. Okay, sige. Ayan po yung mga hindi pa. Then, ayan po yung requirements na kailangan natin kung i-authorize. Sige, Vince, next. Then, meron pong nangyayari na si payroll is mali po yung spelling ng pangalan or minsan mali po yung middle name. Gagawa lang po kayo ng certification principal na nagpapatotoo po na yon, empleyado ninyo. Pagkatapos po, talagang iisang tao lang po yung nag-claim. Next po. Then for the CNA incentive for 2019, cash advance ko pa po uli ito galing po ng region. Yung pong iba, pinag-post na po namin sa GC, nag-forward po sa amin ng mga account number, kaya diniposit po namin. Kaya lang meron pa rin pong natitira. Pwede pong sabihan po ninyo kung kakilala po ninyo. Then magli-liquidate po ako niyan, isasabay ko po hanggang July 30. Ayan po ito naman po yung mga nag-forward sa amin ng account, kaya naipa-deposit na po namin sa bangko. Okay. Reminder lang po, yung pong payment, doon po kayo pupunta sa bagong building. No po? Pero po may cut-off po kami doon, hanggang 4 o'clock lang po. Then next po is, yung pong other transaction ninyo dito po sa old building. Kung halimbawa po kukuha kayo ng cheque, magpapaperma ng clearance, magpapaperma ng provident, magtatanong kung may cheque ng ganito, dito po sa old building. Doon po is payment. The next, meron pa po akong cash advance, yung implementation of Bayanihan Act 2. Baka kasi may nagtatanong sa inyo na meron pa yung Bayanihan. Meron pa po. Inaayos pa lang po yung payroll ng Congressional District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then magkakandak na naman po uli si Sir Pilonyo ng meeting para po at least pagpunta po namin doon sa school na andun po talaga ang bata. Kasi mas mahirap po, mabuti po yung gratuity kasi may mga edad na pwede silang pumunta dito. Kawawa naman po yung mga bata kung papapuntahin pa natin dito sa division office. Dahil minsan po yung nabayaran nga namin one time is sa SPED. Hindi naman po pwedeng i-travel yung bata. Kaya kami po mismo ang lumalapit. Ano po? Next, Beans. Didiscuss ko na. Okay. Doon daw po sa gratuity, hindi, sa Bayanihan Act 2, ang kailangan po namin is certification ni principal na yung bata talaga is estudyante po ng school. May ilalabas naman pong listahan. Kung makikita po ninyong mali ang spelling, gumawa na po ng certification si principal na eto saka eto, magkaiba lang ng spelling, is iisang tao. Halimbawa, yung pong nanay ang kukuha at sasabihin hindi pwede yung bata. Authorization ng bata, tapos birth certificate nung pong bata. Plus yung pong certification na enrolled talaga yung bata. Alam po ninyo, principal, mas maganda po kung yung bata, pag binayaran po namin, sana naandun po kayo. Bakit? Kasi po minsan may problema, kung naandun ang principal, madali po natin magawa ng paraan. Kasi kayo ang gagawa ng certification. Pero kung papabayaan po ninyo na ang kasama ng bata, yung magulang lang, kawawa naman po. Si Joseph magtatawag na naman sa inyo na kailangan namin ng ganito-ganito. Sana po kung babayaran namin kayo, i-inform naman po kayo kung kailan kami pupunta doon, saglit lang po, samahan ninyo yung bata, principal. 3,000. Ang babayaran po namin is 391 na bata. Malaking tulong po yung 3,000. Ano po, principal, sana po samahan naman ninyo yung bata. Pwede man kasama ng magulang. Okay po, thank you very much po.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Pearlie, for the very clear discussions. You are enlightened by some of the financial issues. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed to the budget office updates. So may I call on Dr. Elmer B. Tena, the Administrative Officer 5.
Thank you, Teacher Venus. Naalala ko si Teacher Venus when she was still the teacher of my 3 children at the School of the Future. So thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to present to you some slides on issuances by the Department of Budget Management, Commission on Audit, and the DepEd, some memorandums from the Office of the Secretaries. So, but before that, I would like first to extend a pleasant afternoon to our superintendents, Ma'am Lloyds, and the 3 assistant superintendents. Good afternoon po to all the 2 chiefs, CID, SGOD, the PSDSS, and section heads of the OSDS, supervisors, and all those present out there watching this virtual MANCOM. So welcome to the 5th MANCOM meeting for elementary and secondary schools. So the first memo pertains to slides po, slides. Slide po. So my presentation pertains to some circulars on reimbursement of internet expenses. I've heard Sir Ping had already discussed some of this. Another is for the COA memo on the attachments on purchases. This is really a amendment of the previous circular wherein just a certification is needed for purchases that cost less than 300 pesos for stores that does not issue receipts. So yun na. Yun eh. So this is a screenshots of circulars. Di pwede mapalaki. Palaki. So first slides po na, sir. First slide, sir. So this pertains to a circular letter by the Department of Budget and Management, circular letter number 2021-07, with the subject, Guidelines on the Reimbursement of Internet and Mobile Data Subscription Expenses of Government Employees in view of adoption of alternative work arrangements due to COVID-19 pandemic. So this is a reimbursement of internet and mobile data subscription expenses for employees who are on alternative work arrangement. Next slide po. So the coverage of this circular letter are the regular, casual, and or contractual employees of the government. Yun po ang coverage nitong circular letter. In order for these employees, aside from this, ito po yung mga exclusion doon po sa mga covered. Number 1 po yung mga consultants. Number 2 po yung those hired on a contract service and or job orders. Hindi po sila kasama. Those provided with official cellular phone subscription with internet mobile data package allocation of 4 gigabytes and up. So kung provided po yung regular yung employee nitong mga ay hindi po sila kasama. Those who are receiving other similar benefits on the reimbursement of communication-related expenses amounting to 300 pesos or higher. So if ever you have an employee that is already entitled to the same benefits on reimbursement of communication-related expenses, hindi na po siya dito kasama. And for the commissions, offices under the CFAC, or the government or controlled corporations, sa mga ano po to, doon sa mga GOCCs, mga government financial institutions. Next, please. So ano po yung nature of communication expense reimbursement? So meron po siyang tatlo dito sa slide na to. So ang reimbursement daw po nito shall cover reasonable internet and mobile data subscription expenses incurred by government employees under the work-from-home arrangement. Ito po ay in connection with the performance of their official function, siyempre, in support of the operation of the agency. So number 2, the reimbursement of internet mobile data subscription expense is intended to augment, ano po? So ito po ay parang ano lang, in support or defray some of the costs personally incurred by said employees while carrying out the official duties task under the work-from-home arrangement and not to cover the actual costs. So para pong support lang siya dun sa, hindi talaga siya entirely magbabayad dun sa na-incur ng employees. Number 3, the reimbursement of internet mobile data shall not be automatically granted to government employees under the work-from-home arrangement and shall be based on a corresponding request for reimbursement by the employees concerned subject to the submission of necessary documentary requirements. So before the employees can be granted, he or she should first file the necessary documentary requirements. Next slide po. Ano po yung guidelines, general guidelines? So sabi dito, government employees who are duly authorized. So dapat po duly authorized siya. He or she should be authorized to have a work from home arrangement. This is to report from, are entitled to request. O yan po, sabi ko kanina. So meron po siyang amount, may rate po siya na amount na pwedeng i-grant po doon sa entitled. So halimbawa po, kapag nag-work from home siya from 1 to 5 days, 1/4 lang po yung entitlement niya or with a maximum amount of 75 pesos. If 17 days or more, entitled po siya ng 100% or a maximum amount of 300 pesos. So yan po ang saan po daw kunin, the agency concerned shall determine the appropriate amount to be set for the employees depending on the nature of his work, subject to the available funds of the agency under its maintenance and other operating expenses. So MOE po i-charge, so this is available to all schools, yung MOE po. It's part-time, wala naman po ito. Tapos number 4, only the days where an employee reporting under the work-from-home arrangement shall be considered as eligible for the reimbursement of internet mobile data subscriptions. Next po. Documentary requirements, ano po ang dapat niyang i-submit? All requests for reimbursement of internet must be accompanied by supporting documentary requirements such as, but not limited to, number 1, approved authority or office order for employees concerned to report under the work-from-home arrangement. So yun lang po ang na-issuean ng approved authority ang pwede pong mag-qualify. Number 2, accomplishment reports. Kung ano po yung mga ano po yung na-accomplish niya. Next slide po. So yun po ang mga kailangan. So there is a form attached. Ito po yung dapat i-accomplish nung magki-claim ng reimbursement. Anyway, this circular letter is accessible in the internet. You can proceed to the website of the Department of Budget and Management and search for this circular letter. Sige po, sir. So the funding source, sabi po kanina, it serves to MOE. Pero po, ang sabi dito, provided that all authorized mandatory expenditures have been first paid subject to existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulation. Ano po yung mga mandatory expenditures natin? Yung mga ating utilities, those are considered as mandatory. So this has first be taken into consideration before allocating po dito sa reimbursable internet expense. So, next po. Period of availability. So, this reimbursement authorized to work under workforce shall only be provided during the adoption of alternative work arrangements in the government in view of the declaration of state of public health emergency brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. So if this situation ceases, so this privilege shall also cease. Because this is only good for during the state of public health emergency. Next po. So we go now to the memorandum issued by the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration. This is numbered Memo 00721-0015 dated July 1, 2029. So this has something in relation po kanina sa pig-discuss ni Sir Ping regarding po doon sa delivery, distribution, and registration of the SIM cards for the provision of connectivity load. So meron pong inisyo ang DepEd regarding this matter. So sa opening po nito, it says that to ensure ease in communication and unhampered delivery of services to the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, the DepEd procured Smart Communication Incorporated SIM cards and connectivity load for all the teaching and non-teaching personnel. So meron pong pinocure from the Smart ng SIM cards, ang DepEd. So in this regard, the Office of the Undersecretary for ADMI, through the information, kay Sir Ping ito, ICT, hereby issues the following guidelines on the delivery, distribution, and registration of SIM cards for the provision of connectivity load. So, ano po ang ano natin dito? For the Division Supply Officer, this is the issuing authority, ang ating supply officer ng division. At ang recipient po nito ay the Schools Division Office, personnel, at saka po yung school property custodians nyo. Sila po ang responsible persons for picking up the SIM cards at the SDO. So for the school property custodians po, kapag na-receive naman po nila nito, they will be issuing authority, doon po nila i-issue sa school personnel. So yan po ang flow ng distribution ng SIM cards. Next po. So ito po yung mga schedule. So kindly disregard the schedules because it's already the 26th of July pero parang hindi pa po nag-materialize yung receipt po ng itong SIM cards. So sino po ang coverage nito? Coverage, permanent, contractual, and local government units paid personnel who are working in the DepEd schools and offices are allowed to receive SIM cards. The SIM cards have been delivered. Yan po, on July 5 to 16. So, pakiano lang po ito kasi wala pa po siya. Maybe will be a separate issuance of memo for the new schedule. O nasabi po ito ni Sir P, naabot lang ko pa po ito. Sabi dito, the supply officers and school property custodians shall register all the SIM cards through https://depedconnect.com.ph/ So dito po nila i-register. All SIM cards will be activated with an initial 34 gigabytes load on June 30, 2021, which will be usable for 1 year. Usable po siya. So SIM cards which are not registered on the website will not be loaded for the second month. So additional guidelines will be released for the provision of connectivity load and the succeeding months. So yan po ang ng SIM cards, distribution and okay po, next slide. So we come now to the Commission on Audit circular. This is number 2021-001 with the subject of clarification on the use of reimbursement expense receipt o yung RER po na familiar kayo, and certification in relation to the reimbursement of expenses not requiring official receipts. So if you remember, there is a COA circular that permits the use of RER for those purchases to some establishments that does not issue official receipts, which cost not more than 300 pesos. So if you purchase an item to an establishment that does not issue official receipts, RER can be used for that purpose. So meron po itong clarification. So to continue po, merong confusion, sabi dito, to address the confusion on the interpretation of COA circulars, yung previous two circulars. So as far as the use of RER in the certification is concerned, the table below specifies the required supporting documents for the reimbursement of liquidation expenses. So meron pong clarification dito. So ano po yung particulars dito? Sabi diyan, expenses regardless of amount purchased from rendered by establishments issuing receipts or invoice, ano po yung documentary requirements? Kailangan po ay official receipts or invoice. Irrespective po ng amount, pa nag-procure po kayo doon sa establishments that issue ay official receipt, dapat po yung official receipt ang dapat na magsusupport po doon sa procurement. How about po doon sa expenses amounting to 300 pesos or less purchased from or rendered by establishments not issuing receipts or invoice? So ano po ang documentary requirements? Ang sabi po dito, certification of expenses not requiring receipts. So yan po ang kailangan natin i-attach doon sa expenses natin na nag-amount ng 300 pesos or less doon sa establishments na hindi nag-i-issue ng official receipts. So certification lang po yung kailangan. Next slide po. So how about po doon sa expenses that is more than 300 pesos but not exceeding 1,000 pesos dun sa establishments that does not issue receipts or invoice? Ang kailangan po natin ay RER. So yan na po ang pagkakaiba ngayon. Meron na po siyang threshold. So your purchases that amounts to more than 300 but not more than 1,000, ang kailangan na lang po doon ay RER, reimbursement expense receipt. So this is signed by the chairperson of the COA and the commissioner. This circular shall take effect 15 days from the date of publication in a newspaper of general circulation. Okay po, next slide please. So yan po ang aking discussion on some updates. Now let us now present the status of MOE utilization as of June 30 po for elementary MOE. Ang ano po natin, we have a total annual allotment of 318,159,000. Yun po yung sa elementary. Of this 318 million, we have an obligation of 146,965,915.07 as of June 30. So this represents 46.19%. So ideally, as of June 30, we should have at least reached the half of the 318 million. So we are short of 3.81% to reach the ideal goal. So meron po tayong gagawin in the last semester para po ma-achieve natin yung 100%. And for the secondary, hindi ko po dyan naisama because when I prepared that, doon ko lang nalaman na meron po palang secondary. So for junior high school, na mayroon po ditong secondary. So for junior high school, we have a 108,079,000 allotment for 2021. Of this, we have utilized 42,701,404.34 or 39.51%. So medyo bababa po ang utilization ng secondary sa junior high, 39.51% lang. For the senior high, of the 28,824,000 appropriation, meron tayong utilization na 13,163,811.73 or 45.67%. So medyo po hindi pa po natin nare-reach yung ideal utilization as of June 30. So with this, we have still 6 months to fully utilize this. Pero sabi pa, as mentioned po kanina ng ating superintendent, the last quarter of the year should not now be used for downloading or for cash advances, but this should now be used as liquidation na lang po. So yan po ang originally that was the budget sections plan. Yun po ang naano namin dun sa mga schools that in the preparation of the work in financial plan, if ever possible, they should just program the cash program na in the first day of the quarter, pwede na nila doon ilagay yung yung mga pagka-program nila ng kanilang cash allocation. So that in the second and third month of the quarter, they will just be spending the cash advance granted. So in the following quarters, kasi yung NCA natin is being credited in our banks at the first working day of the quarter. So for the quarter, yan, nandun talaga yung pera. So when we prepare our work in financial plan, maybe in the months of August or September, so this is an advance information to those school heads. We should, this been promoted by the regional office na doon po sa last quarter of the year, dapat it's more on liquidation na lang siya para po hindi tayo magagahol sa panahon na mag-liquidate. So in our preparation of our WFP, dapat ganun na po ang program natin because what you put in your work in financial plan, that is the amount that we upload in the system. That is the amount being given by the DBM. So we will be discussing this in details when the work in financial plan workshop will be done. Marami po tayong gagawin ngayon. yung pong ating kasi we are now, if the President will not declare our 2021 budget as continuing, dapat po sa December 31, dapat po hindi lang natin dapat ma-obligate, dapat po mabayaran natin as of December 31 yung ating mga obligation. So, I think, tama na po yan. I will just give more details this in the coming gatherings. So, thank you very much for your listening. Good afternoon again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir. Very relevant, timely information. Friends, let's proceed to the legal concerns and updates. May I call on Attorney K.P. Flores, our Division Legal Officer.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Magandang hapon po to our ASDSS, Sir Swen, Ma'am Slin, and Ma'am Maggie, and also to our SDS, Ma'am Lloyds. I'll be giving updates regarding Regional Memorandum number 34 on the DepEd policy on the correction of entries in school records and also some reminders. But before that po, allow me to take this opportunity to thank our PSDSS, 8 PSDSS who willingly helped during the inauguration as usherettes. They ushered our VIPs, although they had to run very fast to and fro the first floor and to the view deck. They assisted us in ushering the VIPs. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Jeneline Cedron, Ma'am Maria Criselda Casasola, Ma'am Ana Calisura, Ma'am Mini Talagit, Ma'am Eleanor Bello, Ma'am Edna Fernandez, Ma'am Irene Dayandante, and Ma'am Irene Malate. Also, thank you po kay Ma'am Elena B. Ramos of Bagong Bayan Elementary School, Baao District, who responded affirmatively to our request to prepare the SOSH of our PSDSS, and this was made possible through Sir Bogs Pelingon. Maraming salamat po. Okay, so this update shall be given very briefly lang po. Regional Memorandum number 34, Series of 2021, was issued sometime in April, and this took effect in May. So this time, I'll be discussing it so that for the succeeding years or for the upcoming school year, ma-implement na po siya. Okay. Sorry, I cannot read it, so allow me to go near this television. So this memo applies to all students, current and also alumni, and the coverage pertaining to the school records are elementary and secondary school records. This particular memorandum gives authority to the school heads. Next slide, please. School heads, they are given authority to effect the correction of school records entries. So, hindi nyo na po kailangang dalhin pa ang concern sa legal office or sa division office, but these corrections shall be effected by the school heads only if they pertain to the following. Only typographical errors in Form 137, card, diploma, or other school records, correction of place of birth, and changes on the first name or surname of the student. Example, dash or mere spacing. We have here examples. I hope you can read them on screen. De la Cruz, separate yung de la, tapos one word na lang yung de la. And then spell out abbreviation from MA dot to spelled out Maria. Change from small letter to capital or vice versa. 2 words to 1 word. De Villa na separate ang de, then magiging na lang siyang de Villa. and inclusion of name suffixes. So these corrections can be effected now by the school head, provided that these are reflected in the original birth certificate of the student. Hindi lang kayo mag-correct ng entry sa school record ng walang basehan. At ano po ang basehan na ito? Ito ay ang original birth certificate issued by the Philippine Statistics Authority. In relation to that, ang requirement po dito na kailangang i-present sa school heads ay yung nasabi ko na. Next slide, please. Submission of birth certificate issued by the PSA. Emphasis lang po on the limitations. Kung ano po yung nabanggit na mga corrections, yun lamang po ang pwedeng i-correct ng school head. Other than that, meron po tayong provision on said memorandum. So, sa mga corrections na hindi magfo-fall doon sa na-mention natin, dito po siya sa sunod. The issuance of resolution by the regional director if the corrections which the parent or the guardian or the student would like to have in the school record fall under this. Application of any alumni or those no longer enrolled in the basic education schools, except kung ang pinapakorek nila ay yung mga typographical errors na nabanggit po natin kanina. But general rule, kapag ang isang alumni o isang bata ay hindi na part ng basic education schools ng ating eskwelahan, hindi na po pwede na ang school head ang mag-correct. Kailangan ng mag-issue niya ng resolution ang regional director. However, if that particular entry that is being sought to be corrected pertains to the typographical errors, pwede pa po. Another, change of first name, middle name, or middle initial, or surname which is entirely different from that found in the official school records. Halimbawa, ang pangalan ay Maria, papalitan ng Marie. So there's a substantial difference. Hindi lang po yan isang typographical error. So hindi pwedeng ang school head ang mag-effect ng ganong correction. Change of name based on court decisions or civil registrar, general's action on petitions. Provided po na itong change of name na ito ay na-annotate na sa birth certificate issued by the PSA. Okay. So kung ganito po ang mga concerns ng estudyante o ng guardian o parent ng estudyante, ano po ang mga requirements? Next slide, please. Next slide. So here are the requirements. Letter of the student, if of legal age na po, or the parent or guardian, if minor, addressed to the regional director requesting that a certain entry in a school record needs to be corrected. Original or certified true copy of the school record, which needs to be corrected. Endorsement from the school head or the duly authorized officer in charge. Endorsement from the superintendent or the duly authorized officer in charge, original birth certificate, affidavit of the student, if again of legal age, also, or the parent and guardian, if minor, explaining the circumstances surrounding the discrepancy in records, joint affidavit of two disinterested persons who should not be related to the record owner or the student, attesting that the entry appearing in the original birth certificate and the assumed data in the school record pertain to one and the same person, and one documentary stamp. Next slide, please. So medyo marami po ang requirements natin, pero ang legal office po ay merong checklist. So Should there be concerns like this, punta po sa legal office para makuha po yung checklist. Lalong-lalo na kung kailangan mag-issue pa ang regional director ng resolution. Added requirements. If filed by a representative, not by the student or the guardian or parent, kailangan po ng SPA, Special Power of Attorney, and also a copy of class yearbook and affidavit of a former classmate or teacher when entirely different names are involved. Okay, next slide. Other considerations po relative to the correction of entries in school records. In order for these concerns to be expedited and para ma-address na rin siya immediately, school heads are encouraged lang naman. Kasi kung pwede naman pong magawa ng school head, then this may be dispensed with. School heads should designate or may designate school personnel to review school record prepared by advisors in the entry grade or year level vis-a-vis the birth certificate before the end of the first semester. The noted discrepancy shall be corrected immediately by the advisor. So, ang authority po ay ibinigay sa school head. Pero dito sa memorandum ay na-mention na ang advisor mismo ay pwede nang i-correct ang isang entry provided that said correction falls under the authority given to the school head. Entries in the birth certificate shall prevail. So, kailangan po, again, hingin ang original birth certificate bago pa man po mag-effect ng any correction sa school record. Okay. So, that's it for Regional Memorandum number 34. Some other reminders. Next slide. Reminders lang po, especially that the legal office is now really working on the disposition of the backlog of cases. Reminder po sa mga EPS and PSDSS who are assigned to be members of the Division Investigation Committee that any complaint lodged before the division should be strictly confidential. Hindi po maaaring pagkwentuhan sa labas ng opisina, actually sa labas ng kwarto kung saan nagkaroon ng conference ang Division Investigation Committee. Any decision by a member of the DIC is not a decision of the DIC itself. All the members should agree bago magkaroon ng isang desisyon. In relation to this, reminder po of the sub judice rule. Once the division office assumes jurisdiction over a complaint, nobody, even the media or any publication, should intervene with such case po. Ang authority dyan ay nasa SDS lamang at sa DIC. So, please po, iwasan ang mag-divulge ng information. This is in relation as well to the Data Privacy Act of 2012, which imposes grave sanctions on unlawful disclosure of information. So any information you obtained from that particular added task to you, although it's an added task, it's a personal information you obtained which is subject to the Data Privacy Act. So pakiusap po. And lastly po, pakiusap din na sa mga nagre-retire o pa-retire po, wag naman pong magalit sa legal office kung hindi po agad mapirmahan ang inyong clearance. Kasi dahil nga po may mga backlogs pa po tayong cases which can be dated back to 2011 po, medyo mahirap po na madaliin. But we assure everyone that the legal office is trying really its best na ma-dispose na po yung mga backlog. So pakiusap po na wag naman pong sisihin kung sino ang current, ang incumbent legal officer dahil ito ay naman na rin lamang ng legal officer ngayon. But again po, rest assured, talagang ine-expedite naman po namin. And please also be reminded that the decision does not lie with the SDS, especially if it's a teaching personnel. Dadaan pa po yan sa regional director. So wag pong manggigigil, wag pong sasabihin na incompetent ang mga members ng legal unit. Dahil hindi po totoo yan. Kami ay naghihintay rin lamang ng directive from the regional director. Yun lamang po. Salamat.
Thank you very much, Attorney Kate. It's such a very informative discussion, especially about the legal concerns. To give us some updates about the human resource management concern, may I call on our Administrative Officer for HRMO, no other than Mrs. Maria Divina H. Calea.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Ma'am Venus. May I, first of all, my respects to the key officials of DepEd Camarines Sur, our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Loida Nidea, to our 3 ASDSS, Sir Swen, Ma'am Maggie, and Ma'am Lynn, our 2 chiefs, Sir Peter and Ma'am Maben. So these updates will only last for 5 minutes as was instructed by our SDS. Promise. We conducted ranking for teaching and non-teaching positions from January to July. Just last week, which is the latest, may I give to you the applicants for non-teaching positions. I mean, yes, level 2, for nurse 1, out of 1 vacancy, we had 21 applicants. For school librarian 2, out of 1 vacancy, we had 2 applicants. And for accountant 1, we had 4 qualified applicants to only 1 vacancy. But unfortunately, since malayo po ito, no one appeared for the deliberation. So, hindi talaga nafi-fill upan itong accountant ng Bicol. Ginamit po namin yung applicants na last year pa. Tinawagan namin, we informed them to come for deliberation. Wala po talagang sumipot. Sa registrar po, 11 yung nag-qualify na applicants, although isa lang yung vacancy. And then sa administrative officer 2, budgeting officer, 4 vacancies po, we had 43 applicants, so siguradong mafi-fill out natin ito. Administrative officer 1, supply officer 1, 12 qualified applicants, 2 vacancy. And cashier 1, 8 yung applicants natin, 1 vacancy, mafi-fill upan po natin ito. Dito po sa ating non-teaching positions, teaching-related group, nakapag-hire na po tayo sa PSDS. We had 26 qualified applicants. Na-fill up pa na rin po natin ang EPS, Education Program Supervisor, 14 yung nag-qualify. Ang ating Education Program Specialist, 2 for ALS, 15 qualified applicants. Guidance Counselor 1, 6 po yung qualified applicants. Pero ang vacancy po natin is 69. Hindi po ito nafi-fill upan kasi po walang licenses. Ang atin pong Guidance Counselor 1, DQ lahat ang applicants. 32 sana po ang vacancies dito. So we seek your help for info dissemination. Baka may hindi tayo dyan na-discover na applicant. They can apply anytime from today for these 32 vacancies. And for our Guidance Counselor 3, wala pong nag-apply dahil napakalayo. Kusog-kusugan ng boses ko, tamaluya. Maluya ang boses. Sige po. So, we have likewise submitted this report to the regional office that as of July 15, 2021, the authorized positions for DepEd Camarines Sur is 20,861, not 20,880. The filled positions out of this 20,861 is 20,120. Ganyan po tayo kalaki. Ang atin pong unfilled therefore is only 741. Hindi po 828. Because this data or this number might include those schools without UACs. Tinatawag nating UACs. Alam po yan ng ating mga finance group. Ang ano po niyan, ang breakdown po niyan, meron po tayong new items. Sa junior high school, 49 new items. Sa elementary, 26. Sa senior high school, 36 new items. So nagkaroon po tayo ng new items na 111. We are ready with this data. We can furnish the planning office anytime po. And ano pa? Marami na rin po tayong na-fill outan sa teaching group, assignment stations for natural vacancies sa congressional districts. Fourth, alam din po ito ng ating butihing assistant superintendents. Sa Caramoan South, Sipocot North, San Fernando, and Buhi North. And we had also reclassification for master teacher at the 2nd District in Libmanan South, Minalabak, and Pamplona, for MT1, 3rd District for Bumbon, Calabanga East, and Ocampo. Noong May po ito sa Avenue. 4th District sa Caramoan North, Caramoan South, Goa, San Jose, and Tinambak North. And 5th District, Buhi South, Bula North, Bula South, Nabua East. Sa Master Teacher 2 po, 1st District, Del Gallego, Ragay, Sipocot North. 2nd District for Master Teacher 2, nagkaroon din po tayo ng ranking sa Gainza. For Libmanan North, Libmanan South, Minalabak, Pamplona, and Pasakaw. San Fernando, sa 3rd District, Bumbon, Calabanga East, Canaaman, and Ocampo, and Pili West. And last but not the least, sa 4th District, Caramoan North and Caramoan South. Likewise, sa Garchi Torena, we had 6 reclassed Master Teacher 2, Goa 5, Lagunoy North 3, Lagunoy South 3, Parobcan 5, Sangay 3, San Jose 2, Siruma 5, Tigaon 1, Tinambak North 1, Tinambak South 1, and sa 5th District, the host district for today, we have Baao 3, Balatan 1, Bato 2, Buhi North 3, Buhi South 3, Bula North, Bula South, and Nabua West. Tomorrow po until Friday, we'll be having more rankings for the teaching group. for the position of principal and assistant school principal. So, for now, yun lang po ang mabibigay ko sa inyong updates. Sa terminal leave po, on process po tayo. 23 po ang pending, on process na po ang 18. Hopefully, we make it by the end of the month. So, yung inventory pong hinihingi namin, para po ma-expedite, ma-fast track yung processing, we appreciate it if you will submit that to us. Inventory po ng inyong mga pending terminal leave claims sa districts, kindly just submit that to us. I guess that would be all. I won't be taking your time anymore. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, IT, and thank you, PSDSS, for attending.
Thank you, Ma'am Divine. Indeed, the personnel section is just one of the important sections since it goes the process for recruiting, selecting, hiring, and rewarding. For now, we will proceed for the updates for the payroll and services unit. Mr. July Transona, the administrative officer too.
Thank you, ma'am. To our SDS, Ma'am Lloyds, Sir ESDSS, Sir Swen, Ma'am Maggie, Ma'am Lynn, to our chiefs, Ma'am Maben, Sir Pete, to my Sir Peter, to my dear colleagues, school heads, PSDSS, sa mga kapwa ko lingkod bayan ni, good afternoon po. Now for updates of updates and reminders from our PSU. I'll be emphasizing po doon sa particular grant natin. Kaninang umaga, kung matatandaan po natin, nasabi ni Ma'am Lloyds na delayed na raw ang pagbabayad ng Special Hardship Allowance for the year 2021. Ano po? So, i-discuss natin kung ano na bang status natin as of date. Sorry. Okay. Hindi na. Kaya yan, sir. Okay, to start with, again, I'll be emphasizing po doon sa updates and reminders natin, particularly sa Special Hardship Allowance 2021. Ano po? So tulad ng nasabi ko, nabanggit ko last MANCOM, actually, na-discuss po natin ito. Marami lang talagang nalito. Bakit daw nagpa-submit na or delayed, matagal na, di pa rin nare-release ng hardship allowance nating 2021. Ano po? So as of date, ano na ba ang status dito ng special hardship allowance? Ano po? So para po sa kalaman natin, nasa level pa lang po tayo ng pag-validate o pag-qualify ng school. Kasi kung mapapansin ninyo, may unofficial list na lumabas sa field. Ano po? Karamihan, wala po doon sa school, wala doon sa listahan na qualified na kung saan nakatanggap sila last 2020. Ano po? Kaya, ang regional office through our RD, nag-initiate po na magpa-submit ng mga pertinent documents para i-apila yung mga schools na wala sa listahan. Ano po? So, ibig sabihin talagang delayed na siya. Kasi, para din po sa kaalaman nyo, may fund na po ang Special Hardship Allowance sana as of February 2021 pa. Kaso dahil po nagkaroon tayo ng revision of guidelines, in fact, nagkaroon tayo ng transition from NBC 514 dated December 2007 to pag-adapt na natin ng DBM Joint Circular Number 1 Series 2021. Kaya, para maayos natin yung mga schools na hindi nakasali sa listahan ng qualified for Special Hardship Allowance 2021, ang regional office po ay humihingi o nag-request ng pertinent documents o additional documents na maisumite natin by tomorrow po sa regional office. Ano po? So ang opisina or ang DepEd Council po, nag-issue ng division memorandum requiring the schools po to submit the documents. Yung template na nakalagay, yun ang HI o hardship index variables. Tapos yung certification from MPDC to support po na talagang school qualified for hardship allowance 2021. Ano po? So ayun, sinasabi sa joint circular or sa paparating na DepEd order, ito na po ang magiging basis natin ano po ng pag-qualify na kung ang isang particular school o station or qualified na for special hardship allowance. May 8 tayong parameters dito yung travel time to SDO, travel cost to SDO, poverty incidence of municipality, occurrence of violent acts within the school and immediate surroundings, access to electricity, access to water supply, access to internet connection, existence of temporary learning spaces. So diyan na tayo nagbe-base. Hindi na yung 514, hindi na po yun effective January 2021. Ano po? So hindi na siya. Ang sinusunod na natin yung Joint Circular number 1, Series 2021. Yan. Ano po ba ang coverage ng Joint Circular? Ito po yung school heads, teachers assigned in hard posts. ALS, school heads and multi-grade teachers assigned in pure multi-grade schools. Pag sinabi po nating teachers, ayon sa definition ng Magna Carta for public school teachers, ito po yung teacher na may teaching load, school librarian, guidance counselor, school heads or principal. Ano po, sila po yung entitled for hardship allowance. Dawa po duman naka-star sa lugar basta considered or qualified as for hardship allowance, dawa duman naka-star, entitled po ito. Ano po, sumayo na kita ng distance na required duman. Basta nakalaw po kita duman sa 8 variables as identified sa joint circular, entitled po ang sarong school o buong school kang hardship allowance. Ano po? Ayan. Then for other concerns, mayroon tayong mga issued certificate of last payments. Ano po? So sinabi din ni Ma'am Lloyds kanina, pa sa introduction niya, na minsan nalilate ang pag-file ng terminal leave. Hindi lang po yan lahat dahil sa hindi naaasikaso ng personnel section. Ano po? Yan din po dahil matagal makuha yung certificate of last payment sa opisina po, sa PSU. Ano po? So in fact, may nasa 50 plus CLPs unclaimed certificate of last payments kaming nasa PSU pa. So sana, para sa mga PSDSS natin sa school heads, ma-check natin sa PSU po kung ano nang mga available CLPs ng mga retired personnel natin sa field. Ano po? Mayroon din tayong hawak from autonomous schools. Ano po? Sir, medyo... Hindi ko kaya mabasa. Sige. May mga CLPs din tayo, Certificate of Last Payments, na naliligaw sa PSU. Ano po? PSU Kamsur. Babasahin ko po ito sa mga autonomous schools. Ano po? Sana po makuha, kawawa po ang mga retired personnel natin para naman ma-enjoy nila ang mga service credits or leave credits earned po habang nasa serbisyo sila. So ito, ang CLP po, sa isa ito sa major docs, nakaipuhan nilang may attach para ma-monetize nila yung service credits or leave credits na-earn nila during nasa service pa po ang particular na personnel. Ano po? Babasahin ko pong school, sana po makuha ito sa amin. Ano po? Sa Juan F. Trevino Memorial High School, Villasar National High School, San Fernando National High School, Humubuno Gonzales National High School, Godofredo Reyes Senior National High School, Malawag National High School, Agdangan National High School, Tawug High School, Tamban National High School, Santa Justina National High School, Partido Agro High School, Baao National High School, Union High School, San Gabriel San Isidro Memorial High School, National High School, sorry. Batu National High School, Santa Cruz National High School, Salvacion National High School, at San Vicente National High School. Ano po? So ito po, naipadala ng RPSU. So baka umaasa po yung mga retired personnel natin o nag-aantay pa, available na po ang Certificate of Last Payment nito. Nasa PSU po. PSU Camarines Sur po. Then, we also have the status of PBB 2019. Ano po? Ika-clarify ko lang po, ang role po ng Payroll Services Unit ng CAMSUR is to process po ng ang PBB endorsed by the PBB Secretariat. So, as of date, lahat ng endorsed na PBB entitled ng PBB 2019 entitled process na po sa amin, except for 41 deceased personnel. Ano po? So ano po ba ang gagawin ng mga district offices nito? Ano po? Mapatabang po kami na pag-coordinate po si mga surviving heirs ka ito, magduman sa PSU para po makuha ang pertinent documents to process or facilitate ining unclaimed PBBs nila. Ano po? Ano po bang kailangan gawin? Ang surviving spouse or heirs, kailangan po mag-present lang ng death certificate, marriage contract, valid IDs, affidavit of surviving legal heirs or spouse. Ano po? Yun lang po ang dadalhin ng mga surviving heirs nila. Ano po? Babasahin ko po kung sino pa po yung mga for processing pa ang PBB kahit ng mga districts. Ano po? Sa Balatan may 3, sa Bato 1, Bato District, Bula North 1, Bula South 2, Calabanga East 1, Calabanga West 1, Del Gallego, Goa 5, Lagunoy South District 2, Limana North 2, Magarao District 2, Pamplona District 2, Pasacao 1, Pili East 1, Sangay 2, San Fernando District 1, San Jose District 3, Sipokot North 2, Sipokot South 3, Tigaon 2, Tinambak North 1. Ano po? So sila na lang po ang hindi napaprocess. Ano po? May naghahapot pa po sa field. May day pa na nakaka-receive. Ano po? Kung wala sa list, simple lang po ang gagawin. Ano po? Mag-approach sa personnel, kay Ma'am Divine, sabihin lang po kung wala namang unliquidated cash advances in case of school head or finance officer, wala talaga sa listahan na endorse ng school, magpa-endorse lang po sila. Humingi ng endorsement, ipapadala po sa Payroll Services Unit para ma-process ang unclaimed PBB nila. Ano po? Yan, cash allowance din. Next, cash allowance for SY 2021-2022. Ano po? So out of 180 na provisional senior high school teachers na hindi naka-receive ng cash allowance, may na-process na po tayong 62 senior high school teachers na provisional ang status dahil nakapag-provide na po sila ng assignment order. Ano po? Sa iba na wala pa pong cash allowance na nare-receive for school year 2021-2022, kailangan lang pong secure ng assignment order i-present sa PSU po para ma-facilitate ang pagbayad ng cash allowance for 2021-2022. Including senior high school teachers na may provisional status sa sweldo. Ano po? Kailangan din mag-secure ng assignment order from personnel section. Yun. May bago na po tayong memorandum issued from IDPED order pala siya, from Central Office, tungkol duman sa proportional vacation pay for school year 2020-2021. Ano po? So, ina-advise po namin, ina-encourage namin na pwede na pong mag-commence sa paggawa ng PVP Form 7. Ano po? May guide na po doon kung paano mag-compute. Kasi most probably po ito ang babasihan natin sa salary for the month of September. August or September? September rather. September po. Ano? Kung pwede na po kita mag-gibo sa district offices, sa secondary schools, pwede na pong gibuhon ng mga Form 7 sa PVP nila. Ano po? So finally po, ako po bilang head of OIC ng PSU, again, nag-aapila sa mga PSDSS, sa school heads, sa PSDSS elementary, secondary, na sana po ining information na yun makaabot po sa field o sa mga teacher staff, lalong-lalo na po itong hararayo. Ano po? Kasi importante po ini po ang magayon i-share sa Facebook, ining information na yun na makakatabang sa mga teacher staff. Ano po? Kung may mga concerns po kita, dito na po ipaabot sa luwas. At kami din naman o kita din naman po ang ma-resolve kaiyan. Ano po? At the end of the day po naman kasi, bako lang pong taga-DepEd Kamsur ang SDO. Ano po? Kita gabos pati sa field, mga taga-DepEd Kamsur po kita. Ayan lang po. Again, good afternoon po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir July, for the updates. So that's the end of the OSDS updates. Now we will be having the report of accomplishments in the secondary level. Represented by Dr. Mary Jane B. Matukad, the Principal 1, Batu National High School. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Venus, our Lady of Ceremony, for this month's MANCOM. Our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida N. Nedea. Our 3 Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Sueño S. Lusada for the secondary, Ma'am Maggie Brioso, and Ma'am Lynn Padillo of the elementary. Our public schools district supervisors, the elementary present here, and the secondary PSDSS attending virtually. Ma'am Maben, our CID chief, Sir Peter Pelonio of the SGOD, my fellow Axans who are here with us, the functional unit heads who have presented a while ago, to our administrative officer, Ma'am James Valenciano, and to my fellow school heads of the secondary schools and also of the elementary schools, a pleasant afternoon to everyone. I am here to present to you or share to you some of the accomplishments of my school representing the secondary group. My school being an autonomous school in terms of financial aspect and the implementation of the new normal school year has not really encountered problems in terms of funding because in an autonomous school, we are downloaded with enough funds to augment or allocate funds for the modular implementation. As a matter of fact, for the calendar year 2020, we have allocated and utilized 700,000 pesos from our MOE for the purchase of the printing materials and risograph, along with the assistance of our local government unit of Batu. And also for the calendar year 2021, as of June 2021, the second quarter of the year, we have utilized 200,000 for the implementation and continuation of the new normal school year. So this aspect, this component, in terms of financial aspect in the implementation, is a big factor for us to accomplish the programs and projects in our school despite the pandemic. So I am here to present to you the accomplishment of Batu National High School, how the school implemented the new normal school year amidst the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about changes and challenges in the delivery of educational service. We are tested but still resilient in embracing the change. Batu National High School has coped with the challenges and struggles, attain and recognize accomplishment, and celebrate the victory. As we ended the new normal school year 2020-2021, I am glad and happy to share with you our stories, our success.
It's been a year and 3 months now when COVID-19 pandemic hits our country. It has brought extraordinary challenges and has affected various sectors, most especially the educational sector, and no one knows when it will end. To sustain and provide quality education is our goal. That's why Batu National High School continue to find ways on how to make learning effective despite the pandemic. We face challenges, we think of solutions, and we never give up.
Kami ay nakahanda sa serbisyo de kalidad para sa bayan at para sa bata.
The comprehensiveness of Batu National High School profile accurately portray the uniqueness of our school. As of this year, changes in class data and figures have been noticed. The school report card has been handed down and disseminated to our stakeholders. Through the dedicated and committed services of everyone, we can make the impossible possible. The new school year brought us many challenges, including how to adapt the curricula to meet the learners' needs. In these circumstances, we never give up. Instead, we listen to feedbacks, review and conceptualize, make consensus, adhere to what is mandated, make tough decisions, we prioritize with care, and respond.
What you have viewed are our accomplishments in our school. This is because of the different community of practices that we have implemented that help us cope up with the pandemic. The next video to be given to you contains the different best practices that we implemented in school, which I would like to share with you. The implementation of the new normal school year has been easy for Batu National High School because of our community of practice. So we have launched the community of practice in December, creating a culture of excellence through appreciation. So we have this COP sachet, Schools Appreciation and Salute of a Meritorious Endeavor, for teachers, for parents, for learners, and stakeholders. When they are given rewards for outstanding accomplishment contributed to the school. Leaving the power of the COP, CASH, class advisors, store of honesty, wherein our stakeholders, parents, and teachers can buy anti-COVID essentials, making those goods available in school. Grab, go read a book, wherein all classrooms are installed with a reading corner, and we call that Grab, go read a book. All classrooms in Bago National High School have this reading corner. Present advisor will take over. So those are our best practices in school wherein we are able to cope with the new normal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Mary Jean. We noted your commendable accomplishments. Job well done. Congratulations, Bato National High School. At this juncture, we will have the updates for the Association of Camarines Sur's Secondary School Administrators, the AXA President, Mr. Reynaldo P. Lopez.
Thank you, ma'am. To our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Lloyds, Sir Swen, Ma'am Maggie, Ma'am Lynn, to our CID Chief and SDOD Chief, and the functional heads, the PSDS, school heads, good afternoon po sa gabot. This is an update for our association for our last more than 2 years in our term, and our term po will end now this coming July 30. When the election result comes after the canvassing. Okay po. Sir, please. Okay. This is our notable accomplishment during our term. We revitalized the AXA Cares program, and we multiplied the AXA Gift activities of our association. We reinvigorate the AXA Olympics, and introduce the new program, the AXA Fit program. We also elevate the fundraising activities to include the region, not only the division. We increase and strengthen the AXA and SDO Region 5 collaboration. Sir? We also increase the social involvement through gift giving. We maintain the SEC registration of our association and step up the Battle of the Wise that we are doing yearly, except this time na nagka-pandemic. We also redoubled the audience participation in the Philippine Stagers Foundation plays, the Supremo Redux and the Sindak, 1941. And we also sponsored the Singapore tour. Marami po nag-intend, pero later po ang nakasama. Nasa 10 lang po kami. And we also set up the AXA office. Yes, ma'am, nakapag-tour po ang AXA. Under AXA Cares po, ito po ang aming mga nagawa ng aming mga officers. Sige po, sir. Under AXA Cares, nakapagbigay po tayo sa mga retirees at least 5K each. Nandito po ang mga pangalan, si Ma'am Napasiona, Ma'am Bunagua, Di Ocampo, Matamorosa, Ma'am Piñarandam, Miss Garcia, Miss Bersabe. Kay Ma'am Yoli, Ma'am Elvira, Helen, Leo, Alarcon, Evelyn, Ma'am Fornoles. Sige pa po, sir. Yan, marami po. Si Ma'am Talita, si Sir Boy Bango, Francisco Maniago, si Nestor, si Honesto, si Pilar, Ramon, si Ma'am Naportuna, and si Mr. Aborde, si Gloria, and si Ma'am Ella Mirendal. Yan po ang last. Ito po ay more than 20 retirees po during our term, and we give away more than 100,000 po para sa mga retirees natin na kasama sa AXA. Sige po, sir. Please. Ito po yung mga some pictures during our awards ng amin pong ano. Yes po, sir. Sige po. Okay, mga sample pictures po ito. Under AXA Cares pa rin po, we have the medical aid, financial assistance po sa ating mga members na nagkakasakit. Nandito po si Sir Fred Ilano, si Ma'am Edna, si Marlene, si Lorela, si Avi, si Joby, si Ma'am Emelda Albero. Sige po, sir. Si Ma'am Maricel si Crispin. Mga ano po, sila po yung mga nag-positive sa COVID, yung ipa po dito. Si Sir Joseph, si Ma'am Nelifer, Ma'am Nelly, si Aida, si Sir Moises Cabida. Ito po yung ating mga nabigyan. Sige pa po, sir. Sir, please. Yes po, mga cash gift po ito na binibigay ng ating association. Si Ma'am Ami Laurel, si Ma'am Flor Marquez, si Sir Dan, kay Bell, Gunowon. Sige pa po, diretso pa po. Ayan, mga sample po ito ng mga assistance na binibigay natin. Okay po? Continue please. Sir? Ayan. Under po AXA Cares, yung ating po mga napagbigyan sa solicitations. Tumulong po tayo sa fundraising ni Father Mark Rial. Ito po yung ibang mga solicitations na napagbigyan po natin, si Ma'am Girlie, si Leslie during the Palarong Pambansa. Ang Baaw Choir po, nung sila po ay dumayo sa ibang bansa, nabigyan po din natin si Sir Wab, si Shen Coliano, LGU Goa, Pili National, San Ramon, Ocampo National, NATO, BDO, nag-fundraising din po sila, nabigyan din po natin sila ng 10,000. Ang SGOD, SCID Chief, iba-iba po itong mga solicitation nito. Mayroon po dito mga dispenser, may TV, may microphone, etc. Sige po, continue po sir. Under AXA Cares po, tayo po ay nagkaroon ng mga relief operations. Tayo po ay nakarating sa Patitiinan during the landslide po ito. Sa Taal, ito po ay sa lugar ni Sir Don Balderas. Tinulungan po din natin doon, na nakapunta po tayo doon. Sa Buhi, relief. Sa Tigaon, sa SDO, dito po, mga binigay po natin mga COVID essentials po. Sa MOP, sa Kararayan. Yes po sir, continuous po. Ayan po yung mga sample na pagdayo namin na Ma'am Lloyds. Sa Buhi po yan. Na gift giving po tayo doon. Okay? Yan. Sige po, mga sample po ito ng mga pictures. Sa Missionaries of the Poor. Yan po. Yan po, yun sa Taal. Pagpunta po namin doon sa Taal. Okay, yun po ay under AXA Cares. Another program that we had is the AXA Gift program. Ito naman po yung ating mga nabigyan due to damage, mga typhoon damages po na school. Binigyan po natin sila ng at least tigpa 5,000 din po. Ito po yung Buhay High School, Palangon, Salvacion, San Vicente, Tandok, Iraya. Sige sir, continue. Ayan, sa Sabang High School, sa Maoy, Daliga. Ito po ay in collaboration po ito sa SDO ha. Hindi lang po ito AXA initiative, kundi dito po sa leadership po ni Ma'am Lloyds, ay atin po ditong nakipagtulungan po sila sa atin. At tayo, nakipagtulungan din po sa DO. Ayan, yan po mga sample. Ito naman po yung ating mga nabigyan donations din. Nakapagbigay po tayo ng printer sa Bicol High School for Arts and Culture. Sa mga PSDSs po, nakapag-donate din po tayo. Dispenser sa PSDS offices. Aircon kay Ma'am Lita noon sa CID office. Yun po, ma'am. mga donation po. Pag sumusulat po sa AXA, napapagbigyan din po natin. Basta po available ang pera. Smart TV, microphones, wall clock, Christmas tree, etc. etc. Yun po ating mga naibigay. Sige pa po. Nakapagbigay din po tayo dun sa Center for Children RRSC sa Ligao. Nangailangan po sila ng tulong. Ang AXA po ay dumayo doon para magbigay tulong. Sa Negros Oriental po, humingi po ng tulong si Sir Gilbert. Nakapagbigay po tayo doon ng 50,000 sa Kabayawan, SDO po yata yun. Sa DepEd region po, yung foundation anniversary ng region, nakapag-donate din po tayo ng fund doon. Ano po. And many more na mga, hindi na po namin pinag-isa-isa. Okay po? Sige po, sir. Yan, yung mga sample po natin na nabigyan tulong. Ito po, during my term lang po ito ha, during our term only. Kasi marami rin pong tulong na nagawa sa panahon po ni Mr. Adayo, panahon po ni na Mr. Mike Barcia, at iba pong president. Ito naman po yung mga activities na ating ginawa in support to SDO at saka sa regional office. Tayo po ay tumulong sa palarong panlalawigan, palarong Bicol, palarong pambansa. Ito po ay sa pamamagitan po ng ating mga fundraising. If you remember po yung ating pong AXA car parapol, almost 700,000 po ang na-donate natin in partnership sa regional office. Yung po sanang raffle natin ngayon na BIOS ay hindi po natuloy, pero maganda po sana yun na fundraising naman for the Palarong Pambansa, hindi lang po. Okay po. Sa mga MANCOM po, nakapagbigay din po tayo dyan. At pakibalik to, sir, pakibalik po doon. Sa Senior High School Fair, nagdo-donate din po tayo mga pampremyo. Sa Bicol Association of School Superintendent, nakakapag-partner din po tayo doon through fundraising. Sa mga namaalam na po, nakakatulong din po tayo sa hindi lang po sa AXAPAN ito, kundi yung pong mga contribution po ng mga school heads para po makapagbigay sa ating mga members. Sige po, sir. Ito po yung mga sample pictures natin during the Battle of the Wise. Yan, si Ma'am Lloyds po, nagsasalita doon. Sige po. Yan po ang ating AXA Bikers. Ito po yung under AXA Fit. Para po ang mga school heads po ay laging may physical activities, kaya po inilunsad po natin yung ating AXA Fit program. Kasama po natin si Sir Swen po dyan, nagbabike. Kahapon po, Sir Swen, parang 18 years old ka lang, Sir Swen. Naka 40 kilometers po si Sir Swen kahapon. From Kararayan to Naga to Kanaaman, Bunbon, Amagaraw, Bunbon, Calabanga. Matibay ma'am si Sir Swen mag-bike. Na po. Congrats, Sir Swen. Kahit si Sir Swen ay, sir, Last Sunday po, nasa Buhi si sir, doon nag-bike. Talaga, yes sir. Kailangan ng mobile. Thank you sir sa pag-join po. Dapat lagi tayong healthy. Okay po, sige, tuloy po. Ayan, nag-sponsor po tayo ng AXA Bike Loan Program. Yung po mga members natin na school head na gusto nila mag-loan, pinautang po natin para may bike kaagad sila. Okay po. At lahat naman po nakabayad na. Thank you very much. Sige po. Continue po, sir. Ayan. Ito po yung ating AXA Car Raffle na ginawa way back 2019. Mayroon po itong 7 motorcycles and Toyota Avanza na ating pong ibinigay sa mga nanalo. Sige po. Ayan. Ano po ba ang mga benefits ng members ng AXA? Sila po ay nakakapag-receive ng retirees benefit, medical assistance, relief assistance sa kanilang schools, annual polo shirts. Siguro po yung mananalo ngayon na during our, dito po sa election natin, siguro si mananalo, baka magpagawa po kaagad sila ng polo shirts. Ito pong AXA jackets, nakapag-provide din po tayo. Face mask na namimigay din po tayo. Mga conference notebooks, meron pa po dyan. Mga raffles during general assemblies. Ito po yung ating mga naibibigay sa mga members. Okay? Sige po, sir. Ano po ba ang mga, ito naman po, yung mga travel priorities. Pag kayo po ay member ng AXA, siguro po, pag may face-to-face na, sana makapagsama-sama pa rin tayo, makapag-attend tayo ng NAPSI, NASPIL, ito pong RAEL, ito pong NAEL, nakaka-attend po tayo doon, mga convention, mga congresses, trainings and seminars, mga team buildings, so maugmahan po ang team buildings na. Ang last na pong team building sa Victoria Bay. Ito po yung pagpunta namin sa Singapore ng ilang school heads. Ayan. Ayan, mga pictures po yan. Si Ma'am Edna, mag-asawang Levy Palmes. Ito po yung team building natin sa Victoria Bay. Ang pinaka-memorable pong team building namin sa Misibis Bay under Mr. Crispin Adayo. Social po doon. Yan, si paghatod po kay Ma'am Susan sa Catanduanes. Okay. Yan, birthday ni Ma'am Lloyds. Kay Sir Gilbert. Yan, si Sir Dads. Yan, may parapol po tayo sa General Assembly si Sir Gilbert po yung namimigay ng bike. Ano po? Paghatod po kay Sir Boy. Yan, sa Davao po yan. Palarong pambansa. Okay. Ayan. Ito naman po ang ating mga naipon na properties. Meron po tayong mga band instrument. Halos brand new pa po, hindi pa nagagamit. Meron po tayong laptop, printer, camera, megaphones, mga walkie-talkie, may typewriter, recorder, etc. and etc. Okay po. Yan. Thank you very much po. Ito yung pictures ng mga officers. Thank you very much po, sir, ma'am. And good afternoon po sa lahat.
Thank you very much, Sir Reynaldo Lopez. We are amazed of your notable accomplishments as a president of the AXA despite of this COVID-19 pandemic. How I wish I can also avail of the tour to Singapore. Anyway, at this point, we will now proceed to the SGOD updates. Okay, so at this point, we will now first the CID updates. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our amazing CID chief, no other than Dr. Mariben Berha.
Thank you so much. Ay, hindi pala connected. Thank you so much to our beautiful MC. And good afternoon, Ma'am Lloyds, Ma'am Lynn, Ma'am Maggie, and Sir Swen. Ay, hindi ito. OSDS. Ito na. Ay. Okay na. Nasa desktop. updates, enhancement, and other reminders from the Curriculum Implementation Division during the 5th regular MANCOM. So for the outline, we have the enhancements, updates, and plans. So for the first time, we are going to introduce to you the format of Smile Learners Packet. Thank you so much, Ms. Presi. So for the parts, we are not going to discuss this thorough, but rather we will just have the outline so that the teachers who are watching at home can already adjust their self-learning mode, self-learning IMs, instructional materials, to the parts of the Smile self-learning packets. So we only have 7 parts. The first part is on the learning skills. Talking about the learning skills, we will be including the most essential learning competencies, of course, from our guide sent by DepEd. And we are going to unpack them by taking the objectives, cognitive, affective, and the psychomotor. So make sure that you have all the 3 parts of the unpacking of most essential learning competencies. The second part is the introductory part. This is about the background, brief discussion or input about the learning materials or the instructional materials. The third part are the activities. This includes the practice task and assessment. So, different activities that will deepen the learner's understanding of the skill or a concept. These activities may vary. They can be paper and pencil task, game, literary work, creative expression such as drawing, sketching, songwriting, research, blog or vlog, and other possible techniques or strategies in giving our assessments. So we have to choose activities that are appropriate, suitable, and doable for the level of students we have. As much as possible, ensure that the chosen activities, the practice task and assessment will activate the learner's senses for maximum learning. So may our strategies to be given to the students really entice their happiness or enjoyment while learning. The fourth part is the rubric for scoring. This part is optional. We are going to include a rubric only when necessary. There are activities, there are IMs that won't require rubrics for scoring. The fifth part, which is also essential in making or in facilitating self-learning among the students, is the answer key. The sixth part is on the reflection or comment suggestions, which will be given by the students to us. And the seventh part is all about the references, which include the references used in developing the learning activity sheets, which can include textbooks, work text, and LMs. We should also refrain from taking the resources which may not allow us to use. So may mga author na ayaw ipagamit. Kapag hindi tayo pinaintulutan gumamit nun, or wag nating ipilit po. Or else, magkakaproblema tayo dun sa third-party content. Bawal kapag hindi ipinahintulot. Teachers will decide on the number of activities that they will give to the learners. But for the purposes of uniformity, provide 3 practice tasks and 1 assessment. Instructions, directions should be simple and clear to enable the learners to understand them fully. with or without the assistance of home learning partners. So indicate your name and designation as the one who prepared the learning activity sheets. And it must be submitted to the quality assurance team in such a way that it must pass through content validation. Dapat naaayos kung tama yung nakalagay natin dyan. Next is language validation or language editing. Kung English siya, mas maganda English major ang mag-edit nun or mag-quality assure. Kung Filipino naman, ang medium, dapat sa mga Filipino expert. Kung mother tongue naman yan, yung talagang mga expert doon sa mother tongue. Halimbawa, sa Bicol Central, yung mga taga dito, yung malapit sa Naga. We also have another language as the Rinconada version of Nabua, Bato, Bula, and other. And the last one, we have also a separate or different language from Buhinon or from Buhi, which is Buhinon. So, last July 18 or 19, we submitted, or the DepEd Central Office through SERDATS requested for the submission of the number of students who will be enrolled in remedial or advancement classes. So when talking about remedial classes, they are those students who missed to have grades 75 and above. That's from grade 1 to grade 12. So 139 schools had submitted with the identified 3,697 students. So 139 schools with 3,697 students. But up to present, we only received 2 proposals that they will be having summer classes. So siguro yung iba, anyway, we have 2 options po, summer classes or make-up classes during the regular classes comes this school year 2021-2022, which we will start in September 13. Okay, for the documents to be submitted based on DepEd Order number 36 series of 2021 and DepEd Memo number 13 series of 2018, we have the following requirements. List of students, of those who will take the remedial classes or advancement classes, shall be submitted. Ano yan? Okay, we have here, aside from the number of students who are going to submit the schedule of classes, so para sigurado namin na hindi nagre-reklamo yung teacher, kasi may service credit naman, mas maganda nakapirma yung teacher doon sa document. Ano, sa schedule of classes, list mastered competencies. Naka-auto. Apo. Nag-auto po lang. Apo. Thank you. By the way, the advancement classes is only for senior high school. For remediation, grade 4, we have here 10 minutes for 10 students minimum of 10 students. Or for senior high school, minimum of 8 students. So written consent of parents that they are allowing their children to undergo remedial classes. So just to read the communication or the DepEd order mentioned and the division DepEd memo. So we have here the results of the Filipino updates, results of pansangay na pantimpalak sa Filipino bilang bahagi ng pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng Wika 2021 na ginanap noong Hulyo 23, 2021. So, nauna na yung slides. So, paggawa ng chatting jingle, so, isusunod na po, sulat bigkas ng personal na pagsasanay. Unang gantimpala kay Ashley May or Bigo of Himaga Elementary School, Goa. Ikalawang gantimpala, Marquis Navales, Malawag Elementary. Ikatlong gantimpala, Zarina Kate M. Conrado, of Cainsa Elementary School. Sulat bigkas na ng talumpati unang gantimpala, Jinky G. Alarcon of San Rafael National High School. Ikalawang gantimpala, Angeli A. Ordones, Godofredo Reyes Senior National High School. Ikatlong gantimpala, Angela C. Grecia, Balaugan National High School. Panukalang proyekto ng pagninegosyo, unang gantimpala kay Ina Marie Coliante, Sipokot National High School. Ikalawang gantimpala, Karen Tormes, San Jose Pili National High School. Ikatlo, Zenia Zaira S. Bilaro, San Rafael National High School. Ang itinalaga ng tanggapang pangrehiyon upang gawing learner's packet sa Filipino na sangay ng Camarines Sur ay baitang 10. Ang mga manunulat nito ay kaguruan sa Filipino ng Nabua National High School. So reminder, Nabua National High School, you are tasked to prepare the learner's packet for Filipino 10. Inaanyayahan ang lahat ng mag-aaral at kaguruan sa Filipina na lumahok sa patimpalak sa pagsusulat ng sanaysay at malayang tula. Ito ay panawagan ng kawanihang panglinang ng Bureau of Curriculum Development. Katuwang ang kawanihan ng linangan ng pagkatuto, Bureau of Learning Delivery. Batay sa memorandum Series UCI 2021-272. Formal na inulunsad ang pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng Wika 2021 sa tanggapang pagsanay sa Camarines Sur sa Agosto 2, 2021, alas 8 ng umaga. Pinapakiusapan ang mga kawani ng SDO Camarines Sur at ng mga piling dadalo na magsuot ng kasuotang angkop sa okasyon. Nakasaad sa pabatid na may petsang Hulyo 16, 2021. Ang tema ng pagdiriwang ng Buwan ng Wika 2020 ay Filipino at mga wikang katutubo sa dekolonisasyon ng pag-iisip ng mga Filipino. So we have here the result of chatting jingle competition, which was done last July 23, 2021. So first, the winner we have from 4th Congressional District, Brian Vincent Magtibay, Tara na sa Chatting of Sangay Central School. So under Miss Marivic Cleofe, Principal, and with Ma'am Susette Lianza as the PSDS. Yung iba hindi ko na po babasahin. Pangalawang pwesto si Hannah Nicole B. Rivares. Kumita, mag-ipon, gumastos at magkawang gawa. Si Pukot North Central School, coached by Miss Gina Orea, Principal Salvador A. Tuy, and Miss Imelda Del Rosario. Ang pangatlo po, si Lisel Q. Estadilla, tamang kaisipan, sagot at magandang kinabukasan. Roaldao Elementary, Nabua West. Coach Sheena S. Valenzuela and Donna Vic Benico, ang school head, with Felix Saison para sa PSDS. Ang pang-apat po ay sila Gerald Agpuon and Hans Alexander Matubis. So sa English po, radio-based instruction airing of lessons ended last July 16, 2021. RBI special editions started last July 23, 2021, 1 hour of airing per week. 4 partners radio stations, DZRP Goa, 1 to 2 p.m., DW EBFM Nabua, 1 to 2 p.m. 2, Radyo Natin Naga, 11 to 12 noon, Hot FM Baaw, 11 to 12 noon. All recorded announcements and topics are available in our Multimedia and Communication Services, MMCS, headed by Ma'am Presi. So, in July 26 to 27, junior high school and senior high school, English last conversion to learner's packet. So, ang in na ngayon, dati module, SLM, naging last, ngayon, learner's packet. In July 27 to 29, 2021, we have the Regional Virtual Training Workshop for Early Language Literacy and Numeracy LAC Leaders. On July 30, 2021, postponed date for Regional Virtual Conference of English Teachers. In August to September 2021, editing, layouting, and proofreading of articles for SDO publication. Yung invitation po kanina. If you want to publish your article, you can just submit to SDO, address to Ma'am SDS, Loida Nidea, attention, Miss Presi de la Vega. So, August 2021, Division Training of Trainers for District LAC Leaders. And in September 2021, District Training for Key Teachers. And special announcement, we have upcoming activity this August 2021 on Virtual National Schools Press Conference. We don't have the specific date yet. So, abangan na lang po yan. Math updates, we have division training in the preparation of video lessons, division training, online training on assessment in mathematics. So, yung medyo mahina na portion natin, sa curriculum implementation, we are somewhat weak under assessment of learning. Division online training on conceptual understanding in mathematics in partnership with university. We have also online orientation in the preparation of learners packets for accountancy, business, and management core subjects, so ABM. Activities conducted in July, we have the division mathematics competition in mathematics. We don't have the results. Organization and orientation of writers, of learners packets for grades 1 to 12 in mathematics, and organized writers for learners packet for ABM core subjects. For science, we have here winners in the Regional Science and Technology Fair for 2020-2021 last July 1, 2021 via Facebook Live. So congratulations to the winners. We have here si Yancy Cula, first place, Neil Christian Vargas, Paul David, Luna, Shen Yesha, Tangilon, senior high school level of Nabua National High School, Coach Dino Manuel Prestado, and school head Moises C. Cabide Jr. Congratulations. We also have fourth place, Estelia Dorosan, Jesslyn Feli B. Paco, Sofia Sandrian Remoto, Coach Chanel Capinig, Ron Michael Paanyo, Karen P. Hermojeno, School Head Belin Amata, Junior High School category. For Schistoperiments, 4th place, Andrea E. Cordano. Congratulations, Miss Andrea. Coach Ian Cedric Reyes, School Head Manuel D. Buere. So level senior high school category of San Isidro National High School. Digital poster making, we have 3rd place, Catherine May T. Lita. Coach Charis Sarmiento, senior high school level. School head Mr. Moises Cabida, and at Nabo National High School. We also have 5th place, Maria Daniela Pipilarca, Coach Eric Cedron, junior high school category. Eva C. Malanyaon, school head. At Jose C. Pervosa, senior, National High School. 5th place, Zailin Kier D. Hernandez. Coach Marilyn S. Malasarte. School head Aida S. Fortuno. Elementary level of Santiago Yang Elementary School. Congratulations, and congratulations, Ma'am M. Ismabe. For AP, TLE, TVL update, so nakapackage yan kay Miss Lelaine. So we have here, first place during the conduct of the 2021 Regional EPP TLE, TVL Showcase. For online bazaar, we have Nabwa National High School, first place, best in online bazaar. First place, then most creative and innovative bazaar. For home-based retailing representing San Jose Pili National High School, first place, best in marketing strategy. First place also, best in marketable products. So at least ngayon na high school pa lang, tinuturuan na silang magnegosyo. Nung panahon natin, we never taught how to do business. Preparing for another event to be participated in by SDO Camarines or TLE, TVL group this August 2021 relative to the forthcoming Regional Tech Book Day. There is an ongoing write-shop in the preparation of Smile Learning Packets for AP, DISS, EPP, TLE, TVL, Home Economics and other specialization courses on July 27, 2021 at 8 a.m. So they will be doing that using the virtual platform. MAPIALS updates, we have already results on the 2021 evaluation, portfolio evaluation from the candidates of applicants, number of students of, nasa na yun? Of 3,486, the passers are 3,412. It's 90% of the enrollees. Per joint memorandum number CI 2021-049. We also have the virtual ALS graduation and completion ceremony. For the first district, it will be on July 26 today. So July 27, 2nd Congressional, July 28 for the 3rd, July 29 for the 4th, and July 30 for the 5th Congressional District. They will start the event at 9 a.m. For EPS updates, ESP rather, preparation of Q1 and Q2 learners packet in ESP from July 15 to July 31. Quality assurance will be from August 1 to August 15. 3-day training of district coordinators and key teachers in ESP elementary and secondary September 1 to 3. Please take note, school heads, and please relay this to our teachers. The requirements for special hardship allowance for SHA. Special hardship allowance, 3 copies for ALS po ALS, take note. 3 copies of Form 48, accomplishment report, certification of learners by grade level, template provided to all teachers. AFP, AF3, master list of learners downloaded from LIS school year 2020-2021, and the deadline for submission, it's the deadliest deadline on August 4, 2021. So updates on special curricular program, care of Mr. Heraclio Barciliano. We have the division virtual training workshop on early childhood education, assessment of learning on August 9 to 11, 2021. LRMDS. As of today, the top contributor to the local history teaching and learning resources called for by DepEd Central Office through the Office of SERDADS, Ragay has the highest number of books shared. Local history. They have already shared 115 local history books. The second is Tay. We have Tay in the second, Bumbun District, and Bula North District. Third in the rank is the Logonoy South. So you can still add, yung mga ginawa natin yun. Based on our experience, we already have 3,426 books, pero ang nakasubmit pa lang 529 books. So marami pang kailangang isubmit. Next is, congratulations to Katagbakan Elementary School as initiated by the PSDS, Ma'am Mini Talagit. They will be representing the SDO Kamsur during the 3rd Virtual Regional CI Symposium in August 2021. So ngayon lang po ito nangyari na hindi sa amin nanggaling yung inisyatibo, galing sa district. Thank you so much. This is first of a kind na walang masyadong effort sa amin. Search is extended for another year in 2021. So base sa standard po, dapat lahat ng paaralan nag-i-implement ng continuous improvement. Sana all, sabi nga. Ay, hindi ko na isama, nabago na yung slides. Yung slide galing sa Nabwa, na meron silang mga instructional materials solicited from the Batu District. Manipulatives, nagagamitin ng mga volunteers during Brigada Basa kay Ma'am Julia Hornales. May research din sila, action research, doon sa target na 15, 6 doon sa kanila ang nakasubmit during the actual training. Congratulations, Batu. Kultura update, so si Miggy, ito yung isa sa mga naunang nagsulat ng aklat tungkol sa kultura. Ito naman ang pinakamalupit, si Junilyn Tres Valles of Tinambak. 35 books, IMs ang nagawa niya. So, walang pagod. Okay, meron din tayong sa pamumuno ni Ma'am Loida, nabuo yung pangarap na museum. We called it Kurit. Sa tulong ng maraming mga guro in any discipline. So mix na yun, hindi lang araling panlipunan, may English, may science. Meron tayong mga curator na naka-assign sa araw-araw. Ang ginagawa nila para tulungan yung mga audience doon, ay yung dumadalaw. So featuring the notable achievements of SDO Camarines Sur during the term of its superintendent. Ang next focus natin ay ang life stories of the different superintendent. Thank you so much and God bless. Sa LDM2, dapat end of July, nasa team leaders na po. And para August 4, nasubmit na yun sa region. Sana hindi na tayo deadliest deadline din. End of July, dapat nakasubmit na po. Naibigay, kasi marami pang gagawin ng mga team leaders doon sa portfolio. Any updates from the school team leaders? Nakasubmit na ba sa inyo? Portfolio. They are collecting, team leaders are collecting the different portfolio from the teacher members. Opo, sabay, wala namang separation ang elementary at saka high school. Yung iba nga, yung team leader nila, ay may mixed ba? Unlike before, nung panahon namin na kami yung team leader, naka-mix yun. Walang separation kung high school ka or elementary. So ngayon ba, ganun din? Or elementary, high school, high school? Kung elementary ang team leader, elementary din ang members. Okay. And we also have, usually, hindi nakasama ang mga principal, pero may mga principal pa rin na team leaders. Mga TIC. So karamihan, it's an interaction between teachers. Among teachers, rather. So thank you so much, sir. And God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Maribel Berha, for the CID updates. Now we will go to the SGOD updates. May I call on the SGOD Chief, no other than Dr. Pedro Pelonio.
Good afternoon to the Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Loida, to the 3 Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Sir Swen, Ma'am Lynn, and Ma'am Maggie, to Ma'am Maben, the CID Chief, the Education Program Supervisors, Public Schools District Supervisors, school heads, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, also the unit heads, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, the School Governance Operations Division is ready to give you some updates regarding particularly of the programs and projects and activities under the School Governance and Operations Division. And one of the tasks given to the SGOD is to present to you the status or the vaccination status and other activities to be conducted in the SDO Camarines Sur. But at this point, I would like to give you the vaccination data as of July 23, 2021. Wala pang ano yan. So, the data prorated into 4 or divided into 4. A1, workers in essential health services. Noy, inanoy ang sakong ano yan, dahil pa nagluluwas. Please help. A2, we have the senior citizen. A3, individuals with comorbidities. And A4, workers in frontline. Sige. Teka muna. Okay. And if you will notice, the provincial government is really helping us to give us slots so that the SDO employees and other teachers within the SDO and the nearby SDO office were given the chance and slots to be vaccinated. That's why for several months, some of our colleagues or SDO personnel vaccinated now with first dose and second dose. Still. Ito na nagluluwas. Hindi lang kasi lumalabas yung aking Sige. So, out of 19,274, 220, 2 or 1.15% is under workers in essential health services, 13 with first dose, 85 with second dose, 100 of them are still eligible and waiting for the schedule, and 24 are not yet registered or unvaccinated. For senior citizens, we have 242 with 1.26, 106 with first dose, 12 with second dose, 104 with registered waiting for the schedule, in 24 the eligible population unregistered. For individual comorbidities, 835 or 4.33%, 54 of them received their first dose, 30 for second dose, 889 for second dose, for awaiting for the schedule, and 62 unvaccinated and unregistered. And sa A4, dito tayo halos lahat ay nandito, workers in frontlines, essential sectors, with 17,975. That's why 93.26 pa po ang eligible. Then 300 out of the 311 vaccinated with first dose, 238 with second dose, 14,626 awaiting for the schedule, and 2,800 for unregistered. And if you will notice here, the total is 2.51% or 4.84% pa lang ang meron tayong nabakunahan na isa. For second dose natin, 365 with 1.89. That's why we are still waiting for the schedule for 15,459. And we will also convince 2,966 or 15.39 SDO employees who are not yet registered and unvaccinated. Okay, ano po yung mga gagawin natin? So, profiling of SDO personnel to be vaccinated. So far, the district submitted to us the names of district or SDO personnel who will be vaccinated. That's why when you go to the province of Camarines Sur, tinitingnan po talaga kung your name was included. SDO coordinates with the provincial government on the number of employees to be vaccinated in schedule. Advocacy campaign for back to schools. We would like to encourage you to have this activity so that some of our SDO personnel na nagduwa-duwa pa, ayaw magpabaksin, ma-encourage natin. I saw some of the TikToks. Now, that's why sabi there will be search for best TikTok videos about vaccination and its efficacy using the hashtag. Hashtag back to school SDO Kamsur, hashtag Gris Bakuna, hashtag Be the Champion, hashtag back to school smile, hashtag DepEd tayo. Sa Facebook, meron na akong nakitang iilang mga nagti-TikTok. Ginawa nila yung kanta, sila ang sumayaw. So thank you so much for that school. We will use that so that we can encourage some of our SDO personnel na sumali at magpabakuna sila. Another one, we will be recruiting volunteers from school health personnel and teaching personnel. Saan ba sila magtatrabaho? They will work as vaccinator, but preferably nurses. B, screening assessment, health educators, documenters, and recorders, or counseling, or MHPS. Itong sa B to letter D, pwede po tayo ditong makakuha o mag-volunteer dito ang SDO personnel natin, mga teachers or non-teaching personnel who will compose of the team. Number 5, there will be an orientation as to what to do as a volunteer, and at the same time also, we will orient the SDO personnel who will be availing vaccination. Organization of district and school IEC coordinators for COVID-19 vaccination para mayroon tayong focal person per district or school who will take charge of the vaccination activity. Sige. Another one, para magkaroon tayo ng we will issue memorandum to that effect para meron tayong basihan because sabi nga niya, we will encourage other teachers na sabi na pag nag-volunteer, volunteer. We will really ask them na mag-render ng service na talagang totoong-totoo o kaya bukal sa kanilang kalooban. Okay? So, ang susunod po, we will also promote the DepEd vaccination tracker. And we will do that, magkakaroon tayo ng orientation kasi meron na po itong national memo about the use of DepEd vaccination tracker. Ano po ito? Gagawin po ito sa lalong-lalo na sa mga nakareceive ng first dose at second dose. So kaya ito yung gagamitin natin para matrack natin sino na ba sa kanila ang na vaccine. Implementation plan, we will be sending off volunteers, scheduling of groups to be vaccinated, monitoring of post-vaccination, granting a day off after vaccination because there will be an adverse effect maybe of the people who will be vaccinated, so we will give them time for them to rest. Sabi ba kaya? Then monitoring of health condition of the employees. Post-implementation plan, reporting of adverse effect of the vaccinated personnel. Submission of reports to the regional office and at the same time, debriefing of vaccinated SDO personnel para sabi nga ni kayan, mawala yung mga haka-haka o mga pwede pang masusunod na matatakot. Okay, so who are the service providers? Ito po yung tatlong possible na service providers natin, local government unit of Camarines Sur. So far, ito na po ang nagsimula na sila. Recently, province of Camarines Sur gave us 180 slots. Kaya lang medyo sa number natin kulang na yon. Local government unit of municipalities, SDO Camarines Sur. Ito, during my presentation sa regional office, wala pang SDO Camarines Sur. But after the MANCOM, nagkaroon po ng orientation ang mga vaccination coordinator sa division that SDO encouraged by the regional office na magkaroon ng vaccination site. Tinitingnan namin, pinag-aaralan natin kung how SDO Camarines Sur will provide services when it comes to vaccination in spite of mga resources natin na nandito. Kaya we also prepared some of the things na kailangan natin gawin. Nagkaroon na kaming natin. So dito po, vaccination sites natin sa local government unit, Edmero Building, sa Capitol Compound, Cadlan-Pili, Camarines Sur. Sa local government unit sa municipalities, may identified vaccination sites like covered courts in schools and the municipalities. Then, vaccination schedule na depende po yon. Kung mayroon ng available vaccines, go tayo. Excuse me. SDO Camarines Sur also closely coordinates to the provincial government. Particularly si Ma'am Loida, siya po ang binibigyan ng information kung mayroon na tayong slot sa vaccination natin. So, may mga vaccines. That's why we are also coordinating, giving information so the nearby districts to avail vaccination. Pero nga niyan, medyo talagang kailangan marami sa atin. Okay. With this plan, we crafted the vaccination roadmap of SDO Camarines Sur. Steve, dapat mahiling ini sa... Steve, dapat mahiling ini sa kung vaccination roadmap of SDO Camarines Sur. Importante ini. Because sabi nga ni kayan, with the program sa vaccination, ano po ang gagawin natin? Yan, sige. Ano ito nagpuputol-putol? Ha? Signal. Sige. Ano yung pong gagawin natin? Because we have 3 or 4 opportunities na pwedeng lugar na pagbabaksinan. Sabi ko kanina, we have the provincial government we have the local government unit by municipalities. Then we have, if the SDO will organize the team, magkakaroon po tayo ng schedule, but we will look into na magra-ride on tayo sa schedule of the municipality. Sabi nga, sa information that the DepEd employees or any SDO employees, kung saan ka po nagtatrabaho, doon ka mapwedeng magpa-bakuna. Di ba? Maliwanag yon. So, that's why we need also that the teachers, non-teaching and teaching personnel be profiled in your own municipality, then coordinate with the local government unit para makaroon o makasama sila sa inyong plano o sa ano. So, ito po yung vaccination providers natin, Province of Camarines Sur, who will be vaccinated. Ito muna yung ginamit natin na nearby districts or schools sa SDO employees in the vaccination site and profile. Anong gustong sabihin, si mga kataid sa namuna para walang gaanong travel na malayo. No, iyon na muna ang pwede. So anong gagawin natin? Allocation from the province will be divided to the nearby districts and the PSDS will allocate the slots to the schools. Because with 180 slots na nangyari noong gustong magpabakuna, pero yun nga, kulang din. Marami tayong pumunta doon. So gusto na magpabakuna. That's why one of the safety nets of the vaccination site is to really look into, strictly follow the names who were listed, yun talaga ang ibabaccinate. Okay. So we are targeting na magbibilang tayo na September 2021, third quarter to, sana makaroon tayo, mamit natin ang 1,000 na bakunahan ng Province of Camarines Sur. December, 3 buwan yan. October, November, December, another 1,000. Another 1,000 sa March, another 1,000 sa June, another 1,000 sa September, another 1,000 sa December. Bakit ngayon tigwa 1,000 lang? Kasi hindi natin kontrolado ang mga ibibigay na ating bakuna sa atin kung mag-ilan ba. Kaya we will try to assess if the target number of personnel who will be vaccinated kung maaabot ang 1,000. Kung titingnan mo siya, wala pa sa na 6,000 pa ito. Saan ba natin to makikita yung mga iba pang nandito? So, ang gagawin po natin, sa municipalities po, doon tayo makakarami because you will really coordinate with the schools na sa local government unit of municipalities na doon kayo mabaksin, mabakunahan. Yan po. Kaya ito po ang ating ang target natin, 10% of the SDO personnel in the district must be vaccinated at the end of September. December, 15%, March, 25%, June 2022, 50%, September 2022, 75%, December 2022, 100%. So, kaya tinitingnan natin, we will just revisit if the target, the roadmap of SDO Camarines Sur when it comes to vaccination, mamimit natin o hindi mamimit natin so that we can also have some adjustment. Tapos ito naman pangatlo, SDO Camarines Sur riding on the municipalities' vaccination activities because the SDO will request through the regional office the vaccines to be distributed sa SDO Camarines Sur and that will be used sa mga local government unit para doon sa ating mga taga-DepEd. Kasi kung magtatayo tayo ng vaccination site, alis na si Dr. Hera hanggang November 15. Sino na ang one of the requirements dapat may doktor, may mga vaccinator. Ang pwede na lang natin makuha ay pwede sa vaccinator, pero sa ibang aspect, medyo kulang tayo na mga persa o kaya workers. Kaya we will look into that, we will just closely coordinate with the local government unit para yung allocation para sa mga municipalities na nandoon yung teachers natin, doon natin idadagdag. Then, other authorized group, pang-apat, kung titingnan ninyo last week, mayroong nagpabakuna na galing kay Vice President, Vice President Lenny. So, dito tayo, doon siya papasok. Other groups na who are providing vaccination para sa ating mga SDO personnel. Kaya tinitingnan namin na at least 100 sa September, 100 sa December, 100 para matapos natin ang mga babakunahan at the end of December 2022. So yun po ang ating tinitingnan na sana ang vaccination plan nating ito, ang roadmap, ay magamit o kaya masunod, and we will just really coordinate with some of the vaccination providers so that ang ating mga teachers ay mabakunahan na talaga. Okay, kaya kung nagduduwa-duwa pa magpabakuna, dahil na magduwa-duwa. Sabi nga ni All, walang maiiwan, dapat lahat ay magpabakuna. Okay, so announcements po from youth formation, we have Division Teacher Advisors Training Program. August 25 to 27, in Naga City, exact venue will be announced. Participants, District God Focal Person for elementary, 4 participants recommended by each PSDS for secondary, per Division Memorandum 262, Series 2021. Another one is the Learning and Development for School God Focal Persons. August 18 to 20, 2021, with Naga City. Participants, District God Focal Persons for elementary, plus 7 participants recommended by each PSDS for secondary, per Division Memorandum 263, Series 2, 2021. Another from youth formation, starting August 2021, SDO Camarines Sur will distribute the Bayanihan to assistance to 391 learners who will receive 3,000 pesos. Tapos na kami nung tig-3,000 sa 74 learners. Ngayon, nakakuha pa kami, nakahirit pa tayo, 391. So thank you sa mga public schools supervisors and school heads who helped us to come up with the 391. 400 sana ito, kaya lang nabawasan tayo ng 9. Joseph Cruzana, we would like also to announce to you that he is a PDO and he is a finalist of the National C Club for Outstanding PDO Large Division Category. 3 sila. Nagkaroon na ng interview last week, kaya we are waiting for the announcement na sana si Joseph ang manalo na winner sa Outstanding PDO. Thank you also to the schools with Gabaldon Heritage Building for joining the National Heritage Gabaldon Schoolhouse Contest. Marami po sila. Ang category, old pictures, contemporary pictures, tapos mga write-ups, 14 categories po ang sinalihan na pwedeng salihan. So marami din ang sumali, kaya we will be waiting for the announcement of the national office. Tapos to those schools who join the Gabaldon contest, they will be included in the National Coffee Book or the Gabaldon Heritage School Book. Kaya yun po yan ang na mangyayari. So under school management and monitoring, we would like to acknowledge, to congratulate. Dahil talaga siya nag-aabay. We would like to congratulate public schools issued with government permit for school year 2021-2022 as of June 30, 2021. Ayan. So, welcome po, Bagadyon High School. For junior high school with permit na ito, San Sebastian Fisheries, Bicol High School for Arts and Culture, Salvacion High School, Fundado National High School, Lipata Elementary School, Pasakaw National High School, formerly Pasakaw Municipal High School, San Antonio High School, and Camarines Sur Agro-Industrial National High School. And last Wednesday, we visited Mabka National High School or High School. And sabi niya, pag nabigyan na sila ng school ID and permit to operate, sila po ay ang 1,097 school na siya sa Camarines Sur. So congratulations po. Welcome to SDO Camarines Sur. Yan. Ito yung kaabang-abang. Meron pa ring 676 na lang yan, tamay humabol ngayon, na schools without SIP. 51 na sana sa elementary school, 25 sa secondary schools. Si Rizay ini. Ayan, meron pa ng GAD. Ang nakapulang ito, 36. Meron na siya, kaya pinula ko na yan. So, we still have from Ragay, from Siruma, from Tigawon, from Tinambak North, Sangay, Presentasyon, Calabanga West, Libmanan South, Minalabak, Pasakaw, San Fernando, Sipocot North, and Garchitorena. So please, nag-training na tayo. Nag-workshop na. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin. So please, gawa na po tayo. Hanapan na natin yung 15 pages baga po ito. Kaya, please please try to have this SIP submitted to us. Sa secondary, Guapang 25. Linganan nito. Kung kaayon ka mo dyan, magluway-luway na. Tanganing makasubmit na kan sa Indoning SIP. Ini as of, yan. Sige. Announcement from SGOD for elementary and secondary school with existing annex schools without school ID and permit to operate, si Dr. William Villari, EPS SGOD, is providing technical assistance or will schedule clustered orientation by district through PDSDS. Para matulungan natin, ma-fast track ang preparation ng documents para kayo ay maging independent school. Sabi ng region, we are not promoting to have an annex but an independent schools na both elementary and secondary schools. Orientation will include establishment of schools, separation, renaming, integrated schools, whichever is requested by the PSDS of fast-track processing of SGOD, SDO Camsor for approval at DepEd ROV. Another one, ito po yung medyo may kulang doon. Kumbaga sa Ricardo, may kulang. In your project proposal, unit cost of the items must be included in the project proposal. Kasi yaon lang duman, item. Tapos, kung ilan, wala naman yung unit cost. Tapos total, dapat nandyan ang unit cost. Please be reminded of those important column for the project proposal. Yan, congratulations to the 1st Congressional District Elementary for successful hosting of SMILE in Research Virtual Conference Series 4 last July 6, 2021. Congratulations! Because elementary and secondary, LIS, and EBIS coordinators, school heads, PSDSS, and other concerns in the BIS for 100% uploading of school profile in the BEIS. Salamat po sa suporta. Division status of uploading a basic education information as of July. Iyo pa ini. At 25, 9 p.m., 99.11. Elementary, 100% na. Secondary, 100% na. In private schools, 96.47, may kulang pa ini. And SUCs, 100%. Okay? Ito. Systems is now open for updating of learner status in the end of school year or EOSY 2020-2021. Please submit Forms 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as of July 2021 at the Planning and Research Unit. 1 copy only. Tapos another, because of the transfer ng ating offices doon sa bago, meron kami na doong space that all researches. That's why we are encouraging researchers with approved completed report, please submit the hardbound copy, green cover at the PPU. So, igwana po kita duman. Meron tayong isang space doon you can conduct research. You can visit the research mini library for your review and related studies ng inyong research. Kaya, available tayo doon sa itaas. You can just coordinate with our senior program specialist, now Public Schools District Supervisor, Dr. Doroin, who is facilitating and taking care of these researches. Yan. Ito po yung galing sa regional office, Adoption of Basic Education Regional Research Agenda or BERA, na sinabi na ni Ma'am na Regional Memo number 60, Series 2021, that DepEd Region 5 adopts the Basic Educational Research Agenda or BERA to provide guidance to the teaching and non-teaching personnel and stakeholders of the department in the implementation of the research studies and utilization of results and findings in support of the department's policy development process and program development which are aligned with the vision, mission, and core values of this department. So the regional research agenda is dubbed as STARS: students, teachers, administrators, resources, stakeholders, and the school personnel. And sinabi na ito ni Ma'am, the principles in the conduct of the basic educational research are the following: excellence, integrity, and openness. Reference DO number 39, Series 2016, adoption of the basic reform agenda research. Ito po yung yung paradigm ng ating basic reforms agenda. But I am interested to show to you the conceptual framework of the regional office when we talk about the STARS. Sabi nga ni sa A ay nandito S is for so students, a person engaged in study and attends schools to seek knowledge from professional teachers, or particularly on performance, protection, behavior, and curricular activities, na ang student iyo ang nasa gitna. So, teachers help students to acquire knowledge, competencies, and virtues. We will be talking about the pedagogical approaches, welfare and direction, work values and attitudes, workloads and assignments. On administrators, provides office support to an individual or team as vital for the smooth running of an organization. We will be talking about you can engage sa research on managerial and leadership practices, work values and ethics, innovation and intervention, and so on and so forth sa resources, stakeholders, school personnel. I will send this PowerPoint presentation to you so that you can revisit the discussions that we had. Okay, under School Health and Nutrition section, there will be relaunching of Oplan Kalusugan okay sa DepEd on July 28, 9 to 12 a.m. Division Memorandum number 265, 2021. Ang participants, SDO personnel, FPSDS, school heads of elementary and secondary, okay sa DepEd coordinators and clinic teachers. Please, we will share to you the link ng ating activity. Okay, ito na po yun ang pagbasa, brigada pagbasa, sama-sama tulong sa pagtaguyod. Ito po yung we issued Division Memorandum in support to the memorandum issued by the Regional Office, Brigada Pagbasa Program and Implementation. Pursuant to the Regional Memorandum, that Regional Brigada Pagbasa Implementation Plan, Monitoring and Evaluation, and Volunteer Appreciation, this office requests the full support of district and schools in the implementation of the Brigada Pagbasa program by assisting volunteers during the conduct of the reading activities. I would like to commend districts who conducted orientation and supporting the Brigada Pagbasa. Marami na po kayo, so thank you po. Ipagpatuloy po natin because within 2 months, ito po yung pwede nating activity para matulungan ang ating mga kabataan. And the database of the volunteer, Brigada Pagbasa Volunteers Kit and monitoring tool can be accessed in the following link. Ito po yung Brigada Pagbasa Volunteer Database, Brigada Pagbasa Volunteer Kit, Brigada Pagbasa Monitoring Tool. Diyan po natin makikita ang lahat ng gagamitin na para sa ating activity. So, nandyan na lang po. I-click na lang po natin itong nakapula. Pwede na tayo makapag-access. Yan. So, in support, giving recognition sa mga volunteers natin, there will be regional and division search for 2021 Brigada Pagbasa Outstanding Volunteers and Best Implementing Schools. Division Memorandum number 254, Series 2021, and Regional Memorandum number 65, Series 2021, na iyo po ang satuya, na doble ang sakuya ng Division Memo. Division Search, ito po yung ating timeline, implementation June 21 to October, submission of district and school for secondary entries October 22, table review of documents submitted 25 to 29, face-to-face, phone, or online interview of nominees and site visit, November 3 to 5, 2021. So, yun po ang ating timeline. So, wag nating pabayaan na ma-recognize ang ating efforts, particularly yung mga volunteers natin. Let them join the search for the outstanding volunteers. Okay. Before the inauguration, we issued memorandum for the mural painting of the walls. Kaya today po gusto naming pasalamatan ang mga artists, public schools district supervisors na nag-paint ng ganitong ang gaganda ng napinta nila. First Congressional Elementary. Tingnan ninyo ang kanilang ay pista sa nayon. Ang mga artist nila ay nandito. Yan. Kaya thank you so much, our dear supporters, public schools district supervisors and artists. Ang ganda po ng inyong nagawa. First Congressional District, Secondary. Ayan. Ito po ang nagawa nila. Ang artist nila ay Marley Mercado, Bernadette Mercado, Popular, lahat po sila ay galing sa Godofredo Reyes Senior Memorial High School. Second District Elementary. Yan po ang mga artist, si Vanly Leonem, Alvin Abordes, Shen Pardinas, Fernando, sa San Fernando, Jane Bilarde, and Patricio Mateo. Yan, ang ganda po. O ito po yung sulo, ano na yun, lang na nagpinta. From 2nd Congressional District. Yan, si John Paul Silencio of Pasacao National High School. Siya ang nagpinta ng magandang mural na kung titingnan niyo, isang anghel para nagbabantay sa mga batang nagbabasa, parang teacher, no? Na gustong pangalagaan ang kapaligiran na nakakabasa ang ating mga anak. 3rd Congressional District Elementary. Yan, Jeffrey Ciprioso, si Ronaldo Atienza, Pedro Peñaflor, Sierra Madrid, Katrina Manalo, Inigo Balueba, and Federico Perfinian. Iyan po yan. 3rd District Secondary, ang artist, Florence Acuan, Margie Aguilar, and Pollard Cuan. From Rodriguez National High School. Then, 4th Congressional District, ang artist po si Nelson Enciso and Art Vincent Enciso from Goa District. 4th District Secondary, ang artist nila si Nelson, si Sir Tope, si Dominic, saka si Jonalyn. Ayan. And 5th Congressional District Elementary, ang artist nila si Abigail, si Teresa, si Marvin, si Alfred. Thank you so much. 5th District Secondary, ang ganda ng kanilang masterpiece. Ang kanila pong artist came from Baaw National High School, si Audrey, si Alexis, Ezekiel, si Frixie, si Maria Angelica, and Sarah. Then sa private school, ito din ang kanilang si Joanne Max, si Joanne, Jose, si Mary France, si Kina, si Ruth. They are from private school. Aksa, yan, Daragang Magayon. Ang yaon digdining artist, si Ali sa Magaraw National High School, si Sir Dong. Oo, di baga siya, garo madalagan si Sir Dong. Pero magayonon ang sa indaning output. Thank you, Aksa. Kaya nagpahuri na kumpleto talaga ang mural. Then, for SGOD, yan pa po si Samoyang art or mural made by Samuel Jerome, Minerva, Jose Flores, Rodney, si JR, si Delphine Bondad, si Maria Salvi Gutierrez. Iyan po yan ang sa SGOD natin. Then, yung Camarines Sports Association, sila din po ang nag-fix and repainting of sports statue. Kaya, kung titingnan ninyo, add-on din sa beautification ng palibot. Kaya, thank you so much, Joseph, J. Rupert, Roges, Randolph, Jerome, and Junahil. Then we would like also to extend our gratitude to Governor Mix Villaferte, Boys and Philippines, Castimopco, Casistea, mural artist, Boy Scout of the Philippines, Data, AXA, PSDS, and school heads for the plants and other landscaping materials, Mr. Guillermo Ortua and Mr. Alan Morforte of Platon High School, and many more. Daimin na po na yan, kadakol pang maray. Thank you so much from SGLD family. Maray na hapon.
Thank you very much, Sir Pet, for your updates and the SGOD. I hope we jot down some important informations and updates, announcements, reports, and deadlines. At this juncture, it is the long-awaited moment, the SDSR. The final message. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
So, as I said, this is the long-awaited moment. So, the final message. Okay, so, with this, help me welcome our nimble and indefatigable and our very own Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Loida Enidea.
Thank you, Venus Ra. Venus Valmedina, the principal of Nabua. Baaw, sorry man. Baaw Central School. Ma-transfer na ba? Ha? Baaw West Central School. Oo. Don't worry, it won't be an hour. I looked at the time, it's 4:50. So may I just have 10 minutes? First, I like to say thank you to the host districts, both elementary and secondary. Will you give them a round of applause? Of course, through the leadership of the assistant superintendents in charge of these districts. So, thank you for preparing, even if notice was short, you were able to host the activity. Second, I like to thank the resource speakers who prepared, especially those who prepared their presentation. Know that this is a virtual activity, and so just like the children learn best when they see it and hear it. Okay? So I have seen the principals who are around here that they really took note of the items tackled. Okay? So both from the OSDS, CID, and SGOD, thank you for the presentations. I like also to wish the AXA good luck on their election. Ay talaga, pag-mention ko lang, this piece nag-look to Carland, ano man ka to? Iyo pala na ini, normal. Dapat mataong Garland kung mauli na. Ma-picture taking kaming, kaming apat. Thank you, Aksa. I know this is your term, last activity siguro, because tomorrow and until the end of July, you shall be electing your new set of officers. During the MANCOM, one superintendent asked me about the raffle that was supposedly to be sponsored by AXA. May I hear an update on that, Dong, para at least I'll give an answer to the superintendent who was asking about the update on that raffle given to the AXA for, in partnership with DepEd Region 5. So I can give the instructions or info to the superintendent who was asking me last Monday.
If I remember it right, ma'am, during that period, nag-pandemic, ma'am, the regional director, ma'am, issued a
regional memo.
Yes, ma'am, regional memo suspending all fundraising activities, including the AXA raffle, ma'am.
Okay.
Kaya wala po kami, ma'am, na-receive ng mga payment, and those po, ma'am, na naka-receive.
So, in other words, there was no payment.
No payment na receive
so,
po, ma'am. So,
siguro, kung nag-pay sa division ang yung mga nagpa-raffle, anong instructions natin? Ibabalik na ba nila yon?
Ibabalik, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, sa AXA, wala po kaming na-receive, ma'am.
Okay.
Pinabalik po namin yan. Yung may naka-receive, pinabalik po namin.
So, I'll inform the SDS na if they collected, they must return it na.
Yes, ma'am. Dapat po i-return nila.
Okay. And therefore, it will not be pushed through anymore.
Yes, ma'am. Totally canceled na po yung activity.
Okay, so sige. I'll tell the SDS to, gano'n na lang. So there was no collection really made for that raffle kasi ibinalik. Okay. So thank you. Ang PES pa ba, kailan kayo mag-i-election? October ba? Ano ba ang term ninyo? How long is your term, Venus? Are you aware? Hindi. Anyway. Kaya nga, PESPA nga. What's your term? How long is your term? Annual, biannual, forever? I am asking this because, as mentioned, we are providing spaces for the associations. So the 4 rooms there, which serves as quarter, as dorm, will be turned into offices. Pinagsama namin lahat kayo para pag may isang concern sa mga association, isa lang, kumbaga sa shopping mall, one-stop shop. So, door 1 is for AXA. Ay, ano ba, James? Kasi hindi ko pa nakita ang draft memo niya. So, bahala po kayo kanya-kanyang lagay ng inyong, pero kung may makita kaming exist table, chair, etc., then we will provide you. Kung may excess lang. Pero ang association na mayaman, bahala kayo bumili. Okay. Room 1 for AGSA, Room 2 and EU, Room 3 Casisteya, Room 4, ano itong PSBS? PESPA. The PSDA will be dun sa room ni ASDS Lynn. But you are allowed, ang AXA ngayon, habang hindi ready ang room nyo, you are allowed to stay at the former room of Sir Swen. Initial lang yon, pero later lilipat kayo because that will be employees and welfare area, ang room na yun ni Sir na Swen. Okay? So, I hope our principals are present, really learned, and you're very lucky because you're on site. Although, hindi talaga kayo nakaikot kung saang iikot. Ang iba kasi, naka-on ang laptop, wala man sa harap ng laptop. Lalo alas 5 na, indasa na. Also, I say thank you to the group of Ping for really striving hard to set up again the connectivity, but I suggest that since this hall is still being used, I like you to come up, coordinate with Giants, parang mobile cabinet but locked, para ito ay isa-set up mo anytime na kailangan, dito na yon. Hindi nyo yun dadalhin, bubuhatin, ibalik sa new building, dadalhin uli dito. It has to be one set. Ang dami namang supply na binigay sa IT na nakakabinet, may roller sa baba na para nakalagay dyan sa isang kanto lamang para magamit ninyo at hindi nyo dadalhin kahit. Because this is conference hall talaga. Kasi we don't have as big space doon sa new building. Wala tayong bulwagan doon. Ito ang ating bulwagan ng karunungan, hindi tarungan. So this will be the room already. Okay? So Ping, I hope you will set up that and thing again. Kaya nakita ko kayo kanina, natrattle kayo lahat kasi nagdala pa kayo lahat ng mga gamit dito. Okay. I hope our chiefs announced already their plans and may I just remind that we maximize our summer. Again, I may be sounding repetitive, but sa summer, ang teachers, pag voluntarily nagsabi, I'm willing to serve with service credits, okay. Pero pag ayaw, huwag niyong pilitin because this is the time for them to rest also. Although they have been resting for quite some time already. Diba? Tapos galit pag hindi pa nabibigay yung benefits. Kaya yung mga ayo kasi, nauna kayo magbigay ng inyong PBB, kaya kami na naman ang sinabing nahuli. Imagine that. Anyway, yun ang aking reminder. You have to maximize utilization of the summer. Prepare everything for the opening of classes. Kaya SGOD, lahat ng activity nyong kaya nyo nang gawin this summer, do it na. So you have your relaunch of OK sa DepEd on the 28th. That's why I have recorded several messages there when I went out. My ALS graduation ceremony, yung mga training ng CID, gawin na din. And make sure we ready the needed materials for first and second quarter already. Hindi na natin tatawagin ang lahat ng teacher na mag-participate sa inyong write shop, sa inyong lahat na activity na tawagin uli sila by September during na nag-opening na ang klase. Let us do it this summer already. And again, the next batch of activities na gagawin natin, you prepare na, the schools prepare your work and financial plan for 2021. Utilize your fund for third quarter, para fourth quarter, lahat na lang kayo liquidation. I can sign a supplementary plan just so you will adjust your disbursements. And for the other activities like feeding and remediation, please be on track with your schedule. Okay? And for the identified committees to work on the QMS and the ISO journey, also please focus on your schedule. The SDO will please work on the work and financial plan for 2022. Kaya unit heads, please ready na your fund again. Your work and financial plans, your budgets, etc. Kasi pag nag-workshop tayo, lahat na lang gagawin. Hindi na yung mag-isa-isa tayo na magpipresent kayo ng ano yan. So it has to be done already. Work on your old budget and then pwede na kayong gumawa ng adjustment as kayo kay budget kung may additional kayong fund o wala, so that we will be able to really finalize things. Okay? So I think I have covered everything. We have a very busy summer. Summer on a rainy day. So please, let us not bother much of our teachers' activities. Ang mga nasa accrued leave, principal, PSDS, EPS, PSDS, assistant and superintendent, kita po ang dakulang trabaho ngunyan na summer in June and July and August. Okay? Kaya kita ang dakulang trabaho and mga maestra, sabi kaya ni RD, pahingaloon ta, tapagal-pagal na sindang mayong sa pag-report sa eskwelahan. And again, observe kung sisay dapat ang malaog, sisay anday malaog. So vaccination, i-encourage ta sira. And sa mga payables, ang utang minalanggaro siya. Siya for 2020, ano ba ang hindi na ibibigay pang hardship allowance? Ano na ba ang naibigay, Peter? Nag-prepare pa lang for 2021. Pero yung 2020, tapos na. Mayo na kaming utang. Oo. So, ang halatunta naman sa mga tugang, year-end bonus. Oo. Mayo na tabi kaming utang sa PBB 2019. Mayo na tabi magsurat kay Ardin na mag-agad na naman kay 2020. Wait, kung may i-issue ang DBM. Ta hanggang ngunyan nga ni tabi, mga tugang ang SDO mayo pa. Kaya sa PSDS and EPS and those sa SDO, dahil na mo na maghapot kung naarinin do ma-receive ang 2019 PBB. So, habang sa school na ubos na, kita mayo pa. Kaya okay lang. Sabi kaya, just do our job, ta maabot man sana yan. Pati als, sabi, patience is needed. Taka mo po nakabilong sa SDO. Bako po sa school. Oo. So, iyo yan, pigbavalidate pa ngunyan so siya. I hope 28 baga Peter ang deadline ka to. Work with G so that this will all be, ano yan. So, ang very crucial ngunyan, CID. Why? Let us assist the schools in the preparation of their pocket lessons and then their other materials na available pa, ipanauna gabos ang coupon band na yan, modules na yaon sa mga nearby school, siguro pinakiwalat. Let us distribute all of this para ready ang eskwelahan. At this point, nag-virtual kita because they pa talaga pwede yung face-to-face. I hope in the succeeding months, lalo sa mga workshops, assisting the school sa preparation ng mga report, we will all be able to call you at least by batch. Are there other concerns na nabasa ka mo sa group chat? I have not seen one. Day body, na daing nag-monitor sa Indo. So we will just monitor it and kung igwa pa, and then we will just inform. Anyway, the group chat is very open for us to air our concerns. Okay? So I think I have covered everything. Sa mga gabo sa Indo, mga tugang na nagtabang sa muya sa launching, inauguration, turnover of the new building, what do I say? Thank you very much to all of you. Will you give yourselves a big round of applause? Whatever role you played, nagdonar kung ano-ano, nagtabang, nagpagal, nag-appreciate, nagbitbit, nagpintura, everything. All your efforts are recognized and you now can see how corporate-like our offices are in the new building. It's a new ambience for us because you all deserve the best. That's why kami sa SDO, kung may pagkukulang sa serbisyo, we continuously meet and we continuously brainstorm para lang ma-improve me ang processes. That's why gusto mi mag-prime, gusto mi mag-QMS para once and for all, we follow the standards. We conform to the standards and we comply to the regulations set by DepEd and other agencies for that matter. So I think, again, host districts, thank you. God bless you. We adjourn this 5th MANCOM meeting at 5:10. So it was a 20-minute parting words, Venus. So thank you very much and God bless everyone. Pictorial with the host district, please. Elementary muna, then secondary. O kung sisay mainot makaigdi sa inutan, di iyoan.